The girl leans over the desk, focused on the task at hand. She studies a photo of a young, round-faced boy for her next assignment. The massive physical difference between her target and the client leaves her completely stunned. The man remains cool and collected, boasting that no job is too difficult for a master of disguise. The girl looks down with a serious expression, knowing the challenge ahead won't be easy. He points out that this specific order comes from the highest level of authority. She stands up from the couch, warning him that limited reference photos might affect the final result. He gives a confident smirk, assuring her that he has full faith in her abilities. She heads toward the workstation and tells him to prepare for the transformation process. Standing before the mirror, she carefully analyzes his features to plan the application. She opens her supply cabinet to gather specialized materials like latex and professional pigments. After selecting the right brushes, she begins the meticulous process of applying the facial prosthetics. 4 hours of intense work pass before she finally steps back, satisfied with her craft. The transformation is flawless, leaving the man looking exactly like the person in the photograph. He examines his new appearance in the mirror, curious about the durability of the work. The girl moves to the sink to clean her tools while explaining the maintenance requirements. He wonders about the protocol for removing the heavy prosthetics once the mission concludes. While washing her hands, she tells him she can handle the removal if he returns safely. She suggests that he can also take a specialized cleansing lotion to do it himself. He picks up a bottle from the shelf to confirm it's the correct removal agent. She confirms his choice, but begins to feel a strange sense of unease in the room. Sensing a sudden movement, she quickly reaches for a defensive tool on the counter. The man suddenly strikes from behind, revealing his true, treacherous intentions. The girl collapses to the floor, her strength quickly fading after the surprise attack. He looks down at her, revealing that the organization has known about her plans to leave all along. The traitor casually walks away from the scene, whistling as if nothing happened. He reaches into his pocket to retrieve a lighter to eliminate all evidence. A small flame flickers to life, ready to ignite the surroundings. He looks back one last time with a cold, heartless expression. The room is engulfed in flames as he declares the mission officially complete. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fly open as she gasps for air, feeling a sharp sensation. She realizes she isn't dead but has somehow awakened in a completely different time and place. The girl opens her eyes and looks around in confusion, noticing she's in an unfamiliar place. She tries to sit up but winces in pain from an unexpected physical ailment. Surveying the room, she realizes she's inside a gloomy, traditional house. She wonders why her former client didn't just let her perish in the fire, and if the organization has more plans for her. Her legs are weak and she struggles to find her footing, shaking as she tries to move. She leans against the furniture for support, realizing her current physical state is extremely fragile. The girl reaches to check extent of the marks on her body. She pushes aside the fabric of her outfit, confirming that these clothes definitely aren't hers. Looking down at her white attire, she realizes she is wearing a morning dress. Her shock intensifies when she spots a coffin resting in the center of the room. She examines her hands, noting the lack of paint and wear she usually has from her special effects work. Clenching her fists, she tests the strength of these new, unfamiliar hands. Despite the strange situation, she reminds herself that her skills are still superior to those of an average person. She throws a test punch, only to find his body's coordination is severely lacking. Standing in the middle of the ritual room, she looks for answers about her current location. She finds a memorial tablet dedicated to someone named Anna Yin. The girl's eyes widen as she tries to piece together the identity of the person she's become. Small paper keepsakes flutter through the air, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the funeral setting. She rushes toward the sunlight, desperately searching for a mirror to see her new face. Her small feet trot across the grass as she hurries through the courtyard. She pushes open a set of large wooden doors, making them creak loudly. A blonde-haired girl appears suddenly, looking surprised to see her awake. The newcomer addresses her as Lady Luna and mentions bringing food, acting as if nothing is out of the ordinary. The girl observes the newcomer's dismissive attitude, realizing that even servants seem to look down on this Lady Luna. The servant walks away with a mocking tone, commenting on how lighthearted Luna seems. Luna watches her leave, connecting the dots that the memorial tablet belongs to her new identity's mother. The servant slams a food container down on the ground with a loud bang. She scolds Luna, telling her to be more serious about the funeral wake and to stay put. The servant snaps at Luna for staring, clearly annoyed by her presence. She mocks her further, claiming a certain prince would never spare a glance for someone as unattractive as her. She sighs in frustration, calling Luna a blockhead who can't understand simple things. The servant opens the food basket while warning Luna not to cause any more trouble for the staff. The girl is left speechless, realizing the person she has inhabited is considered a social outcast with a very poor reputation. Luna clenches her fists in frustration, finding it difficult to tolerate being scolded so soon after her rebirth. A hostile servant roughly places a bowl of soup on the table as a meager offering. A single bun is tossed down next to the broth with dismissive gesture. The blonde girl turns to leave, barkingly demanding that Luna eat the poor quality food. Luna looks down with a grim expression while the servant continues to heap insults upon her mother's memory. The servant's eyes widen in brief surprise before she doubles over in a fit of mocking laughter. And she stands tall, pointing an accusing finger and ridiculing Luna for thinking she still holds any status as a lady. The girl continues her tirade, claiming Luna should be grateful that anyone is even bothered to bring her food. Fed up with the disrespect, Luna delivers a swift kick that catches the servant off guard. The girl falls forward with a heavy thud, unable to brace herself. She remains huddled on the floor, clutching her face in shock and pain. Luna squats down to meet the girl's gaze, her eyes cold and piercing. She stares intensely at the fallen servant, showing no sign of her former weakness. The servant yells out in anger, questioning how someone she considers beneath her dared to strike her. Luna casually leans on her hand, telling the girl she can guess who gave her the authority to fight back. The girl stays pressed against the floor, seething with rage and hurling more insults. Luna watches with a dangerous glint in her eyes as the servant threatens she won't be forgiven. Standing over her, Luna asks if the girl's mistress would truly approve of such a public display of insolence. The servant shouts back defiantly, convinced her mistress would never side with someone as lowly as Luna. She scrambles back to her feet, determined to physically teach Luna a lesson for her defiance. Luna immediately executes another powerful kick that sends the girl flying backward. The servant crashes hard against a wooden cabinet, the impact echoing through the room. She curls up on the ground, sobbing as the pain finally breaks her spirit. With a bleeding nose, the girl looks up in terror, realizing Luna has been hiding her true capabilities. Luna stares down at her coldly, noting that the girl has pushed her luck one too many times. She stands with a confident smirk, promising that there will be severe consequences for this level of disrespect. A brief scuffle follows as Luna ensures the servant understands her new position. The defeated girl retreats to the doorway, peeking back to shout a final, desperate insult. She quickly flees into the distance, promising to return with reinforcements. Luna senses another presence in the room and demands that whoever is hiding come out immediately. A small hand reaches out to pull back the heavy mourning curtains. A young girl cringes behind the fabric, timidly calling out to Lady Luna. Luna looks surprised, not expecting to find another person witnessing the confrontation. The girl reveals herself as Ninger, Luna's loyal personal servant who has been hiding in fear. Luna realizes that this girl has likely been the original Luna's only true ally for a long time. Ninger looks up with tearful eyes, worriedly asking if her mistress has fallen ill again. Luna offers a gentle, reassuring smile to calm the girl's trembling nerves. Luna reaches out a hand to help the young servant stand up from her hiding spot. Ninger notices the drastic change in her mistress, commenting on how she handled the previous bully. Luna reflects inwardly, knowing she can no longer maintain the facade of a weak and helpless girl. She rests her hand on a nearby table, shifting the focus to more pressing matters. Ninger explains that Madame Yin's passing was officially attributed to a sudden and fatal illness. Luna questions if her mother really died of a simple illness, while Ninger looks on nervously. She dismisses the official story and orders the suspicious food to be removed immediately. Standing alone in the morning hall, she gazes toward her mother's coffin with a look of deep suspicion. Determined to uncover the truth, she places her hand on the lid and begins to lift it. She leans forward with an intense focus to inspect the contents of the casket. Inside, she sees her mother surrounded by white flowers, looking peaceful despite the circumstances. Struck by her mother's beauty, she continues her careful examination for any signs of foul play. A sudden shout echoes across the courtyard, startling a flock of birds into the sky. Luna turns around calmly, asking the panicked maid why she is making such a loud scene. Ninger points in total shock, horrified that her lady would actually dare to open the coffin. Luna demands to know how the injury on the body could have gone unnoticed by everyone else. Ninger hesitates, looking down as she struggles to find the words to explain. The maid wonders if she has been hallucinating or if Luna has been hiding her true capabilities all along. Luna sighs, explaining that she remembers nothing and needs to be filled in on the family's history. Ninger reaches out with a trembling hand, preparing to recount the dark events of the past. With tears in her eyes, the maid reveals that Prince Samiz was the one who took her mother's life. Luna's expression turns cold as she demands a full explanation of what happened. Ninger is baffled that her lady has no recollection of the prince or the incident. Luna claims the trauma of the loss must have caused her memory to lapse entirely. Ninger agrees to tell the whole story, starting from the very beginning. They move to a quieter area where the maid begins to describe Luna's difficult upbringing. She points out the distinctive heart-shaped mark that Luna has carried on her face since birth. Ninger explains that Luna was previously considered slow-witted and was a constant target for her siblings' bullying. Luna listens intently, noting the harsh realities of the household's social hierarchy. The maid reveals that a marriage was arranged for Luna as a substitute after the prince proposed to someone else. Luna scoffs at the revelation, realizing the family was merely using her for their own gain. Ninger describes how the prince turned violent when he arrived to cancel the engagement, leading to a fatal confrontation. Luna realizes her mother sacrificed everything to protect her from the prince's sword. Ninger breaks down in tears, expressing her immense relief that her lady finally seems to have regained her mental clarity. Luna checks her own torso, concluding that the original owner of the body must have succumbed to internal trauma. A sharp pain flares up, causing her to wince as she realizes the extent of her physical condition. She grips her chest, frustrated that every movement currently causes significant discomfort. Ninger wipes away her tears, trying to stay strong for her mistress. She pulls out some hidden sustenance she managed to secure from the kitchen. Luna looks at the warm buns, appreciative of the maid's loyalty and resourcefulness. Ninger warns her that more hostile servants will likely be arriving with reinforcements very soon. Luna offers a small, confident smile and thanks the maid for her unwavering support. Ninger suggests that Luna should continue to act as she did before if things become too dangerous. Luna tells her to head back before she gets caught and promises to handle the rest. The maid departs, promising to return later to check on her lady's well-being. Left alone, Luna sits down to eat, focused on regaining her strength for the upcoming confrontation. The sun rises over the quiet courtyard of the West House as a new day begins. Inside, Luna happily munches on a steamed dumpling, enjoying her first meal in this new world. She reflects on her transmigration, deciding that while life here might be tough, it's far better than her past. After finishing her snack, she wipes her hands and prepares for the tasks ahead. Her gaze turns toward the late Madame Yin, and she feels a deep sense of sympathy for the woman's tragic fate. Luna vows to honor the woman's memory and take care of this body as if she were her true daughter. Looking around the room, she calls out for a mirror to see her new face for the first time. She finds a small hand mirror resting among the funeral flowers and and picks it up. At first glance, she thinks her reflection is quite plain and understands why the original host was overlooked. She smiles to herself, realizing that being underestimated might actually work to her advantage. However, she notices a strange heart-shaped mark on her cheek and reaches up to touch it. To her surprise, the mark peels right off, revealing it was nothing more than a sticker. Her eyes widen as she realizes there is a much more striking appearance hidden beneath the disguise. Looking back at her mother, she realizes the woman was protecting her with many layers of secrets. She decides to reattach the heart-shaped charm for now to keep her true identity hidden from prying eyes. Luna sets the mirror back down among the white blossoms, keeping her discovery to herself. She gently adjusts her mother's clothing, ensuring everything is in order for the mourning period. As she works, she pauses, noticing how little the woman was left with. Anger flares within her as she realizes the family didn't even provide a single piece of finery for the burial. Determined to change that, she searches for something meaningful to leave with her. She discovers a beautifully embroidered pouch tucked away and pulls it out. Inside the pouch is a glowing keepsake, a precious gift that she decides belongs with Madame Yin. She carefully places the item inside the casket to accompany her mother into the afterlife. With a somber expression, Luna folds her hands in prayer and wishes her mother peace in the next life. Feeling the physical toll of her injuries, she attempts some light exercise to regain her strength. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupts her, calling her name and announcing a visit. Luna turns toward the door, surprised that someone has arrived so early. Lady Wu enters the room with a confident stride, carrying a wooden food basket. She claims she was worried about Luna and mentions that she sent a servant with food earlier. Stepping further into the room, she brings up the rumor that Luna actually fought back against her staff. Lady Wu stares her down, demanding to know if the stories of her sudden change in behavior are true. Without hesitation, Luna looks her straight in the eye and confirms that she did indeed defend herself. Lady Wu is visibly shocked, unable to believe the girl she once bullied is speaking so boldly. Luna maintains a cheerful, innocent smile, which only serves to irritate her visitor further. Lady Wu's temper flares as she calls Luna ungrateful for insulting her by disciplining the servant. In a fit of rage, she slams the food basket onto the floor with a heavy thud. She demands an apology, insisting that she won't let such disrespect go unpunished. Lady Wu reaches down to open the container, claiming she brought a special meal. As the lid comes off, a horrific stench fills the room, causing Lady Wu herself to recoil in disgust. Luna is stunned by the overwhelming smell of decay wafting from the basket. Inside is nothing but rotting leftovers swarming with flies, a clear insult to the grieving girl. Luna looks at the foul mess and asks if she is seriously expected to eat this as a form of apology. Lady Wu covers her nose, shamelessly lying, insisting that the spoiled food is a high-quality treat. Standing by the casket, Luna realizes how truly malicious her relatives are and vows to make them regret their actions. Lady Wu approaches Luna with a bowl, claiming she must be starving after 2 days. She wears a deceptive smile, hiding her true intentions from the girl. The bowl is revealed to contain rotting food that emits a putrid stench. Luna looks at the offering with intense suspicion and clear disgust. Lady Wu uses her chopsticks to lift a piece of the foul-smelling leftovers. Confident in her scheme, she assumes Luna is still too foolish to notice the trap. She holds out a bowl of the spoiled meal, pressuring Luna to take a bite. Luna's anger flares as she realizes there are flies buzzing around the rank food. Suddenly, Luna takes the chopsticks and picks up a piece of the contaminated meal herself. She flashes a mockingly cheerful expression, catching her relative off guard. Before Lady Wu can react, Luna stuffs the fly-ridden food directly into her mouth. Lady Wu is left gagging and completely stunned by the sudden retaliation. Luna keeps a firm grip on Lady Wu's mouth, insisting that the food shouldn't be wasted. Tears of disgust well up in Lady Wu's eyes as she's forced to experience her own trap. The relative is forced to swallow the foul contents as Luna refuses to let go. Luna maintains her hold on Lady Wu's neck to ensure the lesson is fully learned. The moment she is released, Lady Wu immediately retches and vomits onto the floor. Luna looks down at her with a cold, satisfied expression. Furious and humiliated, Lady Wu screams at Luna for her audacity. Luna acts innocent, claiming she was simply sharing the meal provided to her. Lady Wu points an accusing finger, shouting that the food was full of flies and rubbish. Luna feigns total surprise at the revelation that the food was contaminated. She continues to smile brightly, thoroughly enjoying the psychological upper hand. Lady Wu stares in disbelief, realizing Luna's personality has shifted completely. Trembling with confusion, Lady Wu clutches her chest as she tries to process what just happened. In a desperate attempt to regain control, she threatens to report the incident to their grandmother. As Lady Wu tries to flee, Luna's hand shoots out to block her path. Luna stands her ground, asking her relative exactly where she thinks she's going. She picks up the chopsticks again, her smile turning increasingly menacing. Lady Wu recoils in horror, shielding her face and pleading to be left alone. She tries to back away, her feet stumbling as she searches for an exit. Luna seizes the opportunity to force another portion of the spoiled food into Lady Wu's mouth. Overwhelmed by the taste, Lady Wu collapses and continues to retch uncontrollably. Scrambling on the floor, Lady Wu can barely find the words to express her shock. Luna towers over her, sternly ordering her to sit back down and finish the task. She brings the bowl close again, her eyes shadowed with a terrifying intensity. Luna forcefully grabs Lady Wu's jaw, preparing to deliver another dose of her own medicine. Despite the desperate struggling, Luna's grip remains unshakable as Lady Wu begs for mercy. Luna beams with a triumphant smile, declaring that not a single bite will go to waste. The scene opens at a traditional courtyard where a confrontation has just reached its conclusion. A white bowl sits completely empty on the table, indicating the forced meal is finished. Luna beams with a triumphant smile, mockingly praising her relative for finishing every last bite. In contrast, the malicious Lady Wu looks physically ill and green in the face, vowing that Luna will pay for this humiliation. Luna casually fans herself and dismisses the threats with a nonchalant wave. The young woman continues to fume, shedding tears of rage over the encounter. Luna bids her farewell with a mocking wave as she prepares to leave the morning hall. Her expression turns serious as she addresses the previous owner of her body internally, promising to look after her. She grips a wooden railing, reaffirming her vow to protect her new life. Lady Wu stomps away through the garden gate, fuming about Luna's newfound nerve. The physical strain of the ordeal is evident as beads of perspiration form on her skin. Nearby maids immediately notice a foul odor and cover their noses in disgust. Lady Wu walks past them, her face flushed with embarrassment from the public shame. A maid approaches in shock, asking what could have possibly happened to her lady. The humiliated woman snaps at the staff to cover their noses and get lost. One of the maids quickly retreats to follow the command. Mistress Dream looks horrified, covering her mouth as she sees her daughter in such a miserable state. The girl breaks down in tears, seeking comfort from her mother. The mistress immediately orders a bath to be prepared while keeping a distance from the stench. A servant leads the weeping girl away to be cleaned up. The maid struggles to deal with the odor as she assists the sobbing Lady Wu. Mistress Dream turns her attention to the staff to find out exactly where her daughter was. A blonde maid reveals that the girl had visited the morning hall in the West House. The mistress ponders who else might have been present during the incident. The maid Peach explains that Luna was there, and that she acted completely out of character by being aggressive. Mistress Dream is stunned to hear that the usually quiet Luna resorted to a physical altercation. The servant confirms the details of the clash, clearly intimidated by what she witnessed. Suspicious that someone is influencing Luna, the mistress sends the maid back inside to serve. Peach complies with the order, though she remains visibly shaken by the day's events. The sun shines over the lush trees surrounding the estate as the household remains in turmoil. Inside the guest quarters, the sounds of distress continue to echo through the halls. Lady Wu buries her face in a pillow, unable to stop crying from the trauma. Peach tries to encourage her to eat something, but her efforts are rejected. Mistress Dream enters the room and dismisses the servant so they can speak privately. The maid bows and leaves the room as requested. The mother sits down and demands to know exactly what transpired at the morning hall. Mistress Dream reacts with shock and disbelief as the details of the encounter are revealed. Lady Wu demands that grandmother take action against Luna for her behavior, causing her mother to rise in anger. However, the mistress pauses, sensing that something about the situation feels incredibly unusual. She urges her daughter to tell the absolute truth so she can properly handle the situation. Lady Wu breaks down in tears, claiming she was physically mistreated and forced to consume foul food. Mistress Dream comforts her distressed daughter while questioning who accompanied her during the incident. The young girl looks up with a pained expression as she tries to explain the situation. Frustrated by the questioning, Lady Wu grips her mother's clothing and demands to know why her account isn't being taken at face value. The tension causes Mistress Dream to grip her daughter's shoulder too tightly, resulting in a sudden cry of pain. Realizing her intensity, Dream pulls back her hand and quickly assures the girl that she is on her side. She pulls her daughter into a hug, plotting to sway Madame Wu while suspecting a hidden mastermind is directing Luna's sudden aggression. Lady Wu mentions that even the maid, Peach, was targeted when trying to deliver a meal. Mistress Dream considers the possibility that a rival is using Luna as a tool to dismantle their family's standing. Her expression hardens as she decides it is time to take decisive action against this perceived threat. Sitting up in bed, Lady Wu wonders if Madame Sharon or Quentin, who could be the ones pulling the strings from the shadows. Dream warns that they must remain cautious, as Madame Wu favors her grandsons and won't listen without concrete evidence. Lady Wu wipes away her tears and nods, following her mother's lead in the power struggle. As she tucks her daughter in, Dream promises to uncover the truth and ensure whoever is responsible pays the price. Her gaze turns cold as she focuses her vengeance specifically on the girl who humiliated her daughter. She advises Lady Wu to keep quiet for now so they can investigate and remove Luna without interference. Lady Wu looks up with watery eyes, pleading for her mother to secure revenge for the insults she endured. Dream gently touches her daughter's face, signaling her full commitment to the retaliation. Standing tall, she declares that no one will be allowed to get away with defying them. Dream moves to the center of the room and calls for her trusted associate Lin. The servant appears immediately, bowing respectfully and asking for her next set of instructions. Dream orders Lin to visit the Lotus House and spread a rumor that Luna has been insulting Lady Claudia. Before the servant leaves, Dream gives a final stern instruction regarding how she should be addressed in public versus private. Lin acknowledges the order with a knowing smile and prepares to carry out the scheme. From the bed, Lady Wu calls out to her mother as the servant departs. She sits up, confused about why the rumor is being sent to the Lotus House instead of directly to Claudia. Dream explains that while Luna is easily dealt with, they must use this strategy to draw out whoever is actually supporting her. Lady Wu looks thoughtful as she processes her mother's complex political maneuvering. Dream tells her to get some rest, though she privately worries about her daughter's ability to survive future household politics. Later that night, the scene shifts to the quiet exterior of the West House under a full moon. Inside, Luna happily bites into a fresh bun, expressing her gratitude for the meal. Her companion notices a strange lingering smell and mentions that someone was recently ill in the area. The maid looks on with a bewildered expression as Luna continues to enjoy her food. Luna gives a sly smile, crediting crediting her generous sister for the turn of events. The companion's face contorts in shock as the realization of what happened begins to set in. Luna casually explains that after being offered fly-infested leftovers, she simply made sure the sender ate them instead. The maid is left completely speechless by Luna's bold and ruthless counterattack. Luna wonders if she did something wrong while casually eating a snack. Ninger warns her that Mistress Dream and Lady Bright are definitely going to seek revenge for her actions. Luna completely ignores the warning and tells her to move on to the next topic. Ninger points out that nobody visits this desolate place unless it is to play a cruel prank. The servant sighs deeply while thinking about their difficult situation. She quickly brightens up, noting that Luna's new intelligence will help them manage their enemies. Standing before a memorial, Luna asks for details on how many siblings she actually has. Ninger holds up her fingers to count the large number of brothers and sisters in the family. Seeing Luna eat so carefreely, Ninger realizes her lady seems like a totally different person who has forgotten her past. Luna notices the stare and tells the girl to focus on something else. A massive yawn overtakes Luna as she requests to be shown to her sleeping quarters. Ninger is surprised that Luna does not even remember where her own room is located. The duo walks through the quiet courtyard under the moonlight toward the back of the estate. Ninger points toward a specific room, mentioning it belonged to the deceased Mistress Anna. Luna reaches for the handle of the door to investigate the room further. Upon entering, she finds the interior looks neglected and completely bare. A close-up reveals the dusty and worn-out state of the furniture inside the room. Carrying a small candle, Luna decides it is time to search for any hidden items left behind. She looks around the room, unimpressed by the obvious poverty of the previous occupant. The light from her candle reveals a few simple, everyday items on a table. Suddenly, Luna feels an intense wave of grief that does not feel like her own. She sets the candle aside to free up her hands for a thorough search of the area. Searching through the bedding, she suspects there are more secrets hidden within the room. Her search pays off when she discovers a small wooden box tucked away. She blows away the thick layer of dust covering the mysterious container. Luna carefully lifts the lid to see what kind of charms and keepsakes were left behind. She picks up a strange prosthetic piece that feels remarkably like human skin. Hearing a noise, she slams the box shut to hide her discovery from anyone approaching. Ninger returns with a bucket of water, interrupting the private investigation. Luna hides the box behind her back and claims she was just visiting her mother's old room. Ninger offers comfort, suggesting her mother is likely at peace now. Luna offers a subtle smile, keeping her true intentions and the box hidden. Ninger guides her back toward the bath area to prepare for the night. As they walk, Luna makes sure the wooden box stays out of Ninger's sight. A drop of sweat shows how close Luna came to being caught with the secret item. Luna reaches out to help carry the heavy water bucket. Ninger tries to insist on doing the work herself as a proper servant. Refusing to let her do it alone, Luna grabs the handle to share the load. The warm water is poured into the tub, creating a cloud of steam in the room. With the bath ready, Ninger leaves to check on the morning haul while Luna prepares for her evening routine. Luna sets down a small wooden box while preparing her evening routine. She reaches for the mysterious container to investigate its contents while resting. Inside the first drawer, she finds various artificial facial components like prosthetic noses and ears. She opens the second drawer to find a collection of vintage cosmetic tools that still look functional. The third drawer contains a palette of specialized pigments used for coloring the keepsakes. Exploring further, she discovers several small ceramic bottles stored in the final compartment. She uncorks one of the bottles and catches a scent that reminds her of a strong adhesive. Testing the liquid, she realizes it is likely a solvent for removing the facial applications. Luna uses the solution to gently dab at the mark on her cheek. With a careful tug, she begins to peel away the artificial layer covering her skin. The red color rubs right off, revealing that the mark was nothing more than a temporary disguise. Steam rises in the quiet room as she finishes her cleaning. Luna decides to keep the discovery hidden for future use. She reaches for a cloth to dry off after finishing her task. Dressing in clean white robes, she wonders about her true appearance without the facial coverings. The room remains silent as the late-night investigation concludes. Exhaustion finally takes over, and she drifts off to sleep in her quarters. Morning light hits the courtyard as the next day begins at the estate. Ninger knocks on the door, reminding Luna to attend the morning hall to avoid trouble. Still groggy, Luna rubs her eyes and prepares to face the day. She sits up, feeling like she only just managed to lay down. Remembering the secret box, she quickly moves to hide it before her servant enters. The door creaks open as Ninger comes in to assist with the morning. The loyal servant brings a basin of water and encourages her to wash her face. Luna greets Ninger with a bright smile, hiding any trace of her nighttime discoveries. The morning light hits the morning hall as the daily routine begins. Ninger enters the room with a water basin, looking absolutely stunned at what she sees. Luna reveals her clear face, casually claiming she simply washed her birthmark off. The servant stands in disbelief, repeating the explanation as if she can't process it. Luna remains calm and orders Ninger to bring her a mirror immediately. Ninger starts panicking, wondering how a permanent mark could just disappear into thin air. She sets the basin down while trying to wrap her head around the situation. Luna explains the change happened while she was taking a bath the night before. Ninger inspects her master's face closely, confirming the skin is perfectly clear. She gets emotional, believing Luna's late mother can finally rest now that her daughter is beautiful. Luna tells her to stop making a scene over such a small detail. Outside the room, the atmosphere shifts as a visitor visitor arrives at the courtyard. Ninger hears Mrs. Kim approaching and urges Luna to get ready to receive her. Luna has no idea who this woman is and doesn't seem bothered by the Ninger insists they must go out and greet the guest properly to avoid trouble. Luna refuses to budge, sitting down and claiming a lady shouldn't have to chase after anyone. The servant is left feeling helpless and worried about the potential fallout. Ninger realizes she has to handle the situation alone and heads out to the courtyard. She finds Mrs. Kim waiting with a very displeased and stern expression. The visitor immediately demands an update on how Luna is faring. Ninger puts on a fake smile, claiming Luna is just busy preparing for the morning rituals. Mrs. Kim reveals she was sent specifically because of the trouble Luna caused the day before. Ninger tries to play the whole thing off as a simple misunderstanding. Mrs. Kim steps forward, clearly not buying the servant's excuses. Ninger claims she isn't around Luna enough to know all the details of her behavior. The visitor gives a cold, calculated smile at the servant's defensive response. She gets uncomfortably close to Ninger to deliver a sharp warning. Miss Kim taps the girl's shoulder, hinting that she will be rewarded if she keeps her eyes open. Ninger realizes she's being pressured to spy on her own master. Mrs. Kim laughs it off, acting like she's just trying to be a helpful mentor. Ninger bows her head, appearing to complain just to end the confrontation. Mrs. Kim then declares that the mourning period is being cut short effective immediately. When Ninger mentions the 7-day custom, she is quickly shut down. The visitor makes it clear that this is a direct order from the master of the house. Ninger has no choice but to bow and accept the command. Mrs. Kim storms away, muttering insults about how ungrateful the master and servant are. Ninger watches her leave the courtyard with a heavy heart. She is visibly stressed, knowing they've just made a very powerful enemy. She worries that this conflict will ruin their chances of receiving their allowance. She looks back toward the room, deeply concerned for Luna's future. Inside, Luna stands tall, looking like a completely different person without her disguise. She couldn't care less about the visitor and only wants to see her new reflection. Luna stares into the mirror, completely taken by her own stunning reflection. She turns to Ninger, questioning if Mrs. Kim really pressured her to act as a spy. Ninger quickly pledges her loyalty, insisting she would never betray her lady. Luna looks down thoughtfully, noting that she was simply curious about the situation. Moving toward the door, Luna ponders what Mrs. Kim might be planning next. Ninger wonders if the household staff found out about the previous incident involving Lady Bright. Ninger looks visibly worried, sensing that trouble is brewing. Luna places her hand on the doorframe and decides it's time to go out and explore. Ninger immediately protests, feeling that leaving the room is a terrible idea. Luna closes her eyes and asks for a solid reason to stay inside. Ninger recalls all the past disasters that happened whenever they ventured out. Ignoring the protests, Luna playfully drags her reluctant servant toward the exit. The pair arrives at the scenic Lotus house, surrounded by vibrant greenery. Ninger explains that Mistress Willow receives special treatment because she has a son. Luna peeks from behind a tree to see if Mrs. Kim is still around. Ninger grows anxious, fearing the consequences of being caught out here. Luna dismisses the worry with a casual wave of her hand. She claps to get Ninger's focus and tells her to look closely. Luna points out that her new look makes her unrecognizable to anyone who knew her before. Ninger has to admit that her lady is now absolutely breathtaking. Feeling confident, Luna prepares to make her next move. She laughs at Ninger's timid behavior, trying to lighten the mood. Luna grabs her servant's arm and prepares to head deeper into the compound. Ninger spots their target and points out that Mrs. Kim is finally on the move. Mrs. Kim walks through the courtyard, flanked by 2 attentive servants. The servants bid her a respectful farewell, hoping she will speak well of their mistress. Luna takes Ninger's hand and insists they follow the envoy to see where she goes. They move stealthily, keeping their footsteps quiet as they tail her. The 2 hide behind a circular gateway, carefully watching Miss Kim's every move. Ninger whispers, asking exactly what they are hoping to find. Luna keeps her eyes peeled, searching for something she can use to her advantage. Ninger is left completely puzzled by her lady's mysterious objective. Suddenly, Luna's eyes widen as she finally finds exactly what she was looking for. Luna prepares to launch a stone, eager to get some payback. Ninger watches in horror, questioning if her mistress has finally lost it. Luna tells her to stay quiet and watch the show unfold. Terrified of the consequences, Ninger covers her eyes and begs her to stop. A well-aimed rock strikes Mrs. Kim right in the back of the head. The envoy collapses in pain, assuming a servant boy must be responsible for the attack. Ninger clings to Luna, deeply worried about the trouble this will cause. Luna gives the girl a playful flick to snap her out of her panic. She reminds her servant that Mrs. Kim was the one who cut her allowance. Realizing this was all for her, Ninger gazes at her mistress with newfound admiration. Luna explains her philosophy of treating others exactly how they treat her. Mrs. Kim screams in rage, vowing to find and finish whoever dared to hit her. Finding the situation hilarious, Luna picks up even more ammunition. She prepares for another round despite Ninger's frantic protests. Ninger tries to reason with her, pointing out that Mrs. Kim's age makes this dangerous. Luna pauses for a moment, admitting that her accomplice has a valid point. Despite the warning, she hurls another rock with even more force. The second projectile hits home, causing the old woman to double over. Mrs. Kim cries out in agony, threatening to wipe out the culprit's entire family. Luna finds the threat amusing, considering the complicated family dynamics she is currently navigating. She reaches for another rock as Ninger continues to plead for mercy. The servant hopes they can just retreat before things escalate further. Luna tells her companion that she simply needs to find some more courage. Other servants rush to the scene, panicked by the envoy's sudden injuries. Luna puts on a shocked expression, pretending to be an innocent bystander. The staff helps the limping Mrs. Kim away to tend to her wounds. Luna stands tall, feeling satisfied with her small victory for now. Ninger suggests they head home while the coast is clear. Luna rejects the idea, deciding to keep tailing her target instead. The servant is left speechless by by the sheer boldness of her lady. With a determined smirk, Luna reveals she has a much bigger plan in motion for her revenge. Mrs. Kim hobbles away, complaining loudly about her etching back after the recent rock attack. Her young attendant follows close behind, looking worried as she tries to keep up with the envoy's pace. Suddenly, a messenger comes sprinting through the courtyard, shouting for Mrs. Kim to stop. He nearly collides with the group, causing a frantic scramble as they try to avoid a total wipeout. Mrs. Kim shoots him a sharp look, demanding to know what could possibly be so urgent. The messenger gasps out the news that Prince Samiz is at the front gate demanding to cancel his engagement. Hearing this, Mrs. Kim clenches her sleeve in a fit of stress and frustration. When she asks for the master of the house, the messenger confirms that Sir Harold hasn't returned home yet. She immediately orders the man to find Madame Sharon and bring her to the gate at once. Her servants quickly gather around to help her limp toward the entrance to face the incoming disaster. From the shadows, Luna and Ninger watch the chaotic group depart toward the front of the estate. Ninger is absolutely terrified, realizing the notorious Prince Samiz has actually shown up. Luna remains perfectly composed, adjusting her hair while she processes the news. The servant girl trembles as she recalls the prince's violent reputation and fears for their safety. Unfazed, Luna looks on with a sharp, calculating gaze, already forming a new plan. She realizes this unexpected visit is the perfect opportunity to get some serious revenge. Ninger begs her to turn back and hide, but Luna has no intention of backing down. She grabs the girl's hand and demands to know the fastest shortcut to the front gate. Their sudden movement catches the attention of other nearby servants, who wonder where the dumb lady is heading in such a hurry. Luna keeps her eyes locked forward, focused entirely on the confrontation ahead. Ninger reluctantly leads the way, knowing there's no stopping her mistress now. At the front gate, Prince Samiz is already making a scene, shouting that he won't marry someone he considers beneath him. The courtyard is tense as officials try to calm the arrogant royal before he causes more damage. He stands tall with a fan in hand, loudly insulting Luna's appearance to anyone who will listen. A nearby official looks down in despair, realizing the prince's outburst is a PR nightmare for the family. Ninger tries one last time to warn Luna about the prince's long list of past scandals. Luna scoffs at the warning, making it clear she has zero interest in someone so full of himself. She prepares her appearance, ready to step out and shock the entire crowd. When Ninger asks about the harsh terms Luna is using, she's told to just keep her questions to herself. The sun beats down on the ornate gate as the tension reaches a breaking point. Prince Samit smirks, clearly enjoying the attention and the power he holds over the situation. An official bows low, pleading with the prince to move the discussion inside to a more private setting. The prince refuses to move an inch, his face twisted into a look of pure disdain. The official continues to beg for patience, explaining that the final decision isn't up to the staff. Losing his patience, the prince demands they bring out the girl he's supposed to marry immediately. After a brief moment of silence near the garden foliage, the atmosphere shifts. Luna steps out into the light, making a grand entrance that leaves the entire courtyard speechless. A finger points mockingly at Luna as she stands at the top of the stairs. Prince Samiz demands to see her face, openly mocking her appearance in front of the gathering. A group of onlookers laughs along with the prince, eager to witness Luna's humiliation. A servant tries to convince Luna to leave while others continue to whisper insults about her presence. Luna clenches her fist in frustration at the disrespectful comments being hurled her way. Ninger stands her ground against a mocking servant who claims Luna is only there to cause trouble. The servant laughs off Ninger's threats, completely dismissing any fear of consequences from Sir Harold. Luna looks directly at Prince Samiz and asks if his purpose here is to cancel their engagement. Ninger steps forward and tells the crowd to back off and go away. Prince Samiz smugly claims that Luna has been desperate to marry him despite not being in his league. The crowd breaks in fits of laughter over the prince's condescending remarks. With a smirk, the prince cruelly suggests that Luna should just marry a servant instead. The bystanders find the prince's suggestion hilarious and continue their loud mockery. Luna remains silent, her expression guarded as she holds onto her sleeve. Ninger reaches out to Luna, expressing that the prince's insults have crossed the line. Luna places a steadying hand on Ninger's and tells her to remain calm. Turning back to the prince, Luna calmly asks about the official procedures for canceling the engagement. Prince Samiz looks genuinely surprised by Luna's direct and composed inquiry. He quickly realizes that he needs to produce the actual betrothal letter to finalize the split. Prince Samiz demands his betrothal letter back from a servant, pleased that the situation is moving in his favor. Ninger informs Luna that her betrothal letter is currently being held by a guard. Prince Samiz declares they are officially strangers and threatens to punish anyone who mentions the engagement again. Luna gives Ninger a direct order to go and retrieve the letter immediately. Ninger acknowledges the command and rushes off to fulfill the task. The onlookers whisper among themselves, realizing that Luna doesn't seem at all like the person they expected. A hand reaches out to grab the red betrothal letter as it's being handed over. Ninger runs back with the document, successfully avoiding interference from Mrs. Kim. A character swallows hard, feeling the rising tension of the confrontation. Ninger shows a look of fierce determination, fully committed to supporting her master. Hands firmly grasp the red betrothal letter, ready to settle the matter once and for all. A close-up shows Luna's steady stance as the final exchange begins. Ninger successfully delivers the betrothal letter to Luna, who accepts it with a calm nod. Mrs. Kim is visibly fuming, calling someone useless as she watches the situation slip out of her control. Mrs. Kim tries to intervene, pleading with Prince Samiz to reconsider and talk things through. Prince Samiz refuses to listen, stating his heart belongs to Lady Claudia while demanding his own letter back. The prince catches a glimpse of someone and is momentarily stunned into silence. Luna stands tall at the gate and demands the letter from Ninger as the crowd watches. Luna looks back with a faint, knowing smile that catches everyone off guard. Prince Samiz's jaw drops as he is suddenly struck by Luna's unexpected beauty, losing all his previous arrogance. Luna tucks the document away, officially declaring the engagement cancelled with a confident smile. She immediately shifts the focus to a more serious matter, demanding to talk about the circumstances surrounding her mother's death. Prince Samiz is left reeling, unable to reconcile the beautiful girl in front of him with the one he previously mocked. Onlookers are completely captivated, unable to take their eyes off Luna's stunning new appearance. While some people are in awe of her beauty, others are still struggling to process the sudden transformation. A girl rushes up to Luna, shocked by the disappearance of her well-known birthmark. Luna doesn't waste time on pleasantries, telling the nosy onlooker that her looks are none of their business. Trying to save his pride, Samiz claims he's willing to overlook her attitude simply because she's attractive. Luna stands her ground with a radiant glow, looking like a completely different person than the one the prince rejected. The prince is speechless, his previous arrogance replaced by visible confusion and hesitation. The local crowd is having a field day, laughing at the fact that the prince just got publicly dumped. Losing his temper, Samiz warns Luna not to make things difficult for herself. Mrs. Kim steps in to restrain the prince, pleading with him to keep his cool in front of everyone. Even Mrs. Kim is taken aback, staring at Luna's perfect features with a look of disbelief. Samiz brushes the concern aside, acting as though he is doing Luna a favor by letting the situation slide. Mrs. Kim takes a moment to catch her breath, clearly stressed by the escalating drama. She tries to take charge again, telling Luna to stop being childish and return the betrothal letter. The official document changes hands as the tension between the two parties reaches a breaking point. Mrs. Kim stands by the prince, reminding Luna of the status she is supposedly throwing away. Luna fires back with a sharp question, asking Mrs. Kim why she seems so personally attached to the prince. The crowd reacts with shock at the bold accusation, as the situation becomes even more scandalous. Both the prince and Mrs. Kim are stunned by the suggestion, reacting with immediate outrage. Behind her composed facade, Mrs. Kim is absolutely fuming, barely containing her desire to strike back. She falls back on her usual excuses, claiming she only has Luna's best interests at heart. The onlookers watch with intense anticipation, waiting to see how Luna will respond to the manipulation. Luna remains unfazed and resolute, making it clear that her mind is already made up. Mrs. Kim begins to spiral, realizing how much political damage this public rejection will cause. Luna points out the hypocrisy, reminding the crowd that she's only giving the prince exactly what he asked for. Seeing her beauty, the prince begins to waver, suggesting that they can still go through with the marriage. Luna delivers the final blow, bluntly telling him she has no interest in him anyway. Luna decides she's seen enough and prepares to head out with her maid. However, someone calls out to her, attempting to halt her departure. A hand reaches out and firmly stops Luna from walking away. Luna offers a subtle, knowing smile as if everything is going exactly according to plan. In a sudden shift, the physical confrontation results in a sharp sting for the aggressor, depicted in a comedic style. Onlookers begin to whisper, judging the prince for his desperate and unseemly behavior toward a lady. Luna leans into the drama, putting on a distressed act and begging the prince to release her. Her maid looks on in complete shock as the scene escalates. The loyal servant steps in, demanding that Prince Samiz let go of her mistress. The chaotic display is too much for Mrs. Kim, who faints from the sheer disgrace of the public spectacle. A sharp slap echoes through the air as the unwanted contact is forcefully broken. Samiz is left stunned and furious, accusing the party of being incredibly rude. Losing all composure, the prince threatens to end whoever just defied him. Luna reacts with wide-eyed surprise, maintaining her innocent facade. The prince is forced to release his grip while noting the unexpected resistance he just encountered. He clutches his injured hand, his face twisted with rage and pain. He snaps and orders his guards to seize her immediately. The guards are momentarily taken aback by the aggressive command. Luna hides behind her maid, playing the part of a victim while asking what they intend to do. The maid stands her ground, reminding the soldiers that Luna is the daughter of the prime minister. The guards hesitate, clearly conflicted about the political consequences of arresting such a high-ranking noble. Despite their reservations, they offer an apology and prepare to follow their royal orders. Luna and her maid huddle together as the circle of guards begins to close in. Luna continues her performance of helplessness, clutching her chest and insisting on her innocence. One guard draws his blade, asking the lady to comply so things don't get messy. Luna spots the perfect opening and prepares to flip the situation to her advantage. She reaches out and grabs the guard's weapon, feigning a desperate struggle for her life. The two grapple over the blade as Luna makes the scene look as dangerous as possible. The tension reaches a breaking point as the struggle continues at close range. Samiz watches the unfolding violence with a cold, focused glare. He decides to intervene personally, reaching into the fray to take control. Luna keeps up her terrified shouting as the physical altercation reaches its peak. Suddenly, a scream rings out as a chaotic accident results in a spray of blood across the scene. Samiz looks shocked and angry, demanding to know why Luna would attack him. Luna puts on a terrified face, her eyes filling with tears as she plays the victim. She drops to her knees, begging for her life while the sword lies discarded on the floor. A brief flashback shows Luna confidently holding the sword, plotting her next move against Mrs. Kim. The blade is seen flying through the air after being tossed aside during the scuffle. The sword lands with a loud bang, narrowly missing Mrs. Kim as she starts to wake up. Mrs. Kim stares in horror at the scene unfolding before her. Still dazed, Mrs. Kim asks what Luna and Prince Samiz have done. Ninger protects Luna, claiming they did nothing while Samiz orders their arrest through gritted teeth. Luna moves with surprising speed, startling those around her as she takes action. She forcefully grabs Samiz's wrist, demanding that he let her go. Samiz is outraged by her boldness, his face contorted in anger. Luna leans in close, whispering that this is payback for her mother, Mistress Anna. Samiz winces in pain, accusing her of hurting him on purpose. Luna simply smiles back brightly, confirming his suspicion with a cheerful yep. Rapid footsteps echo through the area as someone approaches quickly. The crowd parts as onlookers announce the arrival of Sir Harold. Prime Minister Harold Wu arrives on horseback, demanding to know the cause of all the noise. Samiz looks worried, noting how the situation has suddenly gone quiet with the official's arrival. In a chibi-style visualization, Samiz tries to explain that Luna's mother fell on his sword. Luna continues her act, falling to the ground and crying out in pain. Samiz snaps, calling her a crazy woman as his frustration boils over. He prepares to kick out at her while she remains huddled on the floor. Mrs. Kim reaches out, relieved that Sir Harold has finally returned to intervene. Samiz sits on the ground, worrying if the Prime Minister will think he broke their agreement. He looks toward Harold, hoping the official has arrived at the right moment to settle things. Samiz gestures toward his hand, showing Harold what Luna allegedly did to him. Harold is stunned, his eyes widening as he looks for his daughter. He spots Luna in the distance and stares intensely. Harold notices that Luna's birthmark is gone and she now bears a striking resemblance to Anna Yin. Luna hides a smirk, amused that she's caused a scene where her father is about to explode. Harold dismounts his horse with authority, ready to address the chaos. He grabs Samiz's injured hand, which is marked with blood, causing the prince to cry out. Samiz is startled by the rough handling, his face pale from the pain. Harold suggests they head inside immediately to treat the prince's wounds. Samiz remains defensive and angry, clearly unhappy with how the day turned out. Harold insists that medical treatment cannot wait and leads Samiz away. He calls for guards to help the prince to the lobby and ensure he is well cared for. Harold gives Luna a stern look, commanding her to follow him inside. Luna stands up, deciding it's time to tidy up her mother's mourning hall. Harold walks through the gate, deeply suspicious of Luna's sudden change in appearance and demeanor. Royal Prince Edgar sits atop his horse outside a grand estate, pondering the death of Anna Yin and the potential of her daughter, Luna. A servant rushes to greet him, shocked to see the lord has finally returned after spending 3 months in the frigid lands. Edgar offers a calm smile as he remains on his mount, acknowledging the servant's surprise. He announces his intention to stay for a significant amount of time this time around. Overcome with emotion, the servant tears up, relieved that the lord will finally take over his official duties. Edgar looks away, deciding that he will have to schedule a meeting with Lady Luna for another day. With a command to follow, the prince steers his horse forward to head back home. The duo rides through the town square, leaving onlookers behind as the servant struggles to keep the pace. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the serene entrance of the Drizzle house. Inside a quiet room, a mother and daughter sit together among the traditional decor. The mother encourages the young girl to eat, placing a tray of food and a bowl of porridge before her. She attempts to spoon-feed the girl, trying to coax her into taking at least a small bite. The white-haired girl turns her head away in frustration, refusing the meal entirely. With a defeated sigh, the mother places the spoon back into the bowl. She gently pats the girl's head, warning her that her health will decline if she continues to refuse food. The girl looks up with teary eyes, admitting she simply cannot let the recent events go. The mother's expression hardens as she promises to punish those who have caused her daughter such grief. She vents her anger toward another woman named Peach, accusing her of instigating the trouble. A knock at the door interrupts them as a servant girl named arrives to deliver a report. Lynn steps inside, waiting for permission to share the information she has gathered. She informs them that Mrs. Kim visited both the West House and Mistress Willow's residence that morning. The mother's eyes sharpen as she realizes the implications of this news. She stands up abruptly, concluding that they have fallen for a strategic trick and asking for Miss Kim's current location. Lynn confirms that the woman should have already made her way back to the Star House. Satisfied for now, the mother dismisses the servant, who bows and prepares to leave. The doors close behind the servant as she exits the room. The girl asks if Claudia Wu is the one behind the scheme, her face full of concern. She wonders how her mother can be so certain about who is pulling the strings. The mother explains that if it were Lindsay, she wouldn't have been so obvious with her mockery. The girl remains quiet, processing her mother's insight into their rival. The mother consoles her, explaining that her sheltered life made her an easy target during the panic. Clenching her fist, the girl vows to prove that she is just as capable as anyone else in the household. The mother tells her to finish her porridge so they can prepare to visit the grandmother. A cold smile plays on the mother's lips as she plans to leverage yesterday's incident during their visit. The daughter is skeptical, pointing out that the grandmother favors Claudia, making an accusation difficult. The mother hands the bowl back to her daughter, confident that her plan will work regardless of favoritism. The girl finally begins to eat, her mood lifting as she sees the logic in the plan. The mother pauses to consider the final details of their appearance. She instructs the girl to change into light-colored clothing to better suit their narrative. A tray of powders and cosmetics is brought out to help the girl achieve a specific look. The girl finishes her meal with a devious plan to appear as miserable as possible to gain the grandmother's sympathy and financial support. A character approaches the starry house to investigate recent developments. Nearby, a frantic message is delivered as hands are grasped in a hurry. Ivy, the servant girl, delivers the shocking news that while Madame Wu is safe, Prince Samiz has been injured. The news of the prince's injury causes immediate concern and confusion for those listening. Ivy explains that a guard accidentally hurt the prince while he was trying to break off his engagement with Luna. Madame Dream finds it suspicious that anyone who opposes Luna seems to meet with misfortune. Her daughter questions if they should still proceed with their plan to enter the hall. The mother leads her daughter inside, determined to follow through with their scheme. They hope that Luna's reckless behavior will eventually lead to her own downfall. Inside the hall, the sounds of someone in pain echo through the room during a medical treatment. The grandmother and Madame Wu sit together as they receive visitors. A new arrival enters the room, catching the attention of everyone present. Madame Wu notes that everyone seems to be remarkably well informed about the current chaos. One of the guests looks visibly shaken while facing Madame Wu's sharp observations. The group is told to settle in and take their seats to discuss the matter at hand. The father looks at his daughter and demands to know what happened to her face. A woman stands up in a flash, completely caught off guard by what she sees. She points a finger in disbelief, questioning if the girl standing there is actually Luna. Madame Dream is told to stay calm and watch as the scene unfolds. The grandmother commands Luna to speak up and answer her father's question. Luna looks around, surprised that the focus of the interrogation has shifted to her. A rival observes that Luna's new appearance is a striking reminder of the late Anna Yin. Lady Claudia tries to downplay the situation, acting as if there is nothing to worry about. A comforting pet is given to keep the atmosphere from becoming too tense. Luna begins her performance, claiming she had a vivid dream about her mother the night before. The grandmother is intrigued and asks for more details about the message from the dream. Luna describes a mystical encounter where her mother's glowing form touched her face. The elders lean in with serious expressions, hanging on every word of the story. Luna begins to sob, explaining that she feared for her life when the wash water turned red. She then reveals the miracle, stating that her birthmark completely vanished after she looked in the mirror. The grandmother immediately offers a prayer of thanks for what she perceives as a divine blessing. The rivals realize that Luna's sudden change in status is a major threat to their own positions. One of them sees in silence, convinced that Luna is putting on a deceptive act to gain sympathy. Grandmother examines Luna's skin, amazed by the sudden disappearance of the mark. She clasps her hands in prayer, attributing this sudden recovery to a divine blessing. Luna remains humble, knowing that leaning into the local superstitions is her best move. Madame Dream isn't buying the act, finding Luna's recent behavior highly suspicious. Grandmother questions the claims as the tension in the room begins to rise. Lady Bright enters the scene looking completely drained and pale. Seeing her state, Grandmother calls her over to investigate what happened. Bright puts on a weak expression, trying to garner sympathy from the matriarch. Luna quickly chimes in, suggesting Bright looks unwell because she visited the morning hall. Shocked by the call-out, Bright's face twists in anger as her secret is exposed. The father slams his hand down in fury, as visiting that hall was strictly forbidden. Terrified, Bright struggles to come up with an excuse for her disobedience. Madame Dream attempts to de-escalate the situation, claiming Bright was just worried about Luna. Claudia Wu joins the conversation, trying to downplay the severity of the rule-breaking. The father remains unconvinced, glaring at Bright for her lack of discipline. Nervous and sweating, Bright clutches her clothes while trying to maintain her composure. She drops to her knees, pleading that her concern for her sister outweighed the orders. Grandmother demands to know exactly what occurred during this secret visit. Bright starts crying, accusing Luna of violently attacking a servant. She goes even further, claiming that Luna didn't hesitate to strike her as well. Grandmother listens intently, weighing the serious accusations against the family's reputation. To make the story more dramatic, Bright claims she was forced to consume items that were completely unhygienic. The grandmother reacts with physical disgust at the mental image Bright is painting. Bright looks up with teary eyes, hoping her performance is enough to sink Luna. Madame Dream keeps a close eye on the grandmother, ensuring the scheme stays on track. She adds to the drama, lamenting that her daughter has been too traumatized to eat. Luna finds the entire display hilarious, watching her rivals turn on each other. The father turns to Luna, demanding to know if these accusations are actually true. Luna plays dumb, asking why there was even food available in a hall where it was banned. Falling right into the trap, Bright shouts that she was the one who brought the meal. Realization hits Bright instantly, knowing she just admitted to another major violation. Madame Dream is mortified, realizing her daughter was easily outmaneuvered into telling the truth. Luna continues her act of confusion, making Bright's story fall apart even further. Grandmother loses respect for Bright, seeing her as someone who can't even maintain a proper lie. A laugh breaks out as the absurdity of the failed frame-up becomes clear. Claudia Wu points out the irony of Bright, trying to blame the person she was targeting. Madame Dream tries to laugh it off, scolding Claudia for being so blunt. Luna takes the high road, kneeling and asking Grandmother to punish her instead of Bright. The grandmother clenches her hand, visibly frustrated by the constant infighting. Madame Dream stands up in a panic, realizing Luna's tactical apology will only make Bright look worse in the end. Grandmother calls the young lady over, assuring her that she won't face any punishment for the incident. Luna offers her thanks while her rival is seen throwing a tantrum and shoving past others in the background. Lady Bright breaks into a fit of hysterical tears, making a massive scene in front of the family. Madame Dream tries her best to comfort her daughter as the girl girl continues to wail loudly. Grandmother rubs her forehead in frustration, unable to bring herself to punish the girl while she's in such a state. She asks Sir Harold to forgive the girl this one time, and he leaves the final decision up to his mother. Luna speaks up, bluntly advising Lady Bright not to keep her servant, because the woman actually despises her. The unexpected comment leaves everyone in the room completely stunned and speechless. Lady Bright can only offer a weak and confused denial regarding her servant's true feelings. Madame Dream tries to trap Luna, questioning how she remembers this detail when she claimed to forget everything else. Luna keeps a subtle smirk, knowing she has the upper hand in this verbal spar. She continues her act of wide-eyed innocence while sitting right next to the family patriarch. Grandmother slams her hand onto the table, finally losing her patience with the ongoing drama. She turns her anger toward Madame Dream, scolding her for her daughter's lack of discipline. Lady Bright looks on in shock as Madame Dream tries to claim that Luna simply misheard the servant. Sir Harold loses his temper, threatening to sell off all the servants if another incident occurs. Lady Bright tries to argue back, insisting her servant would never say anything negative about her. Madame Dream can only shake her head in defeat as the situation spirals out of her control. She bows deeply to the floor, promising to personally discipline her daughter from now on. Grandmother continues to point out the flaws in their behavior, refusing to let the matter drop easily. Lady Bright stands frozen, realizing that her plan to frame Luna has completely backfired. Sir Harold barks at Lady Bright, ordering her to leave because she is officially grounded. The girl makes a ridiculous face as she cries, complaining that the entire family is being unfair to her. She finally turns and runs out of the room, unable to handle the public disgrace. Madame Dream quickly excuses herself so she can follow and deal with her distraught daughter. Luna watches them go, thinking to herself that there's no real challenge in defeating such a weak opponent. The focus shifts to Prince Samiz, who has been observing the family's internal conflict from the side. A report is given on the prince's condition, noting several injuries to his hands that require a royal doctor. A family member expresses genuine shock at just how badly the prince was wounded during the chaos. Luna looks confused as she listens to the family worry about how this injury affects their reputation. She puts on a selfless act, wishing the sword had hit her instead so her father's career wouldn't be at risk. Grandmother is touched by the gesture, gently holding Luna's hand to comfort her. She then asks Luna to explain exactly how the prince ended up getting hurt in the first place. Luna maintains her facade of total innocence, looking up with wide, shimmering eyes. Prince Semith stands up with his arms heavily bandaged, insisting the injury happened under their roof. He sits back down and demands that the matriarch make a final decision on the matter. Grandmother calmly states that she knows for a fact Luna was not the one who wounded him. The prince is visibly enraged that his attempt to pin the blame on her is being dismissed so easily. He threatens to report the entire cover-up to his father, the emperor, if they don't comply. Sir Harold panics at the threat, knowing the consequences of offending the imperial family. He tries to offer a humble apology, but the prince rudely shuts him down immediately. Samiz holds up his bandaged hands, using his physical state to leverage more power over them. While grandmother calmly sips her tea, the prince declares he needs someone to serve him until he fully heals. Sir Harold tries to smooth things over by asking if the prince's engagement to Luna is still on. The prince confirms it is, but adds that he wants Luna to be the one to wait on him as compensation. Sir Harold is about to agree to the demand just to keep the peace and save his own skin. Grandmother lets out a sharp cough, signaling for Harold to stop talking before he makes a mistake. She warns him to think twice, privately noting that Samiz is the least promising of all the princes. Ignoring the elders, the prince stands up and demandingly tells the dumb girl to come with him. Luna sighs in disappointment, realizing her father is too spineless to protect her and she'll have to handle it herself. Luna stands up and boldly accuses Prince Samiz of her mother's death, claiming her own life is in danger if she follows him. Samiz is outraged by the accusation and loudly denies having any hand in the tragedy. Luna counters by pointing out that public opinion is against him and that his current injuries were caused by his own reckless actions. Grandmother and Sir Harold exchange a knowing look, wondering if the young girl has uncovered a deeper secret. Harold interrupts with a cuff, reminding the prince that there is a standing promise he must not forget. The prince swallows hard, clearly unsettled by the mention of their prior agreement. He forces a strained smile and quickly claims that he hasn't forgotten his word. Luna watches the tense exchange and realizes that her mother's passing involves a far more complex conspiracy than it seems. Grandmother observes the girl's sharp intuition, thinking that Luna might become a powerful asset for the family's future. She then turns to Samiz, asking him to carefully reconsider if Luna was truly the one who caused his injuries. Samiz is momentarily stunned by grandmother's blunt line of questioning. He quickly pivots, dismissing the mark on his face but insisting that Luna is responsible for his injured right hand. Luna mocks his logic, noting that while the public heard and confessed to a crime, no one actually saw her harm him. Harold grows increasingly anxious, fearing that if Luna is sent away with the prince, she might eventually discover the dark truth about the past. Samiz aggressively steps forward to confront the girl directly. He reaches out with his bandaged hand, accusing her of hiding her actions behind her long sleeves. The prince lunges toward her in a fit of frustration, trying to catch her off guard. Grandmother is shocked by his lack of decorum and shouts at him to stop at once. Harold immediately moves to block the prince, shielding Luna from his reach. Harold reminds Samiz that Luna is still officially in mourning, and asks him to show some respect for the family's situation. situation. Dissatisfied and impatient, Samiz threatens to report the Prime Minister's interference to the Emperor. Harold remains calm, stating that even a royal complaint won't give the prince the advantage in this specific dispute. Grandmother attempts to lower the tension by inviting the prince to sit down and enjoy some tea. The prince scoffs at the invitation as the group gathers in the ornate reception room. He holds up his heavily wrapped hands, mockingly asking how he is supposed to hold a cup in his current state. Grandmother offers a stiff apology for the oversight and gestures for him to take a seat. Suddenly, a voice from behind a decorative screen suggests there is a much simpler way to resolve the conflict. Lady Lindsay steps out and suggests that Luna should simply be officially engaged to the prince to settle the debt. Harold turns around in a fury, demanding to know why Lindsay has been eavesdropping on their private meeting. Lindsay acts innocent, claiming she was merely waiting to greet her grandmother and saw everything unfold. Harold isn't buying the act and orders her to leave immediately before he loses his temper. Lindsay lowers her head in a huff, feeling that her father is constantly showing favoritism toward her sister. Luna begins to fake a sob, reminding everyone that Samiz previously returned her betrothal letter because he preferred another lady. While appearing to cry, she hides a devious smile, mocking his sudden change of interest. She calmly sits back down, maintaining her facade of a fragile victim while holding her tea. Samiz tells her to stop dragging other people into the argument, claiming he only wants to teach her a proper lesson. Luna closes her eyes and frowns, carefully calculating her next move. She stands up once more, challenging the prince to wait until he is fully healed before demanding any form of compensation. Lindsay is caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. She tries to get close to Luna, seemingly agreeing with the girl's bold stance. Luna immediately puts some distance between them, clearly not buying the act. She coldly tells Prince Samiz to seek medical attention, masking her disdain with a fake show of concern. Lindsay enthusiastically agrees to leave and take care of the injury. Before departing, the prince leaves Harold with a sharp warning about disciplining his daughter. He heads out the door with a casual goodbye, leaving a tense atmosphere behind. Harold can't contain his rage, shouting an insult after retreating Prince. The grandmother tries to calm the situation, reminding Harold that they must stay prepared since Samiz still holds royal status. Harold acknowledges the gravity of the situation with a grim expression. The grandmother then turns her focus back to Luna. Luna responds with a polite and submissive tone to keep up appearances. Despite the circumstances, grandmother informs Luna that she will still have to serve a detention. Luna pleads with her not to hand her over to Prince Samiz in the future. Secretly, grandmother realizes Luna is far too valuable to be given away so easily. Harold announces his immediate departure for the palace to handle matters there. Seeing Luna's lack of support, grandmother decides to assign her some more capable servants. Another lady in the room quickly agrees to carry out the order. Grandmother offers a comforting gesture while making sure a doctor checks on Luna's health. Luna finds it amusing that her family still believes she is the same simple girl from before. The matriarch dismisses the group, keeping only Sharon by her side. Later, the sisters walk through the back garden amidst the blooming flowers. Claudia calls out for Luna to wait up. She forces Luna to a halt to begin a lecture. Luna looks back with a confused expression, wondering what she wants now. Claudia tells her she needs to start behaving herself properly. She warns Luna against repeating the embarrassing display from earlier in the day. Luna points to herself, acting surprised that she's the one being scolded. Claudia doubles down, calling Luna's previous actions complete nonsense. Luna mockingly notes that Claudia is starting to sound just like their grandmother. Claudia questions the quality of the upbringing Luna received from her late mother. Playing the part of the knave sister, Luna asks the knowledgeable Claudia to teach her more. Claudia agrees to help for the sake of the family's reputation. As Claudia walks away with a final warning, Luna laughs at her sister's misplaced sense of superiority. Over at the Royal Prince Palace, a mysterious man sits at his desk, deeply worried about Luna's safety. He's so distracted that he lets ink drip onto his work, ruining the page. He stares at the blotch in shock, unable to focus. An attendant notices his unusual behavior and asks if something is wrong. The man crumples the paper, frustrated by the thought of Luna living with such a family. The attendant looks on with growing concern for his master's state of mind. The man dismisses the worry, preparing to start writing again. He pens a message about how gossip can be a silent but deadly weapon. He sets his brush aside, telling the attendant to stop hovering. Unable to sit still, he stands up, determined to check on Luna himself. He holds a secret message tightly in his hand. He declares his intent to go out, even as his attendant tries to follow. With a swift move, he vanishes before anyone can stop him. The attendant is left calling out to the empty courtyard. The man realizes that due to social customs, he can only meet Luna in secret for now. He leaves instructions regarding a new publication, while his servant wonders about the next update. A mysterious man stands outside the Prime Minister's residence, deciding to avoid a formal visit to protect a certain lady's reputation. He determines that sneaking into the estate is the best way to check on her without causing a scene. With a swift movement, he leaps onto the roof, moving stealthily across the tiles. Looking down at the courtyard, he is shocked by the dilapidated state of the area where Luna is kept. He watches intently from his hidden vantage point as Luna finally returns to her quarters. Two young maids rush out to meet her, their faces full of concern and relief. Luna looks exhausted, but she manages to tell her worried maid that she's at least still alive. The maid urges her to keep her spirits up despite the harsh treatment she's receiving. She quickly leads Luna inside to escape the prying eyes of the rest of the household. Once they are in a safer spot, the maid asks Luna if she was frightened by the day's intense events. The young girl continues to express her deep worry for her mistress' safety. A moment of silence passes as the maid considers the difficult path ahead of them. She points out that the entire household bullies Luna and that even Harold seems to allow it. Luna wonders if the family simply assumes she is too dim-witted to realize how she's being treated. She asks the maid why she remains so loyal to a lady who has lost all favor and power. The maid drops to the floor and Luna demands to know if she is truly a person she can trust. The maid explains that her life belongs to Luna because of a debt of gratitude owed to Luna's late mother, Mistress Anna. She vows to stay by Luna's side forever as a way to repay the kindness she once received. Accepting this show of loyalty, Luna tells the girl to sit and explain the complicated family structure. Luna admits her memory is a bit hazy and needs a full rundown of every family member. The maid begins with Madame Sharon, noting she has a high-ranking background and 2 children. Luna focuses intently on the explanation, making sure to catch every detail. She asks why her brothers weren't present during the earlier confrontation at the house. The maid clarifies that the brothers are away for training and rarely return home. Luna pretends her mind is just a bit blurred from recent stress as she asks the maid to continue. Using a visual aid of figurines, the maid explains the lineage of Madame Sharon's children, Quentin and Claudia. She moves on to Mistress Dream and her daughter Bright Wu, reminding Luna of their past interactions. The history of Luna's birth mother, Mistress Anna, is detailed next, mentioning her origins in a distant land. The maid then covers other relatives like Lincoln and Lindsay, showing the sheer size of the household. A tragic story is told about Mistress Fenny and how her son William was taken in by Madame Sharon. Finally, she mentions Mistress Zoe and Melody, who choose to live quietly and avoid the family's constant drama. The maid concludes her briefing, having shared everything she knows about the internal politics of the house. Luna reflects on the messy nature of the household while asking for more information on the people they deal with daily. She asserts that she will never settle for a life where she isn't the sole focus of her partner's respect. Up on the roof, the hidden intruder suddenly lets out a sneeze, nearly compromising his position. He wonders why he felt a sudden chill as he continues to observe Luna from the shadows. Despite the complicated family web, Luna remains resolute in her goal, to navigate this world on her own terms. A mysterious figure contemplates visiting the morning hall to check if a certain item is still hidden there. He holds a small note, determined to confirm the object's presence. Inside the quiet room of the late Mistress Anna, the air is thick with history. The maid reveals that the kitchen staff and a woman named Mrs. Wong have been skimming off their monthly allowance. Luna realizes that these servants have been profiting from her family's misfortune for far too long. The maid confirms that their funds are constantly withheld, leaving them with very little. Standing tall, Luna declares that they won't dare to be so blatant now that eyes are on them. The maid is left completely starstruck by her lady's sudden surge of confidence. Luna notes they must clean the morning hall quickly before Madame Sharon arrives. The mere mention of the primary wife coming to visit sends a jolt of surprise through the room. The maid reacts with visible fear, worried about the high-stakes encounter. Elsewhere, Madame Sharon arrives at the Star House, questioning the whereabouts of Lady Claudia. A servant girl explains that Claudia has gone to check on Mrs. Kim. Madame Sharon looks concerned, asking what exactly happened to the woman. The servant details how Mrs. Kim sprained her back during the heated conflict involving Prince Samiz and Luna. Taking charge, Madame Sharon orders for the procuress to be brought to her immediately. The servant girl acknowledges the order and prepares to leave. Madame Sharon suddenly calls out for her to wait, having a second thought. The girl pauses, wondering if there are further instructions for the household staff. Sharon decides that Dr. Zachary should also be summoned to handle the situation. Back at the hall, the atmosphere is somber as the morning ritual continues under a heavy sky. The maid lets out a weary sigh, feeling the weight of the day's events. She laments that Sir Harold is being heartless by cutting the morning ritual down to only 3 days. Luna points out that while the ritual won't bring her mother back, the standard length is usually a full week. Accepting the reality of their situation in the house, Luna prepares to finish the task. She looks toward the memorial tablet set up on the simple wooden table. With a steady hand, she lights a candle to honor the memory of the woman who came before her. Luna is determined to find wherever Yin might have hidden before the renovation begins. She instructs the maid to help her clean the yard and organize her mother's old keepsakes. The maid is surprised by the sudden request to sort through the late mistress' belongings. Luna insists on working together to finish the job as quickly as possible. The maid heads off to grab the necessary cleaning tools to begin the overhaul. 2 hours later, the maid is exhausted from the grueling work they've put in. Luna continues to dig through old chests, refusing to take a break until she finds what she's looking for. She reaches up with a pole to check the high, dusty rafters of the room. The thick dust makes her cough, but she remains focused on her search. Suddenly, something catches her eye near the ceiling. She discovers a hidden compartment, confirming that Anna did indeed hide something of value. A loud, sudden knocking at the door breaks the silence of the hall. The maid looks up in a panic, alerting Luna that they have company at the worst possible moment. Madame Sharon arrives at the morning hall accompanied by Dr. Zachary and her personal staff. Luna and Ninger wait at the entrance to greet the primary wife as she approaches. Sharon observes Luna closely, noting that the young lady appears much more energetic than she was during their last meeting. Luna offers her thanks while privately realizing that Sharon is highly suspicious of her sudden recovery. With a polite smile, Sharon explains that she has brought a doctor specifically to check on Luna's health. Luna plays along with the concern, apologizing for causing the household any worry regarding her condition. Luna maintains a facade of affection by pulling close to Sharon as they head inside together. Ninger prepares for the visit by inviting Madame Sharon to take a seat at the table. Sharon notices the paint on the chair is peeling and hesitates to sit down in the dilapidated room. She worries that the rough wood will snag her expensive new silk dress if she sits. Claiming Luna is still weak, Sharon insists that the girl should sit so Dr. Zachary can take her pulse. Luna extends her arm across the table to begin the medical examination. Sharon looks on with annoyance, judging Luna for her apparent lack of formal manners. Ninger gasps in surprise as Luna prepares for the doctor's assessment. Luna quickly uses a cloth to cover her wrist, adhering to the proper etiquette for a clinical pulse reading. She keeps a playful expression while mentally mocking the overly complex rules of the era. The medical kit is laid out on the table as the examination begins in earnest. Dr. Zachary proceeds with the checkup, carefully monitoring Luna's pulse through the cloth. The doctor maintains a professional focus while analyzing the girl's physical state. Sharon watches the process intently, eager to hear the doctor's findings. The clinical assessment continues as the doctor concentrates on the rhythmic beat of the pulse. Dr. Zachary concludes that based on the pulse, the patient is definitely the original Lady Luna. Sharon looks visibly frustrated by the news as the results don't support her suspicions. Luna realizes the doctor is picking up on the fact that the body was severely undernourished in the past. Sharon closes her eyes in disappointment, unable to find evidence of an imposter. Refusing to give up, Sharon prepares to question the doctor about a different concern. She asks specifically about Luna's mental state, noting her sudden change in behavior. Dr. Zachary bows respectfully and states that he found nothing wrong with Luna's brain. Sharon demands a recheck, finding it impossible that a formerly dull girl could recover so quickly. The doctor explains that human brains are complex and suggests Sharon find a specialist if she is still unsatisfied. Sharon realizes she has reached a dead end with this line of questioning and looks stunned. She orders her staff to see the doctor out and bring in the group of servants waiting outside. Luna smiles and suggests that Sharon should call for the previous doctor if she remains worried about her health. Sharon pats Luna's head, putting on a show of maternal care for the sake of appearances. Luna hugs Sharon back while acknowledging to herself that everyone in this house is playing a game. Sharon looks slightly flustered by Luna's sudden and uncharacteristic display of affection. Sharon announces that she has selected several new servant girls for Luna to choose from. She insists that a single maid is not enough for someone of Luna's standing in the household. The two walk out to the courtyard where a line of potential candidates is waiting. Luna looks over the group with a keen and observant eye, preparing to make her selection. The gathered servant girls bow in unison as they are presented to their new mistress. The group of candidates remains standing at attention as the selection process begins. Luna examines the potential servants, noting that none of them seem to have the look of a hidden spy. She quickly makes her decision and points out the two girls she wants to hire. A servant approaches with a tray carrying the legal indentures for the chosen maids. Seeing the documents, Luna instructs Ninger to take charge of them immediately. The servant hands over the tray, officially transferring the paperwork to Ninger's care. Madame Sharon warns the new recruits to perform their duties to the best of their abilities. The two girls immediately drop to their knees to show their submission and understanding. Sharon notes that Ninger is only a second-rank servant and suggests a change in staff. This revelation about the ranking system catches Luna completely off guard. Sharon introduces Lily, a high-ranking servant, and assigns her to manage Luna's daily routine. Luna senses that this new arrival is likely a plant sent to monitor her every move. To protect her ally, Luna asks Sharon to promote Ninger to the same high rank as Lily. Luna grabs Sharon's arm and begins pleading for the promotion with a persistent attitude. Despite Sharon's initial refusal, Luna continues to lean on her and beg for the favor. The pressure continues as Luna insists that promoting her longtime maid is only fair. To avoid appearing heartless, Sharon finally relents and agrees to the promotion. Sharon tells Luna to follow the rules and quickly makes her exit with her own entourage. With the madam gone, Luna turns her focus back to the new additions to her household. The two new maids remain bowed low on the floor, waiting for further instructions. Luna starts by asking the pair for their names to establish a baseline for their roles. The girls request that Luna bestow new names upon them as per custom. Luna declines, telling them to stand up and just use the names they already have. While walking through the grounds, she explains that her main rule is absolute obedience. She gives them a piercing look, warning them that betrayal will not be tolerated. The two maids, Cecile and Wendy, acknowledge the warning with visible trembling. The sun shines over the quiet estate as the new household dynamic begins to take shape. Ninger takes the lead and guides the new recruits toward their designated living quarters. Lily speaks up, wondering exactly where she is expected to stay in the manor. Luna informs her that she will be living in a storage room located near her mother's area. Lily is stunned to realize she is being relegated to such a low-tier room. After settling the others, Ninger returns to report that the new staff members are in their rooms. Luna tells her to find a cleaning cloth so that Lily can start her chores immediately. Lily is absolutely horrified at the idea of a high-ranking servant doing manual labor. Luna hands over the cloth anyway, insisting that there is plenty of work to be done. Lily tries to protest, reminding Luna that her rank should exempt her from such tasks. tasks. Luna just smiles, knowing that keeping the spy occupied with busy work is the best strategy. Lily stands there clutching the cloth, looking completely defeated by her new assignment. 2 hours later, Ninger reports that Lily hasn't lifted a finger to clean the morning hall. Luna smirks, clearly satisfied that her plan to sideline the spy is working perfectly. When Ninger asks if they should keep her there, Luna decides it's time for a change of pace. She instructs Ninger to let Lily return to her room so she can pay her final respects to her mother in private. As incense smoke fills the air, Luna prepares to search for the hidden items her mother left behind. She spots a bundle tucked away on a high ledge and realizes a well-aimed stone is the key to reaching it. With a precise throw, she knocks the blue bag right off the wooden beam. Luna catches the mystery package and celebrates her successful retrieval. She beams with joy, finally holding the secrets her mother kept hidden for so long. Opening the bundle, she finds several items, including a specialized jade keepsake. She examines the high-quality charm, noting that her mother refused to sell it even when they were destitute. Realizing its immense value, Luna knows this heirloom is far more than just a simple decoration. She scans the room, searching for a secure spot to stash the bundle away from prying eyes. Her eyes settle on the ornate wooden bed as the perfect place for a secret compartment. Luna quickly hides the items under the floorboards, ensuring they are completely out of sight. Ninger rushes back in to report that Lily is complaining about the state of the storage room. Acting casual, Luna sits on the floor with a small tool to mask her recent activities. Ninger looks on in confusion, wondering why her mistress is sitting on the ground with a random object. Luna smoothly claims she was just using the tool to secure one of her mother's old keepsakes. The maid is completely baffled and tries to figure out exactly where the item was hidden. Luna playfully explains that a secret is only useful if it's impossible for others to find. Ninger shifts the focus, asking what their next move will be now that the items are safe. Luna anticipates that her grandmother's staff will arrive shortly to handle the funeral arrangements. Ninger reflects on how deeply Mistress Anna cared for Luna before she passed away. Luna promises to remember those days eventually, though Ninger jokingly hopes she keeps her sharp new personality. Their conversation is cut short by a series of loud, firm knocks at the door. The two girls look toward the entrance, realizing the expected visitors have arrived. A group of stern men led by the household butler enters to begin the burial process. Luna greets them calmly and asks what she needs to do to prepare for the ceremony. The butler insists that Luna should step aside and leave the difficult work to the professionals. He gives a respectful nod, taking full command of the funeral proceedings. As the group prepares to move out, a sudden shout rings out, demanding that they wait. Lily approaches Butler Wu with a humble posture. The butler is confused to see Lily there and asks why she's present. Lily explains that while she was sent to serve Luna, she's been ordered to do the heavy cleaning instead. Butler Wu is shocked that the supposedly foolish Luna has the nerve to boss around Madame Sharon's girl. Luna politely tells Lily that if the task is too much, she and Ninger will handle it themselves later. The butler is taken aback by Luna's offer to do the work herself. Luna explains that since they are short-handed, she wants to help out with the chores. She holds up a cleaning bundle, acting as if the manual labor is no trouble at all. Seeing her determination, the butler gives his approval. Luna takes charge, ordering the removal of the morning hall and sending Lily to fetch more water. Lily reluctantly heads out, frustrated that serving Luna is turning out to be so difficult. Butler offers his final condolences to Luna, advising her to move forward. Overcome with grief, Ninger collapses to the ground and begs Mistress Anna to rest in peace. Luna kneels beside her loyal maid, urging her to stop crying so her mother can move on. She pulls Ninger into a supportive embrace as the funeral proceedings continue. Luna looks on with a sharp gaze, promising to reclaim everything they've lost. Luna gently wipes the tears from Ninger's face with a clean cloth. Ninger looks at her lady with wide, watery eyes, seeking comfort. Luna reminds her that they must live well to ensure her mother doesn't worry from the afterlife. Ninger continues to rub her eyes, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for her mistress. Luna pulls the maid to her feet and warns her that a difficult struggle is just beginning. Ninger smiles through her tears, realizing how much she cares for Luna. Meanwhile, Lily storms away from the scene, absolutely fuming with rage. She slams a heavy wooden bucket down by the well with a loud thud. The servant regrets not dumping the water sooner to save herself the effort of carrying it. She reflects on her comfortable past life and grows bitter over the sudden hard labor. Lily is baffled that a girl who was recently considered dumb is already manipulating her. She stands up with a devious look, determined to get the last laugh in this power struggle. Lily grabs the bucket again, her frustration boiling over. She spitefully splashes the dirty water out, letting her anger flare. Lily breaks the fourth wall to address the readers about the intense female rivalry in the story. A mysterious young man observes the ongoing events from a distance with a thoughtful expression. He picks up a brush to practice calligraphy, hoping he'll get more screen time soon. The man smiles confidently, hinting at a secret role he might play in the future. Luna kneels on the floor, carefully inspecting a loose tile to uncover a hidden stash. She reveals a secret compartment containing a jar and several small keepsakes. Gathering the items in a cloth, she orders the contents to be taken away immediately. A sudden thought stops her in her tracks as she clutches the bundle tightly. She pulls a letter from the stash, realizing she almost overlooked a vital piece of correspondence. Luna holds the bundle and the letter, hoping the intended recipient understands the message once it is read. Later, Lily arrives to serve a meal at the dining table. The maid sets down a plate and encourages her lady to enjoy the food. Luna begins eating, relieved to finally have a proper meal after the recent chaos. The two share a brief, lighthearted moment as the meal concludes. Feeling satisfied, Luna takes a moment to relax after finishing her food. Lily immediately steps forward to offer a fresh cup of tea. The maid maintains a polite smile while presenting the beverage. Luna eyes the drink with suspicion, sensing an ulterior motive behind the gesture. Lily remains standing, standing, waiting for her lady to accept the tea. Luna flatly refuses the drink and tells the maid to set it aside. When Lily insists the tea is healthy, Luna demands to know who gave her that information. The maid is visibly shaken by the sudden and direct questioning. Luna stands up and lectures her on the proper rules for consuming liquids after a meal. Caught in a mistake, Lily immediately bows and offers her apologies. The other attendants look on as the tension in the room rises. Luna decides to keep her enemies close, appointing Lily as her personal attendant. Lily accepts the position with a cheerful but hollow response. Luna warns that Lily will be held responsible for the conduct of the other maids from now on. Ninger is given authority over the West House, much to Lily's secret frustration. Without another word, Luna turns her back and begins to walk away. She stops to ask if the meals are sourced directly from the main kitchen. A maid explains that while today's food is from the kitchen, previous meals came from unknown sources. Luna learns the drinking water is currently being pulled from the backyard well. She issues a strict command that only boiled water from the main kitchen is allowed for consumption. The maids whisper among themselves, realizing Luna suspected something was wrong with the tea. Luna calls out to Lily once more to give her a final assignment. Lily responds instantly, trying to regain her standing. Luna orders her to find out when Madame Sharon plans to renovate the yard. The rest of the staff is dismissed, leaving only a trusted ally behind. Ninger stands by the door and calls out to her lady while entering the room. She wonders if there is something wrong with the well water that requires such caution. Luna looks serious and advises that they avoid using the water entirely for the time being. The two discuss Lily's suspicious behavior, confirming she is acting as a spy for Madame Sharon. Ninger asks for guidance on how they should handle the deceptive servant. Luna ponders her next move, acknowledging that Madame Sharon is a formidable opponent. Ninger expresses her unwavering confidence as long as she is by her lady's side. Luna continues to think deeply about the challenges ahead. She reaffirms her trust in Ninger, noting that they have survived many hardships together. Ninger enthusiastically pledges her absolute loyalty to any task Luna gives her. Luna mentions that dealing with hidden enemies directly would be much simpler, which shocks the young maid. She tests Ninger's resolve by asking if she would still follow her even if things turned violent. Luna holds Ninger close while emphasizing the harsh reality of their situation. Ninger stares back in silence, processing the weight of her lady's words. Ninger recalls the tragic fate of Mistress Anna and the dangers they've always faced. Luna releases her grip, letting the maid stand on her own. The maid swears on her former mistress's memory that she will never betray Luna. Together, they resolve to find a way to survive the brewing storm within the household. Luna reflects on their past weakness and vows that they will never be bullied again. Ninger asks if they should take the same stance against Sir Harold and Madame Wu. Luna takes a seat and asks for more details regarding Butler Wu's character. Ninger explains that the butler is known among the servants for being strictly professional and efficient. Luna weighs the intelligence of the butler against Lily's cunning. Ninger points out Lily as the more dangerous of the two. Luna sighs, knowing that their future will be anything but peaceful. The scene shifts to the brightly lit corridors of the Star House at night. Inside, a woman questions why a servant is visiting her instead of attending to Luna. Lily complains about being forced to do menial labor the moment the lady left. Madame Sharon grows impatient and demands that the spy gets straight to the point. Lily kneels on the floor, suggesting that Luna's actions are part of a calculated plan. Madame Sharon closes her eyes, realizing that Luna is attempting to force total submission. Lily finds it hard to believe that the girl who was recently considered simple-minded could be this clever. Madame Sharon looks down at the kneeling servant, questioning the certainty of her observations. Lily hesitates as she prepares to report back to her mistress. Madame Sharon sips her tea while ordering Lily to keep a close watch and report any new findings immediately. Lily expresses her concern that Luna already suspects her and doesn't offer any trust. Sharon grows cold, warning Lily not to return unless she has actual information to share. Terrified of the consequences, Lily bows low and promises to do her absolute best. Sharon dismisses her, instructing her to use a daily medicinal tonic as an excuse to visit Luna's quarters. While pouring more tea, Sharon reflects on the need to be cautious since Luna is the daughter of a formidable woman. She decides that while she might let a harmless girl live, she will show no mercy if Luna is actually plotting against her. Back in her room, Luna downs a bowl of bitter medicine in a single go. Ninger and Lily watch in total shock as she finishes the entire serving of gold thread root water. Luna sets the empty bowl down without flinching at the taste. Lily can't believe how easily the young lady handled such a foul-tasting drink. Luna hands the bowl over, signaling for Lily to take it away. Lily awkwardly accepts the dish, feeling the weight of the task Sharon gave her. Lily excuses herself to return the bowl while Luna remains with her loyal maid. Ninger notes how bitter the room smells, but Luna remains focused on their upcoming meeting with Madame Wu. Late that night, the manor falls into a deep silence as the inhabitants go to sleep. Luna sits by a single candle, deciding it's finally time to inspect a mysterious jar she found earlier. She looks inside and is instantly surprised by what she discovers. Realizing she missed something important before, she reaches into the hidden compartment. She pulls out a secret note that had been tucked away out of sight. Luna is impressed and unsettled that someone managed to hide this right under her nose. The note contains a cryptic warning about words being like blades that can end lives without leaving a trace. She puzzles over the message, wondering what the sender was trying to communicate. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the shadows, mocking her for being so wary. Luna snaps her head toward the dark corner, demanding the intruder reveal themselves. She instantly draws a small blade, ready to strike at the person hiding in the room. The voice asks if she's afraid of being eliminated right then and there. Luna lowers her guard slightly, deducing that the sender of the note wouldn't have left it if they intended to kill her immediately. The intruder finds her logic quite clever. Despite the danger, Luna remains composed and offers the stranger a cup of tea. A man finally steps into the light, clapping at her bravery and noting she is truly her mother's daughter. Luna looks down at the small slip of paper in her hand, her expression one of pure surprise. The mysterious visitor offers a subtle, knowing smile as he watches her reaction. Luna immediately steps forward, demanding to know if the man is acquainted with her mother. He maintains his distance, questioning whether that information is actually relevant to her current situation. Moving into close proximity, the man looms over her while she firmly asks for his identity. He simply smiles and dismisses her curiosity, stating that she asks far too many questions. Clearly flustered by the intrusion, Luna tells him to leave her sight immediately. The man casually gestures toward the table, questioning her lack of hospitality since she previously invited him for tea. Luna takes a seat and slams her hand against the table, declaring that her hospitality depends on his willingness to talk. Ignoring her outburst, the man calmly pours tea from a white pot into a small cup. He holds the cup with a smirk, insisting that it simply isn't the right time for her to have the answers she seeks. He leans in slightly, telling her that the truth will be revealed when the moment is right. Frustrated by the riddles, Luna grabs the teapot and tells him to stop speaking in pretentious nonsense. She takes a sip of the tea herself, demanding that he finally get to the point. The visitor relents, agreeing to share some information as he settles into a more relaxed posture. He warns her that the Prime Minister's residence is a complex and dangerous place where a single mistake could be fatal for her and her loved ones. Luna pauses mid-sip, asking if he is truly aware of what she is planning to do. He asks if her plan involves taking out everyone in the household just to save herself the effort. Luna immediately spits out her tea in a state of total shock at his bluntness. After recovering, she wipes her face and questions why he thinks she wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. He explains that she would be caught long before completing her goal and asks if she wants to know the real circumstances behind Anna Yin's passing. Luna places a hand over her heart and vows to uncover the truth, as the man stands up to conclude their meeting. Looking up at him, Luna asks what the next step of their arrangement will be. He gives her one last cryptic look as he prepares to depart. Luna agrees to the terms, signaling her consent to the deal. They strike their palms together in a sharp clap to finalize their temporary alliance. Even as he prepares to leave, Luna tries one more time to get him to reveal who he is. He places a hand on her shoulder and repeats that she will find out his identity in due time. Luna then asks how she is supposed to get in contact with him in the future. He notes that frequent private visits from a man would be detrimental to her social standing. Standing by the door, he advises her to spend more time with Madame Wu whenever possible. He promises to find a more appropriate opportunity to meet her out in public. Left alone in the room, Luna watches him go and reflects on what a strange individual she has just encountered. Luna wakes up after a restful night and stretches out her arms. She rubs the sleep from her eyes as she fully rouses herself. The young lady recalls waking her maid, Lily, in the middle of the night to maintain a watchful guard. To get the day started, she gives the dozing maid a light kick to wake her up. Lily jolts awake with a startled cry from the sudden contact. Luna leans on her hand and teases the girl about having a nightmare. After shaking off the grogginess, Lily asks if her mistress is ready to freshen up for the day. Luna confirms her plans, stating it is time to pay a visit to her grandmother. Another servant, Ninger, steps in to carefully style Luna's hair for the social call. Luna instructs Lily to go back to sleep while Ninger accompanies her to the meeting. Lily looks downcast, suspecting she is being intentionally kept away from Madame Wu. Before leaving, Luna orders Lily to have the other servants clear out the old furniture for repair. The maid huffs in annoyance as she watches her mistress depart without her. Outside, the household staff begins hauling away boxes of old items as instructed. The other maids whisper among themselves, wondering why Lily seems so upset. Lily walks off with a stern expression, leaving the heavy lifting to the others while she goes to rest. Over at the grandmother's residence, the elder woman enjoys a quiet morning with another young relative. The grandmother smiles warmly while engaging in light conversation. Luna makes a grand entrance, looking vibrant and well-composed in her morning attire. The grandmother beams with joy at the sight of her granddaughter's visit. The other girl in the room questions what could have possibly brought Luna here so early. Luna immediately goes in for a hug, claiming she simply missed her grandmother dearly. The grandmother returns the affection, clearly pleased by the sudden display of warmth. A tray filled with various keepsakes and charms is brought out as a special gift. Luna sticks close to the elder woman while offering her sincere thanks. The grandmother explains that she went out of her way to secure ready-made clothes for her. The other girl looks on with envy, lamenting that she hasn't received new clothes in quite some time. The grandmother playfully scolds the girl, reminding her that she just received gifts from her mother. The girl laughs it off, admitting she can never have enough beautiful things. Luna's expression turns serious for a moment as she realizes she has much more important matters to deal with than petty wardrobe rivalries. She quickly hides her thoughts and praises her grandmother's incredible generosity. Luna admires the fine fabric of the new garments presented to her. The grandmother promises to ensure she has a fresh wardrobe for every upcoming season. Luna looks surprised after hearing she'll receive new clothes for every single season. She hugs her grandmother tightly, complaining that the servants often forget to send supplies to her house. The matriarch promises to have Sharon deliver everything she needs so she won't have to suffer anymore. Luna plays up her affection, claiming she feels safe from Prince Semiz's bullying as long as her grandmother is there. Eager to see what else is in store, Luna asks to take a look at the gift. Internally, she notes that it seems Madame Wu won't be handing her over to to the prince anytime soon. Her eyes widen in feigned amazement at the sight of the valuable treasures. The box is filled with ornate hairpins, beaded bracelets, and jade rings. Luna picks up a decorative piece and asks how she's supposed to wear it. Grandmother is taken aback, wondering why Luna's mother never taught her about jewelry. Luna explains that she never saw her mother wearing such fine pearls or accessories. With a heavy sigh, the older woman tells her to come closer so she can teach her everything. While the grandmother comforts her, Luna suspects there is something mysterious surrounding Anna Yin's death. Nearby, Lindsay watches with growing envy, realizing she might not get any gifts today. Seeking attention, Lindsay picks up a floral hairpin and asks if it makes her look pretty. She puts on a sweet act, hoping to divert some of the grandmother's favor toward herself. Grandmother gives Lindsay a polite compliment to keep the peace between the girls. Seizing the moment, Lindsay points out that Luna is in mourning and shouldn't be wearing bright colors. Grandmother agrees, noting that the red hairpin might not be suitable for Luna's current situation. Luna immediately realizes Lindsay is trying to scheme her way into taking the jewelry for herself. Grandmother looks at Luna with a soft, pitying gaze. Luna puts on a somber face, acting as though the mention of her mother has made her incredibly sad. The matriarch offers a comforting embrace, telling her she needs to move forward with her life. Lindsay huffs in the background, clearly annoyed that her plan backfired. Luna admires the beautiful hairpin but agrees that she can't wear it just yet. She tells her grandmother she will put the treasures away and wear them in a few years instead. Grandmother smiles, promising to buy her even more fashionable items when that time comes. Luna beams with gratitude, further securing her spot as the favorite grandchild. Grandmother assures her that the rest of the family will eventually treat her with the same kindness. Lindsay sits down in a huff, frustrated that she's walking away with nothing. Luna decides she can't ignore the girl's constant attempts to steal her things and prepares to teach her a lesson. She turns to Lindsay with a fake smile, complimenting her earrings to set her trap. Lindsay touches her jewelry in surprise, wondering if she's finally been caught. Grandmother watches the exchange with a cold, skeptical gaze. Luna points out how exquisite the bracelet is, noting that the jewelry really makes Lindsay stand out. Feeling the pressure, Lindsay quickly tries to cover the pieces and hide them from view. Luna flashes a bright smile, reminding her to be careful not to break the items since they need to be returned later. Lindsay worries that grandmother might have forgotten exactly who she originally gifted those treasures to. However, the matriarch remembers perfectly and is furious that Lindsay took earrings intended for Claudia. Panicking, Lindsay tries to stammer out an explanation to the disappointed elder. Grandmother shuts her down instantly, stating the bracelet doesn't fit young ladies and demanding its immediate return. With a forced smile, Lindsay agrees to give the items back to Mistress Zoe right away. Exhausted by the drama, grandmother rubs her forehead in frustration. Luna politely bows and prepares to take her leave for the day. Lindsay stands by silently, looking completely defeated after her scheme backfires. Seeing another opportunity, Luna asks if she can dine with grandmother later since her own quarters are under renovation. Grandmother agrees and even offers to let Luna pick out new furniture from the family warehouse. Luna happily accepts the generous offer, further solidifying her position. Watching from a distance, Lindsay fumes and internally insults Luna for being such a flatterer. Once they are alone, Lily asks how Luna managed to figure out the jewelry didn't belong to Lindsay. Luna explains that the bracelet's bright colors were far too mature for a young girl to wear. She adds that the earrings were much too elegant to match Lindsay's actual status. When Lily praises her wit, Luna playfully claims she's always been this clever. Meanwhile, Lindsay stands in the hallway looking deeply suspicious of the entire encounter. She tells her maid that there is definitely something fishy going on with Luna's new attitude. Her maid looks on in surprise, not having noticed anything out of the ordinary. Lindsay realizes Luna was smart enough to win over grandmother, while simultaneously making her look like a thief. The maid suggests that maybe Luna's personality just changed after her recent near-death experience. Lindsay isn't convinced and wonders if the humiliation she suffered was truly unintentional. She shakes her head to clear the doubt, refusing to believe she was outplayed. Determined to regain the upper hand, Lindsay vows not to let a fool play tricks on her. She suddenly spots Luna walking away and decides to confront the situation head-on. Her maid is startled by the sudden change in energy as Lindsay prepares to act. Lindsay rushes down the corridor, calling out for Luna to wait up for her. Lindsay calls out to Luna to get her attention. Ninger watches from the side, suspecting that Lindsay is up to no good again. Lindsay rushes over and tries to act friendly, suggesting they walk together since they are heading in the same direction. Luna isn't interested in the act and immediately brushes off Lindsay's touch. When Lindsay offers to help carry the items, Luna firmly declines, stating her own maid can handle it. Internally, Lindsay fumes at the rejection, calling Luna ungrateful fool. She keeps up the facade, insisting Luna has too many things and ordering her own maid to step in. Luna shuts her down with a cold and final refusal. Lindsay continues to plead, acting hurt that her supposed kindness is being ignored. Despite the persistent pestering, Luna remains completely unmoved by the fake display of affection. Luna tells Ninger it's time to go, leaving Lindsay standing there. Refusing to give up, Lindsay reaches out and begs Luna to wait just a moment longer. Luna turns back with an annoyed look, waiting to hear what else could possibly be said. She tells Ninger to wait a short distance away so she can deal with this privately. Crossing her arms, Luna demands that Lindsay stop wasting time and get to the point. Lindsay puts on her best performance, claiming she is sorry for her past behavior and is happy to see Luna recovered. She acts bashful, claiming she only wants to offer a sincere apology. To prove it, she holds out a pair of earrings as a gift of reconciliation. Luna acknowledges the offer but maintains a skeptical distance. Lindsay insists she take them, downplaying their worth by calling them cheap, second-hand keepsakes. Luna accepts the gift, agreeing that value isn't about price and saying they should try to get along. Lindsay beams with a wide, fake smile, appearing overjoyed that her plan is working. Not wanting to be indebted, Luna promises to send a piece of jewelry back to her later. With the interaction over, Luna heads off with Ninger following close behind. Once they are alone, Lotus asks why her lady would give away such valuable items. Lindsay sulks, dismissing the loss and claiming she will simply get better ones later. Lotus complains that Luna was arrogant for not letting them touch the gifts from the matriarch. Lindsay rages internally, hating that the girl she used to bully has now humiliated her. Lotus tries to soothe her lady, telling her it isn't worth getting worked up over. A sinister smirk spreads across Lindsay's face as she shifts her focus to a new scheme. She vows that while Luna has the keepsakes now, she won't have the luck to actually wear them. Luna reflects on how her rivals are easy to read and continues to make new discoveries about their pettiness. Ninger asks what Luna said to Lindsay during their tense exchange. Luna looks back at the room they just left while planning her next move. Luna shows off the charms Lindsay gave her, but Ninger immediately recognizes it as a trap. Knowing a scheme is underway, Luna remains confident and ready for whatever comes next. Ninger looks worried about the potential fallout and asks for a plan. Luna tells the maid to be patient as they walk away from the scene. Instead of wearing the gifts, Luna instructs Ninger to pawn the items for cash. Luna makes it clear that there is zero intention of using the items given by the rival. Ninger realizes that getting rid of the evidence will leave Lindsay with no way to frame them. The two walk through the gardens discussing the constant slander they face behind their backs. Luna looks back with a smirk, feeling ahead of the game. Luna gives Ninger a friendly pat on the head to reassure her. Luna explains how Lindsay's real goal was to steal the gifts grandmother provided. Luna sighs, knowing that grandmother is likely aware of all the internal squabbling. Ninger takes in the lesson, starting to understand the household's power dynamics. Luna explains that surviving this house requires being both smart and respectful to the matriarch. Ninger realizes that the life of a lady is even more difficult than that of a servant. Luna turns around to deliver a stern warning to the loyal maid. She warns Ninger that being too naive in this environment will lead to a swift downfall. Ninger promises to take the warning to heart and stay alert. Luna stretches out, explaining that the tough talk is only because she doesn't want Ninger to be fooled. Ninger clutches the items, feeling grateful for the guidance. The maid vows to never have naive ideas again, and to remain completely trustworthy. Luna is satisfied to see the maid finally growing a backbone. The pair arrives at a beautiful, secluded pavilion to rest. They sit down to inspect the items they plan to sell for extra funds. Luna picks out a specific floral charm from the pile of jewelry. Ninger looks up as Luna prepares to surprise her. Luna hands over beautiful charm, telling Ninger that it now belongs to the maid. Ninger is absolutely stunned and delighted by the generous gift. The maid expresses gratitude for the high-quality accessory. Ninger realizes how much this gift will irritate Lindsay, who could not get it for herself. Luna relaxes and suggests Ninger wear the charm specifically to annoy the rival. Suddenly, Luna's sharp eyes catch a glimpse of something suspicious nearby. Luna alerts Ninger to a presence watching them from the shadows. A mysterious girl with long white hair is seen spying on them from behind the wall. Melody hides behind the shrubbery, looking incredibly anxious about being spotted. Overcome with panic, the white-haired girl turns and flees deeper into the garden. Luna contemplates the quiet nature of her relative while resting at the pavilion. Ninger explains that Mistress Zoe lives a life of complete isolation, spending her days in prayer. Luna asks for clarification on whether Zoe is the fifth wife married into the family. The maid confirms that the woman lives a secluded life, rarely interacting with anyone. Luna decides to stay vigilant, knowing that even the quietest people can be a threat. Ninger acknowledges the warning while carrying a tray of supplies. The pair arrives at the West House just as the sun begins to set. Laborers are seen working hard to complete the extensive renovations on the estate. Ninger is thrilled by the high-quality upgrades made to their living quarters. Luna tells her to head inside to see the even more impressive changes within the house. The excited maid rushes forward to explore their newly refurbished home. 6 days later at the Drizzle house, a bowl of plain food is slammed onto the table. Lindsay is fuming over her current grounding, heading the simple meals she's forced to eat. Her servant explains that meat has been banned from her diet by order of the head of the house. Enraged, Lindsay slams the table and rants about how her family sided against her. The servant tries to calm her down, warning that others might be listening to her outburst. Lindsay continues to vent her frustration over Luna being treated like a treasure by everyone. With a heavy sigh, the maid suggests that Luna simply has better luck than most. Lindsay refuses to accept that her rival is merely lucky and demands more answers. She questions if Luna was punished for her conflict with the prince. The servant looks away awkwardly, knowing that the outcome was the opposite of what Lindsay hoped for. Irritated by the hesitation, Lindsay points a finger and demands the truth. The maid explains that the lockdown has prevented her from hearing any recent gossip. Another attendant enters the room to serve tea while the tension remains high. Lindsay glares at her staff, doubting their reliability as a knock sounds at the door. She looks toward the entrance, anticipating some kind of news. A young maid named Lynn peeks into the room, calling out to her mistress. Lindsay grabs the girl's arms and demands to know everything about Luna's current status. Lynn reports that Luna is living in luxury with new servants and fine delicacies every day. In a fit of jealousy, a ceramic object is shattered against the floor. Lindsay screams at Lynn, accusing the girl of lying about Luna's success. She finds it impossible to believe that Luna was prized over a member of the imperial family. Lynn cowers in fear, terrified that her report has put her in danger. answer. Lindsay grinds her teeth in silence as she processes the humiliating update. Her eyes narrow with a look of pure malice and brewing schemes. Luna stays busy at her desk, while a servant takes their leave for the night. She suddenly pauses her brushwork as a thought strikes her. Ninger notices the hesitation and asks if anything is wrong. Luna wonders aloud when Sir Harold will finally return to the estate. Despite the uncertainty, she tells Ninger to go rest, trusting that Harold knows exactly what he's doing. Ninger vents her frustration over Prince Semiz's past crimes and his current obsession with Luna. A look of cold determination crosses Luna's face as she vows to avenge her mother's death. When Ninger asks for the plan, Luna stands up to prepare for the night's events. Ninger points out that their workload has shifted and questions if they should keep their current attendant. Luna reasons that keeping the attendant closed as a personal servant is the safest way to prevent any betrayal. Satisfied with the logic, Ninger heads off to bring the girl in for service. Meanwhile, a blonde conspirator worries if they can actually defeat someone with such great strength. The white-haired Lady Bright dismisses the concern, planning to use wit instead of a head-on confrontation. She declares they will use the girl's own tricks against her to settle the score. The blonde follower pledges her absolute loyalty to Lady Bright's cause. Lady Bright hands over a list of instructions, demanding that they act the moment preparations are complete. Under the glow of the moonlight, the estate remains deceptively quiet. Inside her room, Luna admires the decent state of her newly renovated surroundings. She examines a box of specialized tools, noting that she needs to master them quickly. Finding one tool to be particularly unhandy, she realizes she'll need a replacement soon. A sudden, sharp cracking sound echoes from the roof, breaking the silence. Luna spins around toward the window, demanding to know who is lurking outside. Her senses are on high alert as she prepares for a potential encounter. Stepping outside, she wonders if the mysterious man who left her a note has returned. Behind a nearby wall, two masked intruders peek out to survey the area. The white-haired intruder strikes the wall in annoyance, frustrated by the recent repairs to the estate. Her blonde accomplice clutches a heavy sack, ready to carry out their secret task. The leader hushes her companion, ordering her to stay completely silent. Realizing they can't climb the wall, they decide to sneak in through the front door instead. From the shadows, Luna catches sight of them and lets out a confident smirk. She watches their clumsy infiltration from a vantage point, seeing this as the perfect opportunity for some light exercise. A masked intruder peeks through a gap in the door to scout the area. Lady Bright impatiently shoves her nervous accomplice forward to lead the way. The blonde follower clutches a heavy sack, her eyes wide with fear as she worries about the mission. Lady Bright remains hidden in the shadows, her expression cold and determined. The two conspirators scan the courtyard, making sure no one is watching their midnight activities. Lady Bright fumes with rage, unable to contain her growing irritation. She vents her jealousy, frustrated that Luna has received better items than her. Her accomplice tries to keep her focused as they creep further into the estate. Bright snaps at her follower, her anger flaring despite their need for stealth. She orders her partner to place the items they brought exactly where they're told. Dismissing any risks, Bright demands they move faster before the household wakes up. The blonde follower trembles, certain that their clumsy movements will give them away. Lady Bright plots a cruel revenge, deciding to target Luna's servant to send a message. Inside the quiet room, Luna heads toward her bed after a long day. She pulls back the covers, ready to settle in for the night. Luna closes her eyes, exhausted and mumbling to herself as she drifts off. Her attendant peeks through the door, checking to see if her lady needs any assistance. Luna wakes up coughing, feeling the onset of a sudden illness. The attendant looks concerned, asking if her lady has fallen sick. Luna explains that her throat is sore, and she feels quite terrible. Noticing the empty pitcher, the servant offers to fetch fresh water immediately. Luna instructs her to head all the way to the main kitchen for the refill. The attendant agrees with a sly, knowing smirk as she leaves the room. Walking through the dark, the servant grumbles about being sent on a midnight chore. She looks around the eerie courtyard, feeling increasingly unsettled by the silence. A sudden sharp noise echoes through the area, causing her to jump in fright. Terrified, the girl breaks into a run, desperate to get back to safety. Lady Bright suddenly appears from the darkness, cutting off the girl's escape path. Before she can scream, Bright throws a large sack over the servant's head. A heavy impact sends the trapped girl tumbling to the floor. She hits the ground hard, completely immobilized by the heavy fabric. Bright stops to confirm their catch, believing they've successfully nabbed the target. She orders her partner to hurry up and secure the tie on the sack. The two intruders grab the captive, eager to drag her away before they are spotted. They struggle together to haul the heavy load out of the courtyard. From the window, Luna watches them with a smirk, satisfied that everything is going according to plan. A pair of red hands diligently prepares a strange liquid for a secret task. A brush is gripped firmly as the mysterious individual gets to work. Luna applies dark makeup around her eyes to create a terrifying, ghostly appearance. She strikes a pose, fully committed to her role as a vengeful spirit. Night falls over the quiet estate as the sounds of heavy breathing echo through the courtyard. A large sack sits on the ground, containing the captured target. Bright wipes sweat from her brow, complaining about how difficult it was to carry the load. Her follower agrees, looking just as tired from the kidnapping attempt. Bright delivers a harsh kick to the sack to vent her frustration. The blonde follower eagerly asks if they can finally begin their planned sabotage. Bright commands her to move quickly before they are discovered. The follower expresses concern about the approaching security patrols. Bright reveals she has a much more cruel method in mind for their captive. She orders the blonde girl to go and bring a specific person back to their location. The follower hesitates, fearing they will be exposed if anyone else arrives. Bright pulls her closer, demanding she stop being a coward and follow orders. She explains her plot to frame the servant for breaking family rules to ruin Luna's reputation. The follower is impressed by the scheme and rushes off to execute her part. Bright waves her away, anticipating the chaos that is about to unfold. She gives the sack another kick, blaming the servant for her master's actions. Peering into the darkness, Bright starts to open the bag to inspect her prize. She is shocked to find a common teapot tucked inside the sack among the belongings. Furious at the distraction, she hurls the porcelain object away into the garden. She reaches for the captive's arm and notices a set of valuable keepsakes. Deciding to profit from the situation, she takes the charms for herself. Bright hauls the unconscious girl toward the bushes to finish the setup. She stands back, proud of the trap she believes she has successfully laid. Suddenly, a strange glow catches her attention in the dark courtyard. She pauses, confused as to why there would be light at this late hour. Rubbing her eyes, she tries to convince herself she is just hallucinating from excitement. Bright jumps back in terror as a bright flare erupts in front of her. A mysterious blue flame floats ominously in the middle of the path. A terrifying figure with bleeding eyes and pale scares her down from the darkness. A giant red-clawed hand reaches out from the shadows as Bright screams in absolute horror. Bright scrambles across the ground in a total panic, screaming for help as she tries to escape the unseen terror. Her blonde follower hears the frantic cries and realizes Lady Bright is in serious trouble. A witness holding a lantern approaches the follower, offering to head over and investigate the source of the screaming. He tells the girl to follow him closely as they move toward the commotion. Nearby, two other attendants stand outside a building, wondering what all the noise is about. They stay put, recalling their orders to wait right there for further instructions. Inside the bedroom, Luna is shown resting peacefully, looking completely unbothered. She acknowledges her return, appearing calm and collected after her secret mission. Her attendant approaches her, and Luna prepares to explain the next phase of her scheme. Luna wears a sly smile, mentioning she has prepared a little surprise for those trying to ruin her peace. She looks out the door, explaining that she is simply playing along with her enemies to see how things unfold. Her attendant finally realizes that Luna was the one behind the ghostly haunting. Luna confirms this, noting she is also using the situation to test the loyalty of her other staff members. She gives a direct command to have the girls wait at the front door with sticks, ready to strike whoever approaches. Back in the courtyard, Bright is a sobbing mess, still convinced a spirit is hot on her heels. The witness and the blonde follower arrive at the scene, illuminating the area with their lantern. The witness points into the darkness, spotting the frantic lady. Bright continues to run wildly, shouting that a ghost is chasing her through the night. The blonde follower looks confused, pointing out that Bright has even lost her hairpin in the chaos. Bright desperately grabs onto the witness, begging him to protect her from the imaginary phantom. She points back in sheer terror, insisting that the ghost is coming right for them. The witness looks annoyed, telling her flat out that there is no ghost anywhere to be seen. The blonde follower starts to crack under the pressure as well, now convinced the ghost is real. In the middle of the frantic struggle, the lantern is dropped and shatters against the ground. Bright clings to the witness in a state of total hysterics, much to his visible discomfort. Luna watches from the shadows and gives the final signal for her team to move out. The two attendants wait with focused expressions, gripping their wooden sticks tightly. They burst through the doors, shouting at the intruders to identify themselves. Thinking they are dealing with thieves, the girls immediately start swinging their sticks to drive the group away. Bright and her companions get caught in the middle of the wooden barrage, crying out in pain as the ambush takes them completely by surprise. Lady Bright and her accomplice take a heavy beating while begging for the assault to stop. A confused man manages to stumble out of the fray, wondering what is happening. The man loses his footing and lands flat on the ground with a loud thud. Luna and her companion peer through the doorway and spot the fallen intruders in the garden. The young attendant looks on with a worried expression, asking who the person on the ground is. Luna nonchalantly suggests that it must be some sort of criminal. The chaos echoes through the courtyard as someone shouts for everyone to halt. A group of armed guards rushes onto the scene to investigate the disturbance. Two junior attendants look guilty and nervous about the mess they've created. The captain of the guard arrives and surveys the chaotic scene with a stern look. Luna feigns innocence, claiming they only came out because they heard someone screaming about a ghost. The captain looks around skeptically, searching for any sign of a supernatural threat. He quickly realizes the two figures in black are just humans cowering in fear. Another guard alerts the captain to two more individuals lying in the bushes. The guards find a man and a woman sprawled out on the grass, seemingly unconscious. An attendant leans in to check on the woman, who appears to have fainted. The younger staff members start giggling and gossiping about finding a pair together in the dark. The captain orders them to be quiet and calls for the head of the house to be brought in. The blonde accomplice is visibly shaken when she hears that the authorities are being summoned. She whispers to Lady Bright that things are spiraling out of control and they need an exit strategy. Lady Bright finally snaps out of her daze, realizing the gravity of her situation. She attempts to regain her composure and demands respect as a noble woman. The captain offers a perfunctory apology, claiming the darkness made it hard to identify her. He looks hesitant when Bright demands to be taken home immediately. Luna steps out and points out that Bright is supposed to be under house arrest. The attendant joins in, questioning how Bright managed to sneak out of her confinement. Bright and her follower are horrified to see Ninger standing right there, perfectly fine. They realize with a shock that they attacked the wrong person during their scheme. The captain questions why a grounded noble is wandering around the grounds at such an hour. Lady Bright begins to panic, sweating as she struggles to come up with a believable lie. Luna watches the spectacle with a satisfied, subtle smirk. Luna claps her hands in mock surprise at the scandalous scene involving the servant and the watchman. The captain laments his bad luck for having to deal with such a massive scandal so soon after his promotion. The guard urges Lady Bright to wait for Madame Sharon's arrival before leaving the premises. Bright erupts in anger, refusing to take orders and demanding she be allowed to return home immediately. A wall of guards blocks her path, calmly explaining they are simply fulfilling their duties. Luna observes the stalemate and expresses her concern to the captain about the lack of progress. The captain agrees and sends a messenger to Drizzle House to summon Mistress Dream for questioning. Overwhelmed by the situation, the blonde accomplice collapses to the ground in a complete mental breakdown. Bright cringes away from the crowd, screaming at everyone to keep their distance. Madame Sharon finally arrives on the scene, demanding an explanation for the late-night disturbance that woke everyone up. She looks around sternly, waiting for a clear account of the chaos. Luna feigns innocence, claiming the noise woke her up and led her to find Bright in this state. Bright huddles near the other disoriented individuals, looking completely shaken by her recent experience. Madame Sharon questions Bright directly, wanting to know why she has violated her house arrest. In a panic, Bright cries out that the house is haunted by a terrifying ghost. Sharon immediately dismisses the claim as nonsense, ordering her to stop the theatrics. Bright clings to the elder, insisting the ghost resembled Luna and that she must be captured for being possessed. Sharon notices Bright's intense physical reaction to her fear and warns her to be careful with her words. The blonde follower attempts to mitigate the damage, explaining that Bright was simply frightened out of her wits. Luna turns the tables, pointing out that Bright's unauthorized presence at her house is the real issue. Onlookers watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines, finding the late-night spectacle quite entertaining. Sharon remains focused on the breach of discipline, noting that leaving without permission is a serious offense. The guard looks at the two individuals caught in the mess, wondering what exactly happened to cause such a scene. Bright continues to tremble, her mind stuck on the vision of the spirit she claims to have seen. She points toward the bushes, desperate to prove that something was lurking there. Sharon gives the command for her guards to conduct a thorough search of the area. The lead guard reports back that the search turned up absolutely nothing suspicious in the garden. Bright lashes out at the guards, accusing them of being blind and missing the obvious intruder. The guard remains silent, bearing the brunt of her misplaced frustration. Luna helpfully suggests that the darkness might have caused Bright to misinterpret a simple shadow. Losing all remaining composure, Bright describes the horrific features of the ghost, while shaking uncontrollably from the shock. Sharon has finally had enough, declaring that Bright's behavior has brought nothing but shame and humiliation to their entire family. Bright breaks down in tears, pleading for someone to believe her claims about what she encountered in the garden. Luna and her companion press Bright for the truth, wondering if someone else orchestrated her house arrest violation. A flustered servant offers a clumsy denial as the pressure of the investigation mounts. Madame Sharon remains unmoved, questioning Bright's audacity to cause a scene while the head of the house is away. Sharon demands that Bright kneel and face her discipline for violating the family rules. A hand reaches out to intervene in the tense confrontation between the family members. Mistress Dream pulls Bright into a protective embrace, trying to shield her daughter from the harsh reality of her situation. The two women lower themselves to the ground, showing submission to the matriarch's authority. Sharon points out the undeniable mistakes Bright has made, refusing to accept any more excuses. Mistress Dream bows her head in shame, forced to acknowledge the gravity of her daughter's actions. The mother pushes her daughter to offer a formal apology to the matriarch for her disruptive behavior. A sudden cry interrupts the proceedings, drawing everyone's attention toward a new discovery in the garden. Luna discovers Lily lying motionless on the grass, signaling that something has gone terribly wrong. As she supports the unconscious girl, Luna worries about the public disgrace this incident will bring once the truth is out. Hidden away, Bright clenches her fists in frustration, resenting the person she believes is ruining her life. Bright attempts to shift the blame to a supernatural entity, claiming a ghost must be responsible for Lily's current state. Luna counters the claim, questioning why any spirit would target someone as kind-hearted and innocent as Lily. The protagonist demands a clear explanation for the event or threatens to take the matter to a higher authority for judgment. A servant comes forward, claiming he was checking on a strange noise when he was suddenly attacked for no reason. The complex sequence of events is summarized as everyone tries to make sense of the conflicting stories. Bright begs for forgiveness, admitting she only left her room because she was genuinely terrified of the haunting. Madame Sharon begins to wonder if the rumors of the house being haunted might actually have some merit. The matriarch considers hiring an exorcist to deal with the increasingly bizarre and frequent occurrences. The situation escalates when it's discovered that all of Lily's personal keepsakes and charms have vanished. A suspicious bag is spotted discarded near the bushes, suggesting the ghost was actually a very physical thief. The guard presents a collection of items found at the scene, including a rope and a teapot. Luna realizes that this entire event was a calculated setup designed to cause chaos rather than a supernatural haunting. Madame Sharon demands to know how the accused will explain the theft of Lily's belongings. Luna prioritizes Lily's safety, insisting that they call for a doctor to treat the girl's injuries immediately. Sharon watches closely, suspecting that this might be an elaborate trap meant to frame her side of the family. While agreeing to seek medical help, the matriarch makes it clear that the investigation is far from over. To prove her innocence, Luna boldly suggests that they perform a thorough search of everyone present to find the missing items. Sharon agrees to the demand, ordering the search to begin immediately. Dream attempts to defend her daughter, claiming that even if Bright liked such things, she would never stoop to stealing from a servant. Bright panics internally, realizing her situation is dire if a pat-down search occurs. She vocalizes her refusal, desperately crying out that she does not want to be frisked. Sharon questions the girl's emotional outburst, while Luna points out that her reaction suggests she is hiding something. Bright pleads for status, arguing that gossip would spread if the daughter of a prime minister were searched by a common servant. Dream backs her up, stating that such a search is inappropriate and would tarnish the reputation of all the ladies present. Sharon hesitates for a moment, weighing the social consequences of the search. Determined not to let the matter drop, Luna prepares to force the truth into the open. A sudden movement sends an object flying through the air toward the group. Bright is caught off guard and falls to the ground in the middle of the courtyard. As she hits the floor, several stolen keepsakes clatter out for everyone to witness. Sharon is stunned by the revelation and demands to know what the items are. A nearby girl identifies one of the items as a hairpin belonging to the victim. Sharon glares at the suspect, asking for an explanation now that the evidence has been revealed. Bright continues to insist that a ghost is responsible for framing her. Her companion realizes they are in serious trouble and begs for Sharon's forgiveness. Luna steps forward to call out the shameless act and the unnecessary assault on the servant. Dream can only watch in silence as her daughter's guilt is exposed to the crowd. Sharon declares that the group must face judgment at the Starry House the following morning. Dream immediately protests the decision, pleading for Sharon to reconsider the harsh punishment. She desperately claims her daughter was framed and could not have committed the crime. Ignoring the pleas, Sharon orders that the victim be taken to a doctor for treatment. The matriarch dismisses the crowd, telling everyone to return to their rooms until the next day. Luna ensures the injured servant is cared for as the assembly begins to break up. Dream is seen pulling a younger girl away as they retreat from the scene. The remaining ladies reflect on how a single night has completely destroyed a reputation. A small figure hiding nearby expresses relief at having avoided detection during the chaos. Dream later confronts Luna directly, accusing her of being the one who framed her daughter. Luna coldly retorts that the daughter brought this on herself by bullying others. She looms over the woman, warning her of the consequences awaiting them at the next day's judgment. Luna maintains a firm stance, telling Dream to stop confusing right and wrong. Dream is left in shock, realizing that Luna is no longer the easy target she once was. Luna issues a chilling warning, telling her opponent to be careful or a ghost might follow her. Shaken but defiant, the woman tells Luna to stop bluffing and tries to maintain her composure. The group finally retreats, leaving the scene as the tension begins to settle. Luna decides it's time to head back now that the immediate mess has been cleared. Back inside, the quiet atmosphere of the room provides a sharp contrast to the outdoor chaos. Ninger assists Luna with her outer attire as they prepare for the night's rest. Luna explains that the real target was her attendant, but the enemies didn't realize who was actually on duty. Ninger is horrified to realize she was the intended victim of the earlier plot. Luna reassures her loyal attendant that she won't allow anyone to bully her. The attendant looks comforted by her lady's strong and protective resolve. Luna considers how the matriarch's superstitions might play into their favor regarding the ghost story. Ninger asks if there is a specific plan for the upcoming judgment. Luna remains calm, deciding that they will simply go with the flow for now. The attendant is still confused about why Lady Bright was so terrified of a supposed spirit. Luna leans in and confesses that she was the one behind the ghostly sightings. A terrifying wooden prop mask is revealed, showing exactly how the scare was orchestrated. Ninger jumps back in genuine fright at the sight of the realistic prop. Luna holds up the wooden mask, telling her friend not to panic over a simple object. The attendant marvels at how lifelike and scary the mask actually looks. Despite knowing the truth, the attendant is still a bit spooked by the elaborate setup. She looks away, unable to even glance at the creepy wooden face. Luna tells her to get some sleep, as tomorrow will be a very busy day. The following morning arrives with a steady rain falling over the estate. Ninger enters the room with an umbrella to start the morning duties. Luna greets the day with a focused look, ready for the next phase of her plan. Ninger reports that Lady Bright has failed to show up for the scheduled judgment. Luna isn't surprised by the absence and asks for further updates on the situation. The attendant explains that Mistress Dream is begging for help, because Bright has fallen ill from fright. While Bright is merely grounded, her servant Peach has already been sent away to take the blame as a scapegoat. Luna reflects on the predictable nature of the antagonists using their servants to cover their own tracks. Ninger laments the cruelty that the high-ranking ladies show toward their staff. Luna orders Ninger to check on the injured Lily while they wait for her to recover. Lily wakes up in a daze, clutching her head in pain. She struggles to sit up in bed, feeling the lingering effects of her ordeal. Ninger rushes to her side, relieved that Lily is finally conscious. Confused and disoriented, Lily asks exactly what happened to her. Ninger explains that she was knocked out the night before and everyone has been worried sick. The attendant reveals that Lady Bright and Peach took Lily's keepsakes, but Luna managed to stop them. Lily is absolutely stunned that they would go to such lengths. Ninger tries to keep her calm, insisting that she needs to focus on resting. It is mentioned that Madame Wu has already grounded Lady Bright until a proper punishment is decided. Ninger presents the charms that were recovered from the antagonist's possession. Holding the items, Lily confirms that they indeed belong to her. She finds it hard to believe that Lady Bright was caught red-handed with the evidence. Ninger assures her there is no doubt, as there were many witnesses to the incident. Despite her injuries, Lily attempts to get out of bed to settle the score. Ninger quickly intervenes, begging her not to push herself too hard. The maid promises that a thorough investigation is already underway. Lily suspects there might be a deeper plot behind the simple theft. Ninger tells her not to overthink things and offers to handle her duties for Luna during her recovery. 3 days later, Lily reflects on the strange silence from the other houses while standing in the garden. Sir Harold makes a sudden and imposing appearance at the residence. He slides the door open with authority to enter the room. Luna looks up from her book and greets her father with a bright smile. She stands up to welcome him, expressing how much he was missed during his absence. Luna serves him a fresh cup of tea, noting his rare visit to the West House. She encourages him to enjoy the blend she prepared specifically for him. Sir Harold takes a sip and acknowledges the quality of the brew. When he asks about recent events, Luna casually dismisses the drama as minor trivia. Sir Harold brings up Bright's actions, lecturing Luna on the importance of sisterly support. Luna plays along, agreeing that her siblings are her close companions. The conversation turns serious as Sir Harold mentions that Prince Semi's injuries might be permanent. He demands that Luna go the prince immediately to beg for forgiveness. Luna breaks into tears, refusing to apologize to the man who caused so much trouble. Sir Harold grows furious, accusing her of putting the entire family's safety at risk. Luna stands tall, questioning if she should sacrifice her own life just to appease the prince's whims. Enraged by her defiance, Sir Harold slams the table and demands an explanation for her words. Luna stands her ground, refusing to be a scapegoat for her family's political troubles. Sir Harold slams his hand down in a rage, telling her forget the apology if she is so stubborn. He turns to leave, warning Luna that he won't protect her if the Emperor decides to punish her for her actions. Unfazed by his departure, Luna watches him go with a defiant expression. Ninger approaches and asks if this means the master has finally given up his demands. Luna remains skeptical, stating that her father would sacrifice her life for the family's interests in a heartbeat. Ninger looks worried, asking what their next plan of action should be in this situation. Luna picks up a book and decides it is time to be proactive instead of waiting for more trouble. Later at dusk, Ninger brings a plate of snacks, noticing Luna hasn't eaten much all day. Deep in thought, Luna tells her to just leave the food on the desk for now. She looks up and tells her attendant that she needs her to prepare a specific list of items. Ninger salutes eagerly, ready to carry out whatever task her lady requires. Luna instructs her to grab some paper and write down the supplies they need to acquire. The list includes 10 meters of rope and several types of high-quality wood like pine and fir. Ninger diligently records the unusual requests as Luna continues her instructions. Luna adds various tools like axes, saws, and long rulers to the growing list. Trying to keep up, Ninger frantically writes as Luna speeds through the requirements. Luna hands over a blueprint and tells her to have a blacksmith forge the custom items depicted. Ninger looks at the paper, clearly confused by the designs Luna has drawn. She notes that the tools look very strange and unlike any standard equipment she's seen before. Worried about their limited budget, Ninger asks what the purpose of all these expensive items is. Luna simply explains that she intends to spend her time doing some detailed handwork. She clarifies that she has plenty of time now to focus on her wood carvings. Ninger gulps nervously at the mention of her lady's peculiar hobbies. She asks if Luna is planning to make more of the terrifying objects that scared Bright. Luna leans in with a playful smile, offering to teach Ninger how to make them as well. Terrified by the idea, Ninger waves her hands and quickly declines the offer. Luna shrugs off the rejection and tells her to just go fetch what is needed for the project. Before leaving, Ninger stops to bring up another important matter regarding the household. She warns Luna that the West House is currently filled with unwanted guests. Luna claps her hands, realizing she almost forgot about those people. Ninger expresses her fear that Luna might be planning to scare everyone away with her creations. Keeping her secrets for now, Luna asks who exactly sent Mrs. Wong to their area. Ninger explains that Mrs. Wong is working on behalf of Madame Sharon. Luna walks off with a confident air, already plotting her next move against her rivals. A nobleman looks over a list of items with a mysterious smile. His worker expresses concern, wondering what could possibly be done with such specific materials. The Lord simply tells him that purpose will become clear once the items are delivered to Luna. The worker is baffled as to why his master is so interested in someone rumored to be a fool. Dismissing the gossip, the Lord orders him to stop questioning and get back to work. The worker acknowledges the order, preparing to carry out the task. Before he leaves, the Lord instructs him to keep a close eye on Luna and report any changes immediately. Looking nervous, the worker peeks through the door as he begins his new assignment. Alone, the Lord contemplates meeting Luna at a formal event to make his visits easier. Luna leads her two attendants through the palace courtyard. She suggests that one of them should head back and rest instead of following her. The attendant insists on doing her job, hiding the fact that she is actually reporting to Madame Sharon. Luna shrugs it off and allows her to stay as they continue their walk. With a determined look, Luna declares that someone needs to pay back a debt. Confused, the spying attendant wonders who would owe Luna any money. Luna doesn't offer an explanation and simply tells them to keep up. They eventually arrive at the entrance of the storeroom. The spy notes that it is highly unlikely for the workers inside to be in debt to her. Luna remains firm, insisting that they owe her regardless of what others think. The attendant warns that the staff here are loyal to different masters and won't be easily intimidated. Luna isn't worried and claims she will just knock down anyone who tries to bully her. Ninger cheers her on, agreeing that Luna is the rightful master of the house. The spy is left completely speechless by Luna's aggressive approach. As they reach the main doors, the attendants start to hesitate. Luna tells them to move aside so she can handle the situation herself. Ignoring all the rules of the household, she places her hands on the heavy red doors. The doors creak open loudly as Luna makes a bold entrance into the restricted area. Inside, she immediately demands to know the whereabouts of Mrs. Wong. A staff member blocks her path, reminding her that the storeroom is for staff only. Luna scoffs at the restriction and shoves the worker out of her way. Angered by the disrespect, check, the staff member reaches out to grab her. Luna nimbly dodges the attempt, mocking the worker for being too slow to catch her. Watching the chaos unfold, the spy attendant panics at the thought of being blamed for this break-in. A blonde attendant looks on with an annoyed expression as the confrontation begins. Lily backs away in fear, realizing she has underestimated her opponent's resolve. Luna and Ninger arrive on the scene, ready to watch the chaos they have set in motion. Sudden panic erupts as someone's dress is stepped on during the confusion. A swift strike is delivered in the middle of the heated argument. Lily is sent stumbling forward, accidentally crashing into the blonde attendant. Ninger watches with a smirk as the attendant reacts in total shock to the sudden collision. Luna tells her companion to stay quiet and observe the unfolding spectacle. Lily finds herself in close proximity to the attendant and immediately loses her temper. Losing all patience, Lily lands a sharp slap across the man's face. The attendant is stunned, accusing Lily of being the one who initiated the contact. Lily tries to use her status to intimidate him, asking if he truly knows who she is. The attendant remains unimpressed, telling her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lily declares herself as Madame Sharon's servant and threatens to have the man severely punished. Mocking her status, the attendant scoffs and shoves Lily to the ground. He stands over her, calling her behavior absolutely shameless. Lily is left speechless on the floor, shocked that her name didn't offer any protection. The attendant mocks her further, bringing up rumors of a past public embarrassment. Trembling with rage, Lily stands up and demands that he stop slandering her character. He continues his taunts, reminding her of a night when she was left in a highly compromising position. Lily screams in frustration, unable to believe the accusations being thrown at her. A crowd of onlookers gathers, curious about the loud commotion taking place in the courtyard. The attendant dismisses the crowd's questions, acting as if he is the victim of the situation. Another servant intervenes, questioning the morality of hitting a girl during a dispute. Lily breaks down into tears while the attendant remains cold and dismissive of her crying. The surrounding crowd begins to gossip excitedly about the scandalous rumors surrounding Lily's public disgrace. Desperate to clear her name, Lily shouts that the stories are nothing but lies. Onlookers continue to shame Lily, telling her she should be too embarrassed to even leave her room. Lily realizes that these rumors are the reason Madame Sharon has been refusing to see her. Overwhelmed by the public humiliation, she screams at the crowd to stay away from her. As Luna and Ninger walk away, Lily chases after them, swearing to make them pay for her misery. Luna points out Mrs. Wong to an attendant while several workers carry heavy crates up the stairs. Mrs. Wong looks up from her ledger with an annoyed expression, questioning why an unauthorized person like Luna is there. Luna approaches with a sly smile, suggesting they find a private place to discuss a personal matter. Mrs. Wong slams her book shut in a huff, clearly uninterested in moving elsewhere. Standing her ground, Mrs. Wong insists on talking right there since she is busy supervising the storage check. Luna acts coy, warning that the information is so personal it might cause some serious awkwardness if others overhear. Mrs. Wong subtly clutches a golden keepsake hidden beneath her collar as her expression tightens. Dismissing the threat, Mrs. Wong claims she has nothing to hide and tells Luna to wait if she is not in a rush. Luna watches her with a knowing glint in her eye, mentally mocking the woman's claim of innocence. Luna agrees to wait with a cheerful smile, asking exactly how long the inventory process will take. Mrs. Wong estimates the task will take at least 4 to 6 hours, hoping to discourage her visitor. Luna questions the long duration with a skeptical tilt of her head, testing the manager's patience. Mrs. Wong remains firm, emphasizing how complicated the inventory of such valuable items can be. Ninger steps in to defend her lady's honor, declaring that Luna will eventually lead a family of her own. The surrounding workers burst into laughter, mocking the idea of a low-ranking lady ever becoming more than a concubine. Mrs. Wong feigns discipline by telling the staff to get back to work, while hiding a smug smirk behind her sleeve. The crowd continues to gill and whisper, thoroughly enjoying the public disrespect toward Luna. Mrs. Wong offers sarcastic blessing, pretending to hope that Luna takes charge of a household soon. Luna ignores the insults and tells Mrs. Wong to get back to checking the items before time runs out. Mrs. Wong snaps at her workers to focus on the crates and not embarrass her in front of their guests. Luna looks over the open crates, lamenting that such invaluable items are being handled so carelessly. Annoyed, Mrs. Wong tells her to step back so the workers don't lose count of the stock. Luna shoots back with a sharp remark, asking if the manager is implying that things might suddenly go missing. Spotting something interesting inside a crate, Luna's eyes light up with curiosity. Inside a small box lined with red fabric, 2 polished spheres, 1 black and 1 white, sit alongside pearls. Luna reaches out and picks up the white sphere, commenting on how delicate it looks. She begins tossing the white keepsake into the air, noting that it has a very satisfying weight to it. One of the attendants watches in horror, fearing that Madame Sharon will be furious if the object breaks. Mrs. Wong's face goes pale as she identifies the object as the precious yin ball. Luna admires the crystal clear quality of the sphere while continuing to play with it casually. Terrified of the consequences, Mrs. Wong desperately begs her to put the fragile item back immediately. Luna agrees with a simple nod, holding the white sphere over the crate to return it. Suddenly, her grip slips, and she lets out a casual oops as the sphere falls toward the floor. The precious object hits the ground with a loud crack, shattering into several useless pieces. The workers scream in shock, staring at the ruined treasure with wide eyes and total panic. Luna claps her hands together with mock concern, wondering aloud what they should do now that it's broken. Mrs. Wong warns Luna that the broken charm was Madame Sharon's favorite and insists on reporting the truth. Luna remains unfazed, telling the manager to go ahead and present the fragments. A worried servant asks Luna about their next move as the situation escalates. Mrs. Wong leads the way with a malicious grin, certain that Luna is finished. Madame Sharon sits peacefully in her quarters, completely unaware of the disaster. Suddenly, Mrs. Wong bursts in and drops to the floor in a dramatic display of distress. The manager claims she feels immense guilt after years of faithful service in the storeroom. Madame Sharon demands an immediate explanation for the sudden outburst. Mrs. Wong holds up a tray containing the shattered pieces of the precious keepsake. Madame Sharon loses her composure the moment she sees her ruined treasure. Mrs. Wong begs for mercy, noting that at least one of the charms remains intact. Fuming with rage, the madam demands to know exactly how the item was destroyed. Mrs. Wong shifts her gaze toward Luna, silently pointing the finger at her. Madame Sharon's expression turns cold as she realizes Luna is responsible for the damage. Without hesitation, the madam strikes Luna across the face in a fit of temper. Luna clutches her cheek in shock, stunned by the sudden physical confrontation. Madame Sharon asserts her authority, claiming her status as a mother figure justifies the punishment. Luna briefly recalls a warning about the dangerous politics within the Prime Minister's household. Recovering quickly, Luna questions why the madam used the word again in her accusation. Madame Sharon turns her fury back to Mrs. Wong, demanding the full story of the incident. Mrs. Wong hesitates, casting another nervous glance in Luna's direction. The madam threatens Mrs. Wong with severe punishment if she tries to lie. Mrs. Wong claims Luna was simply curious and touched the beautiful item out of youthful interest. The manager repeatedly strikes her head against the floor, begging for forgiveness. Madame Sharon scolds Luna for entering the restricted storeroom without permission. Luna kneels and argues she only handled the item because it appeared to be of low value. Outraged, Madame Sharon reveals she used secret funds to purchase the high-end charms. Luna counters by pointing out that the broken piece is clearly a low-quality fake that doesn't match the set. Mrs. Wong begins to panic, fearing that her secret swap has been discovered. The manager tries to defend herself, claiming the broken stone is actually a premium material. Luna puts on a performance of distress, accusing Mrs. Wong of trying to frame her. A confused Madame Sharon looks at the manager, starting to doubt the story. Mrs. Wong desperately tries to maintain her lie, accusing Luna of distorting reality. Luna holds up the tray and points out that the fragments are a different color on the inside, proving they are cheap counterfeits. Madame Sharon demands an immediate explanation from Mrs. Wong regarding the state of the missing jade fragments. A sweating Mrs. Wong tries to deflect, claiming the gray residue on the broken pieces might simply be some ash. Luna counters this excuse by explaining that water can easily wash away ash to reveal the true material hidden beneath. Realizing the situation is turning against her, Mrs. Wong falls to her knees and begs for mercy. Sharon notes that Wong has been a long-time servant but demands to know the location of the authentic white nephrite yin ball. Wong prostrates herself on the floor, desperately insisting that she has no idea where the item is. She continues to plead her innocence while trembling under the weight of the accusation. Sharon remains unconvinced, questioning how a valuable object could possibly vanish on its own. Luna watches the scene unfold with a sharp and knowing expression. Attempting a final defense, Wong claims it is too much of a coincidence that things went missing exactly when Luna arrived. Sharon acknowledges the point and admits that Luna is also a potential suspect in the theft. Luna quickly defends herself, pointing out that Wong had previously refused to let her enter the storeroom privately. Sharon slams her hand onto the table, demanding to know if Luna is implying that everything in the storeroom consists of rare treasures. Wong suddenly grabs Luna, accusing her of being heartless and attempting to frame an innocent worker. Sharon admits she has overlooked minor skimming in the past, but swapping high-quality jade for cheap quartzite is an unforgivable offense. While Wong pleads for trust, Luna suggests that a quick inspection of the storeroom would easily reveal the truth. Sharon gives the manager one final chance to confess the truth before she conducts the search herself. Terrified and overwhelmed, Wong continues to deny any involvement in the material swap. Luna then asks if the official account book is still in Wong's possession, as it should record the details of the items she saw. Sharon turns to Luna and asks for a detailed description of what she observed inside the storeroom. Luna lists off several valuable keepsakes she noticed, including a gold hairpin and a red necklace. Sharon reaches out and demands that Mrs. Wong hand over the account book immediately. A trembling Wong reluctantly produces the ledger for Sharon to inspect. Sharon tells Luna to keep speaking while she cross-references the descriptions with the written records. Luna recalls seeing more high-end keepsakes, such as glaze plates and ivory-decorated charms, in the next case. Realizing her elaborate scheme is falling apart, Wong looks completely defeated. Sharon confirms that while most items match the records, several key pieces have been replaced with inferior versions. Furious at the betrayal, Sharon throws the account book aside, refusing to read any more evidence of the fraud. Wong reaches out in a desperate attempt to stop the proceedings, but her efforts are futile. Luna points out that the theft is now obvious and mocks Wong's attempts to shift the blame. A struggle breaks out as the situation reaches a boiling point in the room. During the confrontation, a piece of fabric is torn away as Wong continues her frantic and disorganized defense. Luna holds her ground against the manager, preventing her from causing any further chaos. Sharon slams the table one last time, declaring that Mrs. Wong's crimes are undeniable and she must face punishment. Madame Sharon immediately orders the guards to take Mrs. Wong into custody for her crimes. Mrs. Wong desperately begs for forgiveness as her world starts to crumble. Sharon loses her temper and kicks out at the woman, telling her to get out of her sight. In a frantic attempt to show remorse, Wang begins slapping her own face while pleading for mercy. Sharon finds the entire display annoying and demands the guards remove her at once. The guards drag the wailing woman away as she cries out for her family to be spared. Luna offers Sharon a cup of tea to help her settle down after the heated confrontation. Sharon asks what Luna was even doing in the storeroom to stumble upon the fraud. Luna explains that the West House hasn't received its allowance for 3 long years. Sharon is disgusted, realizing the manager pocketed far more than just the household funds. Luna confirms the situation, leaving the noblewoman fuming over the betrayal. Sharon gives Luna full permission to search Wang's room and reclaim all the missing allowance herself. Luna happily thanks the lady for the chance to recover what was stolen. She announces she will head to Mrs. Wang's room immediately to begin the search. Sharon simply tells her to go and get it done. Just as Luna turns to leave, Sharon calls out to stop her for one more instruction. Luna pauses and asks what else the lady requires. Sharon warns her to keep this scandal a secret from Madame Wu to avoid upsetting the elder. Luna agrees to the condition, understanding that Sharon wants to avoid a larger family mess. Sharon urges her to move quickly and finish the task. Luna leads her companions through the courtyard, ready to finally settle the score. She is excited to find something valuable to make up for the years of neglect. Ninger suddenly stops her, grabbing her hand with a worried look. The servant points out that Luna is injured and insists they go back for some ointment. Luna brushes off the concern, claiming the minor injury doesn't matter right now. Ninger refuses to listen and begins tending to the wound, saddened that Luna got hurt for their sake. Lily watches the two of them with a bored expression, calling their concern silly. Luna looks over at Lily, realizing she is still tagging along despite her condition. Luna tells Lily to go back to the West House and rest since she hasn't recovered yet. Lily is taken aback by the sudden order to leave the group. She insists she is fine and wants to help carry the recovered goods back. Luna explains that they don't need to take everything, but Lily is clearly looking for a profit. Luna remains firm and tells Lily to go rest, and the former servant finally obeys. Ninger praises Luna for being amazing and handling everyone with just a few words. Luna smiles, relieved that people can no longer take advantage of them. Ninger reflects on the sheer amount of treasures Wang must have hidden away. Luna agrees that the woman's greed was truly boundless. Ninger concludes that anyone with that much on their conscience wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Workers are ordered to move every item from the manager's room into the yard for a full inspection. Mrs. Wang desperately claims the treasures are hers as she is restrained by the guards. Luna calmly explains that Madame Sharon authorized the search and she's simply following orders. A servant informs Luna that all of the belongings have been piled up and are ready for her review. Luna looks over the items and is asked which ones she intends to take for herself. She decides she only needs the allowance funds that are rightfully owed to her and her staff. Ninger spots a specific keepsake that was previously used to pay off a debt. Luna picks up the valuable charm, noting its significance to her household. Luna decides to take the item and tells the guards to report the successful recovery back to Madame Sharon. Ninger suggests it's finally time to head home now that they have what they came for. Mrs. Wang lashes out in a rage, vowing that she will never let Luna go. Luna remains completely unfazed by the woman's desperate and empty threats. Luna delivers a swift kick to keep the aggressive manager at a safe distance. Mrs. Wang falls back after being physically repelled by the young lady. Guards tell the woman to stay still while checking to ensure Luna is unhurt. Luna smiles, stating she isn't afraid of any superstitious threats the woman might make. Mrs. Wang continues her unhinged rant, promising to cause trouble for Luna every single night. Luna dismisses the nonsense, confidently declaring that she doesn't believe in such tall tales. Mrs. Wang accuses Luna of being the one who frightened Lady Bright during the night. The manager points and screams, claiming Luna has finally admitted to her trickery. She hurls insults at Luna, calling her a vicious fool for scaring her own sister. Ignoring the noise, Luna orders a second check of the house for anything they might have missed. The servant looks nervous as he receives his final set of instructions. Luna directs the guards to send Mrs. Wang to the woods to await a final decision on her fate. Luna turns to the workers and asks if they heard anything specific during the manager's outburst. The servants quickly side with Luna, claiming Mrs. Wang has simply gone mad and is lying. With the situation under control, Luna prepares to return to the West House to rest. Ninger spots another girl approaching and identifies her as Cecile. A breathless Cecile arrives to deliver an urgent message regarding Madame Wu. She explains that Luna is needed at the Starry House to be measured for a new birthday dress. Luna is surprised that the summons is for right now. The messenger confirms that the rest of the family is already waiting there. Luna agrees to the request and heads toward the Starry House immediately. At the gathering, Madame Wu warmly welcomes Luna to the table. Luna greets her grandmother affectionately, drawing close to the elder. A rival sister makes a snide comment about Luna being too easy to arrive on time. Luna explains her delay by claiming she was busy dealing with a pest problem in her yard. The rival sister is visibly annoyed by Luna's clever and indirect excuse. Luna assures her grandmother that the pest issue has been completely resolved. Lindsay questions if it was really a rat or something else entirely. Luna casually mentions that there have been many bothersome pests in the area recently. Lindsay grits her teeth in frustration at Luna's hidden jabs. Madame Wu laughs off the bickering and promises to give the girls something special to play with. Luna excitedly asks what kind of treasure her grandmother has brought for them. Madame Wu announces the return of Lord Eadgar from the Frozen Lands with delicate treasures to share with the girls. Melody questions the rumors of the Lord being missing, but the madam dismisses such talk as nonsense. Lindsay eagerly anticipates the precious items brought back from the expedition. Melody remains visibly excited about the upcoming gifts. Luna privately considers the Lord a playboy, comparing him to Prince Samiz. The girls urge their grandmother to reveal the items immediately. Madame Wu calls for her attendants to bring the treasures forward. A servant presents a tray containing the special items. The tray holds 4 colorful keepsakes intended for the young ladies. The girls are captivated by the beauty of the gifts. Lindsay notes that these specific waist keepsakes are quite special. Madame Wu invites each of the girls to select one for themselves. Luna points out there are only 4 keepsakes, wondering if Lady Claudia will miss out. Madame Wu explains that Claudia already received one for her dedication to her studies. Lindsay scoffs at Luna, labeling her a flatterer for her concern. Madame Wu turns to Luna and asks her to make the first selection. Luna politely declines the first pick, suggesting the youngest, Melody, should go first. Impressed by the consideration, the madam agrees and lets Melody choose. Melody expresses her gratitude to both her grandmother and Luna. Melody picks out the red keepsake while Luna selects a blue one. Luna holds up her chosen blue keepsake with a smile. Lindsay claims the golden keepsake for herself, asserting it suits her perfectly. The last girl picks up the remaining green keepsake. With the gifts distributed, Madame Wu dismisses everyone to their rooms. As they leave, Lindsay stops Melody in the courtyard. Lindsay begins praising the beauty of the red keepsake Melody chose. Melody confirms that she is very happy with her selection. Lindsay asks to take a closer look at the item, feigning interest. Melody innocently hands the keepsake over for inspection. Lindsay immediately tucks the red keepsake away and demands they swap. Melody is stunned by the sudden and forceful demand for a trade. Lindsay pressures her further, promising to send her own keepsake over in a few days. Luna watches from a distance, noting that Lindsay's habit of taking things hasn't changed. Lindsay claims that Melody is kind enough to lend the item willingly. Melody hesitates, explaining that she prefers the red color over the yellow one. Lindsay uses sisterly pressure to manipulate Melody into agreeing to the swap. Feeling cornered, Melody reluctantly accepts the unfair arrangement. Lindsay gloats to Luna, insisting the exchange was entirely voluntary. Luna chooses to walk away, deciding it isn't her business to intervene. A lone candle is lit as the night deepens, signaling the start of a secret project. A young servant approaches, questioning why her lady is still awake at such a late hour. Luna remains focused on her delicate handiwork, promising that the results will be revealed soon enough. The servant is visibly shaken by the sheer volume of work her lady has managed to produce. Luna reveals a container full of wooden props, dumping them onto the table for inspection. Despite the effort, Luna sighs with disappointment, labeling her current creations as defective. The servant can't help but feel uneasy at how lifelike the wooden carvings appear. Luna continues her practice, explaining that her grandmother's upcoming birthday demands perfection. Terrified, the servant asks if these eerie objects are intended to be the actual gift. Luna dismisses the idea immediately, scoffing at the suggestion that she would send something so strange. The servant quickly apologizes, admitting that the realistic carvings simply caught her off guard. Luna instructs her to return to her quarters while she continues her late-night labor. Concerned for her lady's health, the servant notes how pale she has become from lack of rest. She warns that if others were to stumble upon these carvings, it could spark unwanted rumors. Luna stops her work with a sharp sound, reflecting on the servant's valid concern. Deciding to call it a night, she orders the table to be cleared of all the wooden pieces. The servant happily begins to tidy up the workspace, relieved that the session is over. Luna tells her to head to bed once the cleaning is finished while she stays behind to think. Finally feeling the weight of the late nights, Luna stretches and prepares to get some rest. Suddenly, her focus shifts as she senses a presence lingering in the shadows. Realizing someone is outside, Luna immediately enters a state of high alert. She quickly draws a concealed tool, ready to defend herself against the intruder. Luna demands that the mysterious figure show themselves and leave her room. Upon recognizing the visitor, her hostility turns into mild annoyance at their uninvited arrival. A familiar man steps forward, lightheartedly commenting on her predictable temper. Luna wastes no time on pleasantries, demanding to know the purpose of his visit. He tosses a peculiar mask toward her, revealing that he has been monitoring her recent activities. Luna realizes that the mysterious supplies she received were actually gifts from him. He casually dismisses her thanks, acting as if providing the materials was a simple gesture. Luna demands to know why he came at midnight, but he insists on seeing the progress of her work. Confused, Luna questions what kind of results he is expecting to see from her practice. He urges her to demonstrate what she has accomplished with the tools he provided. Luna seizes the mask back, asking if he is truly prepared for what she has created. He confidently encourages her to proceed without any hesitation. Luna prepares to show him her skills, determined to prove that she is more than qualified. The mysterious man holds up a creepy charm, questioning if his skills are finally enough to qualify. He wears a confident smirk, clearly enjoying the challenge presented to him. Luna isn't impressed, brushing off the previous attempt as nothing more than a simple appetizer. She points a finger forward, declaring that the real show is about to begin. The man senses movement from behind and turns just in time. Several dark, cloaked figures swoop through the air toward him with incredible speed. He skillfully evades a flying charm that resembles a frightening face. The man strikes the props, sending them tumbling to the ground one by one. He leaps through the air with grace, narrowly avoiding the remaining obstacles. Landing softly in a bed of flowers, he asks for her next move. The shadowy props fly back into the distance, retreating for the moment. He chuckles to himself, thinking the battle is already over. Standing under the moonlight, he tells Luna that her large puppets won't won't be enough to stop him. Luna's eyes sparkle with determination as she prepares her next trick. She suddenly jumps high into the air, surprising her opponent. Luna lands perfectly among the flower petals, ready to strike. With a quick command, she causes more props to pop out from the ground around her. A group of pale-faced props surround the man, catching him off guard. Instead of being worried, the man finds the turn of events highly entertaining. Luna makes a sharp hand gesture, signaling the start of the next phase. The eerie figures close in on the man, leaving him with very little room to move. He starts to realize that the situation is becoming far more difficult than he anticipated. Looking at the sheer number of props, he admits to himself that continuing might actually result in injury. Luna offers him a choice to continue, boasting that she has enough supplies to keep him busy until dawn. The surrounding props continue to loom over him, waiting for his response. He decides to call a truce for the night, flashing a relaxed smile. The man leaps onto the roof, promising to return and see her in a few days. Frustrated, Luna shouts after him, demanding to know his true identity. He disappears into the night sky, leaving her with no answers. Luna manages to catch one of her escaping props as she glares toward the rooftop. She roughly fixes the prop's hair, vowing not to let him get away so easily next time. As the mysterious man walks through the town, he can't help but think about how unique Luna is. He ponders the strange methods she uses to control such lifelike objects. He recalls the moment he was surrounded, questioning if she truly crafted all of them herself. Walking away into the distance, he decides that he must get the truth during their next meeting. Carriages arrive at the estate for Madame Wu's grand birthday celebration. Guests gather at the festive entrance decorated with a banner for longevity. Madame Wu enjoys tea and treats while guests compliment her youthful appearance. A guest laughs, remarking that the matriarch looks like her own sister. Madame Wu smiles modestly and tells the group not to tease her. Luna arrives at the celebration and greets her grandmother with high energy. Madame Wu happily introduces Luna to the gathered guests. Luna offers a polite morning greeting to her sister Claudia. Claudia acknowledges the greeting with a slight nod while adjusting her hair. Luna notes that while they all received keepsakes, Claudia was given the most valuable golden accessory. Madame Wu warmly beckons Luna to come closer to her side. Luna approaches, admitting she thought she had arrived earlier than most. Madame Wu encourages the early arrival, noting it is a good chance to network with more people. The visiting ladies look on with curiosity, asking if this is indeed the young lady Luna. Luna maintains a perfectly behaved and polite demeanor for the crowd. The guests remark on how every girl in the Wu family is exceptionally pretty. Madame Wu introduces Luna to the wife of General Shan. Luna offers a respectful greeting to Madame Shan. Madame Shan presents Luna with a small charm as a gift for their first meeting. Next, Luna is formally introduced to the wife of Grand Preceptor Zhang. Other family members watch in frustration, noting that the matriarch has only formally introduced Claudia and Luna. One relative sees with jealousy, observing how much Madame Wu clearly favors Luna. Madame Wu raises an eyebrow and asks if Luna saw her other sisters on the way in. Luna explains she did not look for them because she wanted to prioritize celebrating her grandmother's birthday. The guests are charmed, calling Luna both sweet and clever. Madame Wu instructs Claudia to take Luna and introduce her to the other young ladies in attendance. Claudia stands up and agrees to lead Luna to the rest of the guests. Claudia leads Luna through the garden toward a group gathered by the water. Claudia releases Luna's hand once they reach the destination. Claudia explains she is only introducing Luna because of their grandmother's specific orders. Luna smiles and thanks her sister despite noticing Claudia's condescending attitude. Claudia walks away with a dismissive attitude, clearly annoyed by the task. A group of girls gathers at a pavilion nearby to admire various luxury items. One girl shows off a rare crystal charm brought back from a distant land. The other girls express their amazement at such a rare and beautiful object. Claudia approaches the group by the lake with Luna following closely behind. Luna realizes these are the people Claudia looks down upon due to their status. One of the girls stands up to greet Claudia, noticing the high-quality accessories she is wearing. Claudia identifies the girl as Lindsay and prepares to join the group. The young ladies at the gathering eagerly invite Lady Claudia to sit with them. Claudia dismisses their offer, insisting on heading in a different direction with Luna. One of the girls grits her teeth in a fit of silent jealousy over the interaction. Lindsay confronts Luna directly, questioning why Claudia would even bother to speak up for her. Luna maintains a calm smile while Lindsay's irritation continues to grow. A nearby girl wonders about the identity of the lady following Claudia, noting she has never seen her before. Lindsay scoffs, warning Luna not to let the attention go to her head. She identifies Luna to the group, asking if they have heard the stories about her. The group looks on with surprise, finally putting a face to the name of Lady Luna. Lindsay attempts to humiliate her, claiming Luna used to be both ugly and slow before her sudden change. The other girls agree that Luna's appearance is stunningly different from the rumors they heard. Lindsay continues her attack by bringing up an embarrassing and bizarre rumor from Luna's past. The claim leaves the surrounding ladies confused and skeptical of Lindsay's words. Luna calmly turns the tables, asking if Lindsay is feeling unwell and talking nonsense again. Lindsay becomes visibly flustered and sheepish, quickly denying any illness. One of the guests offers her congratulations, noting that Luna's recovery is a true blessing. Luna graciously accepts the compliment with a polite and modest smile. Curiosity peaks as one girl asks Luna how it felt to finally be cured of her condition. Luna describes the experience as waking up from a long, dark nightmare. Another girl mentions rumors that the servants in the Prime Minister's house were the ones playing games. A friend quickly warns her to stop spreading gossip, especially while Claudia is present. The girl immediately cowers and offers a frantic apology to the cold Lady Claudia. Uninterested in the drama, Claudia decides to leave the stuffy area to walk around elsewhere. Lindsay desperately tries to convince Claudia to stay and socialize longer. Claudia ignores the plea entirely and walks away from the group. Luna informs Lindsay that their grandmother is currently searching for her. Lindsay is caught off guard, and Luna explains there are distinguished guests waiting to meet her. Excited by the prospect of networking, Lindsay wonders why she wasn't informed of this sooner. Luna tells her to hurry along, claiming she only just remembered the message. Lindsay immediately rushes off to find the matriarch, leaving the others behind. Luna turns back to the ladies, apologizing for her sister's reckless and impulsive behavior. The guests don't seem to mind, privately noting that Luna is much more composed than Lindsay. Luna takes the lead, inviting the group to view the precious flowers in the garden. The ladies excitedly agree to follow her into the garden area. Luna delegates the task of leading them to an attendant so she continue her hosting duties. Yara asks Claudia when Quentin will finally make his return. Claudia notes that summer has only just begun and there are still 2 months left. She reassures Yara that he will come back if he is able to. Yara blushes and claims she was only asking a casual question. Claudia smiles and accepts the explanation. Yara then shifts the topic to Prince Abbott, asking how things are progressing between them. She playfully suggests that Claudia might even become the future Empress if things continue to go well. Claudia acts humble, noting that the prince has not made any official promises yet. Yara winks and asks Claudia to look after her if she ever reaches that high status. Claudia agrees that they should support one another in the future. Suddenly, something in the distance catches Claudia's eye and causes her to pause. She points out a figure to Yara, telling her to take a look. Yara looks confused as she tries to see what has grabbed Claudia's attention. They spot a person sitting quietly by the edge of the lake. Yara realizes it is Claudia's sister, Lady Luna. Claudia confirms the identification with a serious expression. Yara is shocked, wondering if the girl who was previously considered simple-minded has truly recovered. Claudia acknowledges the change, calling the transformation amazing. Yara wonders if there is some sort of conspiracy behind Luna's sudden return to normalcy. Claudia warns her not to underestimate the situation, as it could lead to trouble. Yara suggests that Claudia should investigate personally to see if Luna has been framing her. Claudia admits that while Luna hasn't attacked her directly, their interests are definitely being affected. Yara offers to step in and teach Luna a lesson herself. Claudia disagrees, suggesting it is better to let their enemies fight amongst themselves. Yara finds that approach boring, admitting she enjoys the excitement of playing tricks on others. Claudia explains that they don't need to lower their social standing to deal with someone. Yara is intrigued and asks how they achieve their goal. Claudia whispers her plan, suggesting they find someone else to do the dirty work for them. Yara agrees to sit back and watch the upcoming conflict from a distance. Meanwhile, Luna asks her attendant if the stories about her being forced to drink lamp oil in the past are true. Luna is frustrated by the confirmation and vows to settle the score one day. She then asks about her father's current activities and why he missed the birthday celebration. The maid explains that Harold is busy and might not return home for another 6 months. Luna speculates that her father is likely spending his time with other women away from the house. The maid lists the numerous people serving the master, confirming his long absence. Luna decides she doesn't care about his behavior as long as it doesn't affect her, and she stands up to continue her walk. A group of girls approaches Luna, and one calls out to her directly. Luna attempts to ignore the summons, but the persistent girl asks her to wait. Putting on a polite face, Luna greets Sister Bright and mentions her recent grounding. Bright is clearly irritated by the mention of her punishment, while her friends snicker in the background. Maintaining her composure, Luna asks what the group wants from her. Bright gets flustered and reminds Luna they just saw each other at their grandmother's house. Luna plays along, pretending to finally remember the recent encounter. Bright invites Luna to join their games, though Luna initially claims she doesn't know the rules. Bright insists that she can learn as they go and make new friends at the same time. Another girl joins in, teasing Luna about her past reputation for being slow. The group continues to pressure her, asking if she's too scared to play. Seeing how enthusiastic they are, Luna decides to accept their challenge. Bright happily leads the way toward the garden to begin the festivities. The girls gather under a large canopy in the garden to set up their activities. Bright formally announces to the group that Luna will be joining them for the day. One of the ladies politely offers Luna a seat at the main table to get started. The other guests whisper about Luna's striking beauty and the rumors regarding her recovery. Luna points out that there seem to be many more people than Bright initially suggested. Bright dismisses the concern, saying a larger group makes for a better time before dinner. Luna gets straight to the point and asks what game they are going to play first. Bright takes a moment to consider the best way to start the competition. A suggestion is made to play a game of pitch pot to test everyone's coordination. Some girls worry about the difficulty, knowing that a few of them are already experts. They decide to save pitch pot for later and focus on different games in the meantime. Bright proposes they start by guessing riddles and composing poems. The group agrees to the rules, deciding that those who fail must drink fruit beverages as a penalty. Bright signals for a servant to bring over the necessary writing supplies. Luna notices the quick preparation and realizes this whole setup was planned in advance. The rules are explained. Everyone writes a character on a note to serve as a prompt for the poems. The girls pick up their brushes, finding the task simple enough to handle. A servant goes around the table collecting the notes from each participant. Bright presents a tray filled with folded notes, ready for the drawing to begin. The group laughs, joking about who will end up drinking the most during the game, while Luna pretends to be nervous, Bright secretly plots to humiliate her before the entire crowd. Lord Han and Lord Edgar approach the group of ladies, interrupting their heated discussion to see if they are intruding. Bright politely explains that they are simply playing some small games together. One of the girls quickly invites the two noblemen to sit down and join their circle. Lord Edgar accepts the invitation and takes a seat at the table. Lord Edgar notes the heat of the day and requests a drink while they rest with the group. Luna looks on with a surprised expression at the sudden arrival of the lords. Lord Han fans himself and thanks the ladies for their hospitality. Bright enthusiastically encourages Lord Han to take a seat among them. Lord Han suggests they will simply enjoy some wine while the ladies continue with their game. One of the girls reveals she drew the word spring and recited a simple line about snow delaying the season. Bright points out that Lord Edgar has recently returned from his time in the north. The two lords speak privately, questioning the motivations of the girls gathered there. Lord Han teases Edgar about sitting with the group when he usually avoids such social gatherings. Bright feels a surge of nervousness, determined to impress the man she admires. Bright draws a paper from the bowl that has the word love written on it. She shyly announces her word to the rest of the group. Another girl laughs and remarks that the word is a perfect fit for Bright. Bright asks who wrote the word while the others insist she must compose a poem or face a penalty. Blushing, Bright recites a line about the sorrow that follows love while glancing toward the lords. The group applauds Bright for her poetic contribution to the game. Bright notices that Luna has been quietly observing the two lords this entire time. Luna is caught off guard when the attention is suddenly directed toward her. Bright offers to draw a word for Luna to speed up the process. Luna tries to decline, stating she would rather wait for her actual turn. Bright ignores the refusal and reaches into the bowl to pick a paper for her. She pulls out a slip and reveals that the chosen word is flower. Luna repeats that she didn't want any help, but the word has already been selected. Bright insists the word is very simple and shouldn't be difficult to use. She tells Luna to just think of a random sentence since it is only a game. Another girl joins in, claiming they won't make the requirements too difficult for her. The girls mention that the lords are knowledgeable enough to help polish whatever poem Luna creates. Lord Hen recognizes Bright's tactic for public humiliation and wonders if Luna actually has the skill to compose poetry. Lord Edgar grips his fan, suggesting that the outcome of who gets humiliated is still undecided. Lord Han is surprised that his companion has any faith in Luna's ability. Lord Edgar simply tells him to wait and see how the situation unfolds. Luna begins her performance by reciting a poem about enjoying a tonic alone beneath the moon. The onlookers are frozen in absolute silence as they process the complexity of her words. Luna looks at the group and asks for their honest thoughts on the piece she just shared. Bright stares back with a look of pure shock and growing frustration. Noticing the lack of reaction, Luna worries that she might have used a poem that already exists in this world. She quickly pivots to a second poem that describes the enchanting beauty of flowers and spring grass. Once again, her recitation is met with a wall of stunned silence from the entire group. Luna panics internally, fearing that her knowledge from the future isn't working as planned. She makes a third attempt, delivering a soulful verse about the separation of birds and nature. Luna closes her eyes and prepares to face the consequences if this final effort fails to impress. Lord Hun breaks the tension by clapping enthusiastically and declaring Luna a true genius. The rest of the ladies join the applause, praising Luna for being both exceptionally beautiful and talented. Luna breathes a sigh of relief, glad she managed to pull off the performance without a hitch. Lord Han shares a knowing look with his companion, pleased that his high expectations were met. Lord Edgar watches the scene with intense interest, finding the young girl's display quite captivating. The other participants crowd around Luna, begging her to write custom poems for them on their personal items. Bright is consumed by rage and demands to know how Luna could possibly possess such skill. Luna maintains her composure and simply asks why anyone would doubt her ability to compose. Bright continues her accusations, insisting that someone who supposedly cannot read must be a fraud. Luna counters by pointing out that inviting someone you believe is illiterate to a poetry game is an obvious trap. Caught in her own lie, Bright can only glare in silence. Lady Zhao steps in to mediate the conflict and suggests a penalty for the interruption. Luna agrees to the terms of the mediation, ready to see what the group decides. The mediator reveals that Luna's punishment is to simply create even more poetry for them. The excited crowd cheers and encourages Luna to draw more prompt notes for her next works. Luna agrees but suggests that her sister should also participate in the penalties, since the others cannot match her talent. Bright is forced to consume a tonic as a forfeit. The girls help unfold new prompts, eager to see what other masterpieces Luna will reveal. They gather around Luna and plead for her to continue her incredible poetic display. Facing a prompt about the sky, Luna immediately recites a verse about a crane soaring through the clouds. The audience is hungry for more and quickly presents the next challenge for her to tackle. Luna effortlessly handles the star prompt with a poem about a breezy night and waiting for a friend. She continues her streak, delivering flawless lines for prompts regarding spring and water. The group is left completely stupefied by the lightning-fast speed of her compositions. Luna closes the session by daring anyone to accuse her of plagiarism again, before moving to the next round of games. Lord Edgar remarks on how well the Prime Minister has hidden his talented daughter from the public eye. Lord Hen joins in with a laugh, agreeing that the girl's true abilities were kept a total secret. A companion tells Bright to stay calm and avoid doing anything impulsive in front of the crowd. Bright visibly shivers with rage while pretending to be happy for Luna's sudden success. Luna watches Bright's act, wondering showing how much longer the girl can keep up the hypocrisy. Two new ladies, Claudia and Yara Jiang, approach the group and ask to join the festivities. The group welcomes the newcomers with open arms to keep the party moving. Lord Han notes that it is a rare honor to have two of the city's famous beauties in one place. Bright politely invites the new guests to take their seats among the gathered nobles. The ladies acknowledge Lord Edgar and Lord Han with respectful nods. Claudia mentions it has been a long time since they last met in such a social setting. Yara curiously asks the group about the whereabouts of Prince Abbott. Bright explains the prince was too busy for the party but sent his regards and gifts earlier. Lord Han laughs privately at how cunning and silver-tongued the Prime Minister's daughters truly are. Yara asks what kind of games the group has been playing to pass the time. Bright informs her that they have been busy composing various poems throughout the afternoon. Excited by the idea, Yara urges Claudia to join in on the literary fun. The group prepares to continue the challenge with their new participants. Luna notices her friend looking pale and offers a reassuring hand to steady her nerves. The friend realizes that Luna is no longer a target for bullies and feels a surge of confidence. With Luna by her side, she feels she has nothing left to fear from the social elite. Yara suggests they move on to playing a game of couplets to test their wits further. Bright quickly agrees, thinking it is an excellent idea for the next round of competition. To raise the stakes, Yara proposes that everyone offer a reward to make the game more interesting. She starts the pot by putting down a valuable green keepsake. Yara explains that the winner of the round gets to pick a reward from the collection. A heavy silence falls over the other guests who feel intimidated by the high stakes. Bright smirks, assuming the less wealthy guests won't be able to compete with such prizes. Claudia breaks the silence by offering up her own reward for the game. She presents a decorative charm to be added to the winner's pool. One of the onlookers worries that Claudia's contribution is far too precious for a simple game. Luna matches the energy by putting down two of her own keepsakes to join the pool. The observers are stunned by the sheer wealth and generosity displayed by the Prime Minister's household. Not to be outdone, Bright adds another charm to the growing pile of rewards. Seeing the momentum, other guests join in to ensure the birthday celebration remains lively and prestigious. A young girl happily announces that everyone is active and the high-stakes game is officially starting. A collection of valuable rewards, including jade rings and beaded charms, is laid out on the table for the winners. More participants step forward to add their own personal keepsakes to the growing pile of prizes. The blonde girl claps her hands in excitement, noting that the added stakes will make the game much more interesting. The organizers discuss who should take the first turn to lead the couplet competition. A group of onlookers eagerly waits to hear the opening line from Lady Claudia. A young lady steps forward to deliver the first line, using the sky and stars as a metaphor for a grand game board. The organizers encourage the crowd to begin thinking of a matching second line to complete the couplet. One of the ladies suggests that the others should play first, while she and Claudia wait for a later round. Lord Han takes up the challenge, offering a poetic line about using the land and river as paper and ink. The crowd of onlookers cheers and applauds the impressive nature of his matching response. Lord Han retrieves his fan, explaining that it was a gift from his grandmother and he must take it back. Yara Jiang agrees that the group will not take the fan since it holds such personal importance to him. Lord Han politely thanks her for the consideration while holding his prize close. Yara Jiang presents a new opening line focused on joys, happiness, and a successful harvest year after year. The younger girls find the line to be quite impressive and offer their praise. Luna watches the exchange from the sidelines, looking slightly contemplative as the competition progresses. A girl steps up to try her hand at the game, offering a line about smiles and continuous victories. One of the ladies points out that someone is being a bit too obvious with their smiles toward Lady Yara. The girl quickly denies the observation with a bashful and flustered expression. A hand sets down a small cup of tea on the table as the competition continues to heat up. Claudia delivers a challenging line about a vast distance and a narrow strip of water, testing the participants' wit. The onlookers find Claudia's line to be quite difficult and struggle to come up with a proper match. Luna remains calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the difficulty of the current round. Luna begins to speak, preparing to offer her own poetic contribution to the game. Lord Edgar suddenly interjects with a matching line about the passage of time and the changing tides. The host praises the response and invites Lord Edgar to select his reward from the pile. Luna fumes silently, suspecting that Edgar deliberately answered just to annoy her. Lord Edgar selects a blue beaded charm, claiming he simply likes the color. Luna's shocked and frustrated that he didn't just take back his own items from the previous rounds. Bright looks on in surprise at the unexpected turn of events during the prize selection. Lord Han observes that the most charming man in the kingdom is surprisingly willing to join this social circle for Luna's sake. Lord Edgar pushes Lord Han away, telling him he's standing too close in the heat. Luna confronts Edgar, demanding to know why he picked her charm instead of reclaiming his own stuff. Lord Edgar casually points out that there are no rules against taking someone else's keepsakes. Luna is left speechless and visibly irritated by his smug and teasing attitude. Edgar explains the history of the charm he won back, but encourages Luna to play more actively if she wants her items. Luna accepts the challenge, determined to win back what she lost and more. Bright watches with intense jealousy, vowing that Luna will never have the upper hand. Bright announces that it is finally her turn to provide the first line of the couplet. She delivers a poetic line about a clear spring and jade belts, setting the stage for the next round of the game. Luna recites a poetic line about fresh water and pearls to secure her victory in the round. She confidently declares she'll take the nobleman's personal keepsake as her reward. Bright is shocked, questioning the protagonist's sanity for claiming such a significant personal item. Holding up the charm, the protagonist points out that the rules allow taking any item with a special bond. Lord Edgar offers a mysterious smile and willingly concedes the prize to her. Bright is left shaking in disbelief that the nobleman actually let the item be taken away. Edgar remains unbothered and casually suggests that the group continue the game. The protagonist takes the lead again, setting a new poetic challenge about unblown flowers. Edgar immediately counters her verse with a line about unpolished gems and radiance. He then presents a new opening line regarding a restless heart needing peace. The protagonist matches his wit perfectly with a line about a bitter mind finding only grief. The two engage in a rapid-fire exchange of verses, covering themes of nature and the changing seasons. The onlookers are stunned into total silence by the intense display of poetic skill. Lord Han eventually intervenes, suggesting they stop the competition and simply share the prizes on the table. Edgar maintains an intense gaze on the protagonist during the brief intermission. He agrees to the suggestion, showing a surprisingly cooperative attitude. The protagonist, however, stubbornly refuses to share anything with him. Another lady notes the tension makes it impossible to continue with poetry and asks for a new activity. Bright suggests switching to a pitch-pot game to shift the group's focus. The others are eager for the change, looking forward to a more active challenge. Everyone stands up, ready to get some exercise through the new physical game. The table is left behind as the group heads toward the outdoor game area. A companion asks if she is coming along, but the protagonist flatly refuses. She turns to leave the gathering, intending to head back to her own quarters. Bright shouts for her to wait, clearly not willing to let the confrontation end. The protagonist stops and looks back at her rival with a calm expression. Bright confronts her directly, claiming she doesn't deserve the person she's pursuing. The protagonist remains unfazed, coolly asking for clarification on who exactly she doesn't deserve. Losing her temper, Bright grabs the protagonist's wrist and demands she return the prize. The two women square off in a tense, silent standoff. The protagonist keeps her composure and advises Bright to focus on more useful endeavors. Bright becomes enraged when a past associate's miserable fate is mentioned. The protagonist reminds her of a previous humiliating incident that left her completely terrified. Seething with anger, Bright vows never to forget the shame of that moment. The protagonist suggests her rival keep a low profile to avoid further trouble. Bright is left visibly shaken as she watches her opponent walk away. Luna gets close to Bright, issuing a final warning to stop her constant badgering. Bright is visibly frustrated, demanding that Luna return Lord Edgar's keepsake for her own safety. Luna smugly suggests that if Bright wants to get close to the Lord, she should offer her own charms instead. Infuriated by the suggestion, Bright tells her to stop talking nonsense. Luna turns her back on the confrontation, making it clear she won't be returning the prize. Bright seethes with rage as she watches her rival leave, swearing to make her pay for the humiliation. Nearby, a pair of noblewomen observe the scene, realizing they underestimated the resolve of the concubine's daughters. One lady sips her tea, noting how difficult it is to remain composed with such troublesome siblings around. Her companion smiles confidently, suggesting that it all depends on how one handles the situation. She then asks for assistance in disciplining the girls, showing her own hidden agenda. As they walk, Luna notices that Ninger is trembling at the mere mention of Yara Jiang. Luna asks for clarification on whose mysterious Yara Jiang actually is. Ninger explains that the woman is Madame Sharon's niece. The pair stops walking as the weight of the conversation grows heavier. Luna questions why Ninger looks so terrified of this relative. Ninger reveals that while Lady Claudia seems friendly, she and Yara become the most terrifying people in the house when they are together. Luna deduces that the duo has a long history of bullying others behind closed doors. Ninger begins to recount a past incident where the two led Luna to the West House under the guise of playing. Luna presses for more details about what happened during that encounter. Ninger tearfully describes how the group used footmen to block the path and physically intimidated Luna. Luna is outraged by the story and asks what happened next. Ninger recalls how Mistress Anna stepped in to protect them, only to be threatened with malicious rumors by the footmen. Luna realizes that Claudia is far more cruel than her noble exterior suggests. While Anna was distracted, Ninger managed to sneak Luna back home to safety. Luna is shocked to hear that the footmen were never held accountable for their actions. Ninger adds that by the time she returned with help, everyone had vanished and Anna refused to speak of the matter. Luna wonders what secret Anna is keeping that would force her into such a long silence. She pulls on her sleeve, signaling a shift in her internal resolve. Ninger begs Luna to stay away from Yara to avoid falling into any more traps. Luna insists that hiding won't stop the bullying and asks Ninger what their next move should be. She declares that they will no longer hide and must fight back bravely against those who hurt them. Ninger gains a look of determination, agreeing to finally stand her ground. As the birthday banquet is set to begin, the pair prepares for the upcoming social battle. The grand banquet officially begins, with guests gathered in the ornate courtyard for the celebration. Grandmother spots Luna in the crowd and offers a warm, welcoming gaze. She instructs Lindsay to go sit with Luna, though the young girl seems a bit hesitant. Ninger leans in to whisper that someone has been stubbornly occupying their spot and refuses to budge. Luna remains unbothered, treating the social friction as none of her concern. Bright looks on with wide eyes, clearly shaken by the tense atmosphere. Overwhelmed by her own perceived weakness, Bright hangs her head in shame. Lindsay marches up and aggressively demands that her seat be vacated immediately. Grandmother raises her cup to the crowd, officially kicking off the birthday festivities. The guests join in the toast, wishing the matriarch a life as enduring as the mountains. Well wishes pour in from every corner of the room as the celebration hits full swing. Luna takes note of the seating arrangement, realizing Lord Egar holds a position of immense power in the court. Bright snaps at Luna, accusing her of being shameless for even looking toward the Lord. Luna fires back with a sharp retort, questioning why Bright is so obsessed with mentioning men. Fuming with rage, Bright decides she has to teach Luna a lesson right then and there. She makes a sudden move with her chopsticks, trying to pin down Luna's sleeve in a petty display of aggression. Luna just smirks, unimpressed by the amateur trick and warning her rival of the consequences. Pushed to her limit, Bright has a full-blown meltdown and screams her hatred for Luna. Lindsay quickly tries to hush her, warning that their father is about to arrive. The Prime Minister makes his grand entrance, receiving respectful greetings from the entire assembly. Sir Harold approaches his mother with a smile, apologizing for his late arrival to the party. Grandmother is simply relieved to see him, having worried he might miss the event. He takes his place by her side, proving that family remains his top priority despite his busy schedule. Sir Harold reveals that his lateness was actually due to preparing a special surprise for the birthday girl. The matriarch is caught off guard, wondering what her son could have possibly planned. He reaches out and calls for a woman named Frost to join them at the front. Frost steps forward into the light, introducing herself to Madame Wu with a graceful bow. She kneels before the elder, offering her formal respects and wishes for endless fortune. Sir Harold's wife is visibly livid, seething over the fact that he brought another woman into their home so casually. Luna watches the drama unfold, realizing her suspicions about the surprise were right on the money. Grandmother is displeased, questioning why her son chose this public event to introduce the newcomer. Sir Harold drops the bombshell that Frost is expecting a child, claiming he wanted to share the news today. The entire room falls silent as grandmother reels from the shock of the unexpected announcement. Sir Harold expresses his joy over the upcoming addition to the family, noting it's been over a decade since their last child was born. Madame Wu is fully on board, telling Harold to bring the woman home immediately to ensure she's well cared for. Nearby, Luna has to physically steady Lady Sharon, who is visibly reeling from the public humiliation. Lady Sharon's shock quickly turns to cold fury as she realizes how fast the matriarch's attitude shifted. Madame Wu wastes no time and asks Frost exactly how far along her pregnancy has progressed. Frost politely explains that she is 3 months along, maintaining a humble demeanor. The news gets even better for the Prime Minister as he reveals the doctor expects twin boys. Overjoyed by the prospect of more grandsons, Madame Wu immediately demands a seat be prepared for Frost. Lady Sharon forces a smile while seething internally, reluctantly agreeing to follow her mother-in-law's order. Madame Wu playfully scolds her son for keeping such a wonderful secret until the birthday party. She mentions how much she misses her other grandsons who are away, making this news even more precious. A guest joins in the celebration, calling the pregnancy a divine birthday gift for the matriarch. The rest of the crowd follows suit, offering their enthusiastic congratulations on the double blessing. Madame Wu glows with happiness, declaring the news of the twins to be her favorite present of the day. Lady Sharon is forced to play the polite hostess, showing Frost where to sit while hiding her deep resentment. Frost offers a sweet thank you, further cementing her new status within the household. Bright scoffs at the attention the news is receiving, pointing out that she and her brother are also twins. Claudia shuts her down instantly, claiming that a mixed pair doesn't hold a candle to the birth of 2 boys. Bright snaps back, warning Claudia not to make such snide comments during the festivities. Claudia ignores the outburst, remaining focused on her own plan to win over the family. She turns to Luna and asks what kind of gift she could possibly have brought for their grandmother. Luna remains unbothered, suggesting they see what Claudia has prepared before worrying about her own contribution. Claudia leans in and whispers to Madame Wu, hinting that her surprise is something truly special. She carefully presents a modest wooden box, building anticipation for the reveal. The grandmother's eyes widen in genuine surprise as she gets a look at the contents of the box. Claudia beams with pride, knowing she has successfully catered to the old woman's specific tastes. Sir Harold leans in, curious to see what has captured his mother's attention so thoroughly. Claudia explains that she found a perfect replacement for a white keepsake the grandmother had previously lost. Madame Wu is deeply touched by the gesture, praising Claudia for her incredible thoughtfulness. She reveals a massive, flawless pearl that is clearly worth a massive fortune. The matriarch admits it's almost too rare to use, but Claudia insists it's meant for her grandmother's enjoyment. Madame Wu rewards the girl with a display of affection, calling Claudia her own most precious treasure. Sir Harold gives a nod of approval, thanking Lady Sharon for doing such an excellent job raising their daughter. Lady Sharon takes a moment to breathe, finding a small bit of solace in her daughter's triumph amidst the ongoing scandal. Empty. No panels from the provided image are included in the allowed tags list. Lindsay kicks things off by presenting a flashy coral gift to her grandmother. Madame Wu isn't easily impressed, reacting with a cold and indifferent look. Next, a stunning landscape painting by a master artist is unveiled for the group. This time, the matriarch is delighted and orders the art to be hung in her own bedroom immediately. Bright and Lindsay start whispering, curious about what kind of gift Luna could possibly have ready. Bright is dismissive, claiming Luna probably didn't have a cent to spend on a present. Lindsay points out that even the usually quiet Melody is finally stepping up to show her own work. Bright is caught off guard by the sudden shift in attention. Melody presents a handmade embroidery, wishing her grandmother a long and healthy life. Madame Wu smiles warmly and asks for a closer look at the gift. However, she's immediately shocked when she sees the state of Melody's hands. Melody's fingers are visibly swollen and bruised from the intense labor of her embroidery. Deeply moved by the dedication, Madame Wu showers Melody with praise for her hard work. Melody shyly says that the effort is worth it as long as her grandmother is happy. Madame Wu holds her hands tenderly and insists she take care of the wounds right away. The surrounding guests look on in envy, commenting on how lucky the matriarch is to have such loyal grandchildren. Madame Wu expresses her gratitude, saying she values the company of her family above all else. Bright is left fuming, convinced that the matriarch is showing extreme bias after just one look at the gift. Lindsay admits they might have completely underestimated Melody's determination. Bright quickly turns the heat back on Luna, demanding to see her gift. A flustered Luna tries to downplay her present as just a small, handmade gadget. Bright keeps up the pressure, insisting that it's the effort that counts more than the cost. Lindsay joins in, mockingly promising not to laugh at whatever Luna brought. Luna looks down, feeling the heavy weight of social pressure from the group. Yara jumps in to defend her, revealing that Lord Eager himself recently praised Luna's incredible talent. This news leaves the guests in total shock, wondering who could be good enough to impress Edgar. Yara doubles down, insisting that Luna is actually a rare genius. Sir Harold is stunned, asking his daughter when she even learned such advanced literary skills. Luna tries to deflect the attention, claiming she was just messing around. Her father beams with pride and demands that Luna show her gift to the entire family. Madame Wu adds that she will cherish the gift regardless of what it is. Luna offers a polite salute and heads off to the West House to retrieve her surprise. Yara is confronted about why she's suddenly being so supportive of Luna. She brushes it off, making it clear she has no intention of being a disappointment. Bright watches the exchange closely, finding the shifting dynamics increasingly interesting. Yara reveals that her mention of Lord Eadgar was a calculated move to stir the pot. Someone grips a piece of fabric tightly as the atmosphere at the celebration grows tense. Nearby, the men discuss Luna's mysterious nature and her hidden talent. One observer notes how quickly Luna can switch between being fierce and appearing gentle. Eadgar stuns the group by predicting that Luna's gift will be a mechanical puppet. His companion is completely caught off guard by such a bold claim. Eadgar doubles down on his confidence, challenging his friend to a bet. The wager is set, with a precious ice crystal keepsake on the line. Eager tells his friend they can settle the debt once he's proven right. Luna makes her entrance, carrying a gift hidden beneath a red cloth. She tells her grandmother that the present is a handmade creation rather than an expensive treasure. Pulling back the cloth, she reveals a stunning and lifelike wooden bird. Madame Wu is visibly shocked by the level of craftsmanship on display. Luna explains that she carved the bird from wood and applied real feathers to make it look authentic. The onlookers are impressed by the talent shown by the Prime Minister's daughters. Still amazed, the grandmother asks Luna to bring the bird closer for a better look. Luna agrees, preparing to demonstrate the true secret of her creation. She sends the wooden bird out into the air with a steady hand. The bird's wings begin to move, allowing it to actually fly of the guests. Everyone watches in total disbelief as the wooden bird stays airborne. Madame Wu stands up in shock, unable to believe what is happening. A relative warns her to watch out as the bird heads straight for her. The mechanical bird makes a graceful landing right on the table. Madame Wu is completely awestruck, asking how such a feat is even possible. The man beside her is equally confused by the flying wooden creature. Luna acts modest, suggesting the bird simply came to life to see its grandmother. Madame Wu is delighted, fully won over by the incredible gift. Edgar looks at his friend and declares that he has officially won the bet. His companion is left wondering if Luna has some kind of mystical help. Edgar insists that his friend admit defeat now that the bird has flown. Claudia admits that Luna's birthday gift is incredibly impressive. Luna remains humble, noting how the locals are fascinated by her mechanical creations. Claudia stares intensely, advising Luna that there is no need for such modesty. Madame Wu is completely captivated by the wooden bird and demands to know the secret behind its flight. Claudia curses under her breath, clearly frustrated by her rival's success. A companion approaches Claudia, suggesting that there is something suspicious about Luna's sudden change. The girl complains about the wasted effort and money spent on a gift that was completely overshadowed. Claudia decides to hold back and observe the situation before making her next move. The blonde girl agrees that proceeding with caution is the best strategy. Claudia notes that things are becoming complicated with both Luna's rise and the presence of a pregnant mistress. Her companion suggests targeting Luna by using the jade ring she took from Lord Eager. Claudia smirks as she realizes this could be the perfect opening for a new scheme. Luna and Ninger decide to step outside the banquet hall to get some fresh air. Two other girls argue nearby, with one mocking the other for a recent failure. The girl in white huffs, claiming she is superior because she stays close to their grandmother. Her blonde rival retorts that she at least didn't let Luna gain a social advantage. Frustrated, the girl in white stands up and warns that their good days are ending now now that Luna is the favorite. They continue their heated bickering while walking through the courtyard. The blonde girl plots to let the others fight among themselves while she stays out of the crossfire. Luna and Ninger prepare to head back as the banquet dinner winds down. Luna's peaceful moment is cut short when she is suddenly ordered to stop. Bright Wu confronts them, demanding to know why Luna is trying to leave the party early. Luna looks surprised and explains she was simply out for a short walk. Bright loses her temper, calling Luna a liar and telling her drop the act. Luna remains calm and asks exactly what it is she's supposedly pretending to be. Bright shouts that while everyone else is fooled, she knows the truth about Luna's real identity. Luna offers a mocking smile, inviting her sister to explain her theory. Bright accuses Luna of lying about being blessed by immortals to manipulate their grandmother. Luna dismisses the accusation with a cold reminder of their previous physical confrontation. Bright stands her ground, claiming she is no longer intimidated by Luna's bluffs. A companion tries to restrain Bright, urging her to calm down before things escalate. Bright struggles against her friend, refusing to let the matter go. Her eyes burn with a fierce determination to expose Luna's lies the entire family. Luna stands her ground with a smirk, reminding Bright of the time she was terrified by a supposed ghost. Bright seizes the opportunity to tell Ninger that Luna has finally admitted to her deceptive ways. Luna remains unfazed, questioning exactly what it is she supposedly confessed to. Bright steps forward aggressively, accusing Luna of being the one who orchestrated the scare that night. Luna casually shrugs it off, admitting she was the one behind the prank and daring Bright to do something about it. Panicking, Bright screams for help, desperate to expose Luna's true nature to everyone at the banquet. Luna warns her to stop shouting, noting that the area is deserted and no one will hear her cries. As Luna steps closer, Bright cowers in fear, begging her to stay back. Luna demands to know if she ever forced Bright to bring her leftovers or act out of spite. She corners Bright, questioning the motives behind seizing the mechanical bird Lily in the middle of the night. Luna suggests that Bright is simply acting out of jealousy because Lord Eager ignores her while favoring Luna. Offended, Bright vehemently denies the accusation, claiming Luna is slandering her character. Luna looks down with a cold gaze, warning Bright that her patience has reached its limit. Bright and Ninger are left stunned by the sudden shift in Luna's intense demeanor. With a chilling smile, Luna asks if Bright is finally learning the importance of proper behavior. Bright clenches her fist in a rage, feeling humiliated by someone she considers beneath her. Luna dismisses the anger, attributing Bright's current misery to her own stupidity and jealousy. Stunned and on the verge of tears, Bright struggles to find a retort to the harsh truth. Luna turns to walk away, deciding she has wasted enough time on the confrontation. Refusing to let it go, Bright grabs Luna's sleeve and demands they settle things with a fight. Ninger tries to de-escalate the situation, but Bright refuses to release her grip on Luna. Bright remains defiant, shouting for Luna to show her true strength so everyone can see her true face. Luna's expression turns dark as she gives Bright a final warning to stop making a scene. Bright continues to taunt her, daring Luna to bring it on and expose herself to the guests. The heated argument echoes through the night as the two continue their standoff in the courtyard. Luna finally exerts her strength, shaking off Bright's hand with a sudden, powerful movement. Bright stumbles back from the force while Ninger rushes to catch her. Surprisingly, Luna suddenly falls to the ground, appearing to have sustained an injury to her hand. Luna cries out in pain, clutching her arm while Ninger looks on in concern. Bright is left baffled by the sudden change, wondering why Luna has become so fragile all of a sudden. Ninger spots something strange and asks Bright what she is holding in her hand. Confused, Bright looks down at her palm, not realizing she is holding anything at all. Her eyes go wide with shock as she finally notices the object she is gripping. The evening air is filled with the sound of dramatic wailing as the banquet continues. Luna puts on a masterclass in acting, clutching her hand and tearfully claiming she's in immense pain. Bright is caught completely off guard, stammering out a desperate denial of any wrongdoing. As Bright trembles from the shock of the accusation, her attendant urges her to stay alert. Luna leans into the performance, loudly accusing Bright of causing a serious injury to her hand. Pushed to the brink, Bright snaps back, arguing that Luna caused the damage to herself. Luna doesn't back down and threatens to take the matter directly to their grandmother to seek justice. Bright remains in total disbelief, adamantly insisting she has nothing to do with the situation. Unable to handle the mounting pressure, Bright turns and sprints away while her servant follows close behind. The moment they are gone, Luna's tears vanish and she bursts into a fit of triumphant laughter. Ninger is thoroughly impressed by the display, praising Luna for her quick-witted scheme. Luna smirks with satisfaction, noting that she's only just getting started with her plans. Back at the main hall, the formal event draws to a close as the hosts begin to wrap things up. The departing guests offer their polite thanks to Madame Wu and the Prime Minister for the evening's hospitality. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a sudden, startled reaction from the family members. Sensing something is wrong, the Prime Minister immediately sends a servant to investigate the source of the noise. Distressed cries continue to echo through the estate as the last of the guests make their exit. Bright finally reappears in a panic, calling out for her father to save her from the unfolding disaster. The Prime Minister is far from sympathetic, scolding his daughter for making such a disgraceful public scene. Bright ignores the rebuke and reaches out to her grandmother, begging for help. Madame Wu steps in to see what's wrong while the Prime Minister continues to lose his patience. Bright struggles to find her words, her eyes welling with tears as she prepares to blame Luna. Watching from the side, Claudia is quietly thrilled by the chaos, wondering what exactly has transpired. Bright finally drops the bombshell, claiming that Luna has suffered a gruesome injury to her hand. The news is so shocking shocking that one of the ladies nearby is visibly repulsed by the mental image. Seeing the woman's distress, Madame Wu suggests she head back to her quarters to rest. Claudia presses for more details, and Bright claims the injury happened after she gave Luna a simple push. The surrounding servants find the story hard to swallow, doubting that a mere push could cause such damage. Madame Wu is overcome with grief, fearing that such a permanent injury will ruin Luna's future prospects. Furious and concerned, the Prime Minister demands to know exactly where Luna is located. Bright points toward the garden corridor, still shaken by the confrontation. Luna appears suddenly, wondering why the banquet ended so early while apologizing for missing the guest's departure. She spots Bright and offers a mockingly polite greeting. Bright is completely stunned to see that Luna's hand is perfectly fine. Luna plays along with the confusion, showing off her uninjured hands to the crowd. Losing her cool, Bright screams that she saw Luna lose a finger earlier in the evening. Her father loses his patience and orders her to go back to her room before she embarrasses the family further. Luna gently takes Bright's hands to prove there is no injury to be found. She forces the girl to inspect her fingers, making it clear they are all still attached. Bright trembles in fear, convinced that this version of Luna is an entirely different person. Terrified, Bright shakes off Luna's grip and retreats in a panic. She yells at Luna to stay away, claiming she is an imposter. Luna puts on a shocked face, acting deeply hurt by the wild accusations. Bright continues her public meltdown, calling Luna a demon in front of everyone. The Prime Minister finally snaps and commands everyone to be quiet immediately. Bright clings to her father, desperate to make him believe that Luna is a demon who set up a ghost trap. She tries to drag a witness into the mess, insisting someone else saw the injury as well. The witness drops to the floor in a sudden, dramatic movement. Mia kowtows and claims she didn't see anything clearly because it was too dark outside. Bright is outraged by the betrayal and glares at the servant in disbelief. Her father delivers a sharp slap to silence his daughter's hysterical outburst. Bright clutches her face, staring at her father in total shock. The Prime Minister turns to the remaining guests and apologizes, claiming Bright is suffering from a delusional illness. The guests' awkwardness is palpable as they agree to leave so the family can handle the situation. The Prime Minister bows deeply as the guests finally make their exit from the estate. Back inside, a woman tries to console the weeping and distraught Bright. Bright cries into her arms, cursing Luna for ruining her reputation. The Prime Minister turns his attention to Luna, demanding an explanation for Bright's specific claims. Luna drops to her knees and acts like she has no idea why Bright is acting so strangely. Her father looks on with a suspicious expression, trying to piece together the truth. Luna suggests to Madame Wu that Bright might have been possessed by a spirit again. Madame Wu looks troubled, considering the possibility of a ghost being responsible for the girl's behavior. The family members recall previous odd events and discuss calling a priest to cleanse the house. Claudia tries to steer the suspicion back toward Luna, claiming she is the actual source of the possession. The Prime Minister agrees that Bright's behavior changed drastically once Luna's health improved. He cites ancient wisdom regarding the nature of spiritual disorder and unusual feats. Madame Wu admits her age is catching up to her and hands the investigation over to the Prime Minister. He vows to look into the matter thoroughly, warning that no one can fool him. Luna remains perfectly calm, confident that no outside forces can affect the family. Another family member suggests bringing in a specialist to ensure everyone's safety amidst the panic. Madame Wu decides to step back from the situation and focuses on her prayers. Mistress Dream agrees with the plan to find a Taoist priest, but worries about Bright's condition for the night. Willow suggests sending Bright to the ancestral hall, claiming the family spirits will ward off evil. Mistress Dream is horrified by the suggestion of sending her daughter there. Bright clings to her mother, terrified at the prospect of being moved to the hall. Mistress Dream turns on Willow, accusing her of having ulterior motives. Willow maintains her innocence, claiming the suggestion was only for Bright's well-being. Fed up with the arguing, Madame Wu stands up and demands silence. She decides to go rest, leaving the others to handle the conflict quietly. Luna offers her arm to help the matriarch back to her quarters. Bright continues to sob, begging her mother not to let her be sent away. The Prime Minister loses patience and tells Mistress Dream to stop being so difficult. Mistress Dream can only look on in desperation as her pleas are ignored. He orders Bright to be confined to the Drizzle house under heavy surveillance. Mistress Dream seethes with rage, blaming Luna for her daughter's ongoing misery. The Prime Minister turns a stern gaze toward Luna. Luna maintains her act, responding with the utmost politeness. He tells her that while she's involved, he doesn't believe she caused the initial trouble. Luna feigns compliance while secretly questioning the logic of the situation. He commands her to return to her room and reflect on her own mistakes. Mistress Dream echoes the order, eager to see Luna out of her sight. Under the light of the full moon, Luna searches the garden for a discarded keepsake. Mia warns that they need to find the item immediately before it's discovered by someone else. Luna searches the ground near the corridor, hoping to find where the object landed. Mia asks if a lantern would make the search easier. Luna points out that carrying a lantern would only draw unwanted attention to their late-night activities. Two men discuss their next moves in the courtyard as one questions the other's true intentions. The purple-haired man admits he is just as curious about Luna as everyone else in the household. His companion warns him to keep his curiosity to himself and avoid ruining the current plan. Hidden behind a fan, the purple-haired man points out that Luna likely doesn't trust his associate anyway. The man remains silent as he processes the blunt comment about Luna's lack of trust. He abruptly ends the conversation and orders the other man to leave the area. Refusing to back down, the purple-haired man insists he isn't finished with their discussion yet. He demands to know why the other was wandering around so late at night. The man offers no explanation for his late-night activities and remains stoic. A hand suddenly grips the man's shoulder to stop him from walking away. The purple-haired man questions if he has feelings for Luna and reminds him of his existing obligation obligations. Shaking off the hand, the man tells him to mind his own business before they head back inside. Meanwhile, Luna and her assistant navigate the grounds of the West House under the moonlight. Luna expresses her frustration over getting caught earlier by Edgar while searching the garden. Her assistant tries to stay positive, suggesting that Edgar won't reveal their secret activities to the others. Luna agrees he won't expose her but remains uneasy about his potential motives. The assistant wonders exactly what Luna's so concerned about regarding Edgar's silence. Looking at a small charm, Luna worries that the price for his silence might be something she cannot afford. The assistant asks what their next course of action should be now that they are back. Luna stays determined, believing there is a solution to every problem they face. Suddenly, Luna stops in her tracks as she senses something unusual in the shadows. The pair stays quiet, realizing that someone else is lurking nearby in the dark. They spot Melody waiting for them near a circular garden entrance. Melody greets Luna warmly, mentioning she has been waiting for quite some time for her return. Luna keeps things brief and suggests they walk while they talk to avoid being seen. Excitedly, Melody brings up the beautiful bird Luna crafted for their grandmother. Luna offers a simple and polite thanks for the compliment as they walk. Melody continues her praise, mentioning that even Lady Yara was impressed by Luna's extraordinary poetry. Getting straight to the point, Luna asks Melody what her true objective is for this late visit. Melody pauses for a moment, looking hesitant to speak her mind openly. She eventually admits she simply wants to build a closer relationship with Luna from now on. Luna becomes irritated and questions why they need to change their current dynamic when things were fine. Melody argues that their previous relationship wasn't ideal and needs to improve for their survival. She reminds Luna that they were both mistreated by the household in the past and should stick together. Luna begins to walk away, prompting Melody to call out to her in distress. Luna insists they should continue living independently now that they have finally gained their grandmother's recognition. Feeling inadequate, Melody confesses she only received praise tonight because of Luna's clever actions. Luna turns back to address Melody, questioning her intentions for seeking her out. She decides to give the girl a chance to speak and hear what she has to say. Melody claims that witnessing Luna's transformation inspired her to change her own life and earn praise from her elders. Luna skeptically asks if Mistress Zoe is even aware that this meeting is taking place. Melody's nervous expression immediately confirms that she is acting without permission. Luna concludes that the mistress would definitely disapprove of the two of them associating. The girl tries to justify her presence despite the obvious risks and her own anxiety. Luna makes it clear that while they aren't enemies, she has no need for an alliance or any help right now. Melody is visibly stunned by the flat refusal to join forces. Luna suggests they might cooperate later if their goals align, but for now, they should keep their distance. Melody feels like she's being viewed as a burden, but Luna tells her to stop being so dramatic. Determined to prove her worth, Melody vows to return once she has become stronger and more capable. Luna dismisses the dramatic promise with a simple bored shrug. Before leaving, Melody thanks her for previous assistance and promises to stand her ground in the future. Mia later questions why Luna didn't accept the extra help when their pool of allies is so small. Luna remains wary, finding the sudden shift in Melody's personality to be highly suspicious. She explains that her own change was a special case and suspects Melody might be using gratitude as an excuse for an ulterior motive. Luna decides the best course of action is to watch Melody from afar for a while to see if she is genuine. The next morning, the sun shines over the intricate woodwork of the inner chambers. While eating, Mia updates Luna on the movements of the other household members. Mia reports that a high-ranking mistress has left the grounds to offer prayers in person. Luna checks the timing of the departure to ensure the coast is clear for her own plans. Knowing she is surrounded by deadly foes, Luna keeps her guard up and analyzes her position. Mia enters the room carrying a bundle from the blacksmith, signaling some long-awaited good news. Luna is thrilled and immediately asks her to bring the items over for a close inspection. The cloth is pulled back to reveal the specialized equipment Luna had recently commissioned. Luna examines the set of sharp implements, noting their quality and readiness for her specific task. Mia notes that the rest of the order will be finished in a few days once the final payment is settled. Full of excitement, Luna stands up, ready to put her new gear to work. She instructs Mia to prepare themselves as it is finally time to head out and take action. Mia's attendant reminds her that they need Madame Sharon's permission before heading out of the estate. Luna questions why a member of her standing would ever need to ask for such a thing. Mia explains that while high-ranking members might be exempt, the rules usually apply to everyone else. Brushing off the formalities, Luna decides they are going anyway and tells Mia to get ready. She is determined to finish her business quickly and ignore the restrictive house rules. A maid hides behind a door, spying on the duo as they prepare to leave. Inside her quarters, Madame Sharon rests while waiting for any updates on the household. The spy enters and reports that Luna has officially left the premises without authorization. Sharon is initially unbothered, thinking a simple outing isn't a major concern. The maid insists that something far more suspicious is going on behind the scenes. Urging her mistress to listen, the maid prepares to reveal the secret details she discovers. Sharon listens intently as the maid leans in to whisper the scandalous information. The maid doubles down, claiming she witnessed Luna's questionable behavior with her own eyes. Enraged by the news, Sharon slams her hand onto the table and curses Luna's name. The maid asks for instructions on how to handle the situation now that the truth is out. Sharon gives a cold, direct order to take care of the matter immediately. Excited to be given such a task, the maid vows to do her absolute best. Sharon dismisses her with a warning not to fail this time. The maid bows low, promising that she will not let her mistress down. Sharon smirks to herself, plotting to ensure Luna never gets another chance glanced across her. Down in the bustling market, Luna and Mia walk through the streets filled with vendors. Mia looks around curiously, asking what specific items they are looking to buy. Luna maintains an air of mystery, stating they are searching for very important materials. She takes Mia by the hand and leads her toward a specific shop. Luna hands a payment over to a merchant, instructing him to deliver the goods to the Prime Minister's residence in 3 days. As the merchant prepares to leave, Luna calls out for him to wait. She pulls out a bundle of specialized brushes to add to the delivery list. The merchant happily agrees to include the extra items in the shipment. Mia goes over the strange list of purchases, noting that things like timber, powder, and gelatin make for a weird combination. Luna explains that these specific components are necessary to create high-quality tools. Mia is in awe of Luna's knowledge and begs to be taught how to make such things. Luna teases her, reminding her how scared she used to be of these methods. Mia remains determined, insisting that she is ready to learn everything. Having seen Luna handle her enemies, Mia now looks at her with nothing but pure admiration. Luna beams at Mia, praising her willingness to learn and declaring that she will become a top-tier assistant. Mia is filled with determination, promising to give it her absolute best effort. Realizing how hungry she is, Luna suggests they find a place to grab a bite to eat first. Mia points out a famous restaurant nearby that is known for serving the best meat in town. Luna happily agrees to the plan, excited at the prospect of a good meal. She pulls out her money pouch, momentarily feeling like a wealthy lady with her recent earnings. However, a quick look at the few coins in her palm makes her realize that her funds are actually quite low. Mia sighs, reminding her that they really need to start saving their money. Determined to fix their financial situation, Luna declares that she needs to find a way to generate more income. Mia looks puzzled by the sudden talk of business ventures and revenue. Luna asks about the silver they got from a previous transaction, and Mia confirms a large amount is currently sitting in the bank. Even with that sum, Luna worries it won't last long at her current rate of spending. As she ponders her next move, Luna realizes her current skill set not be enough to start a full-blown career just yet. A sudden spark of inspiration hits her, and she knows exactly what to do. She grabs Mia's hand and leads her toward their next destination with renewed energy. They arrive at the local pawn shop, ready to trade some valuables for quick cash. The elderly man behind the counter asks them what they are looking to pawn today. Luna places a high-quality jade keepsake on the counter for him to evaluate. The man picks up the item, beginning a careful inspection of its craftsmanship. A look of pure shock crosses the appraiser's face as he realizes the true value of the piece. He slowly sets the jade keepsake back down, appearing deeply unsettled. The man asks Luna to take the item back and follow him into a private room for a more serious discussion. Luna finds his panicky behavior suspicious, wondering why a professional would be so rattled by a high-end item. The group moves into a private, well-furnished back room to continue their negotiation. Luna acknowledges the man's sharp memory regarding her past business. The appraiser notes that she clearly comes from a wealthy background and questions why she's parting with such precious belongings. Luna dismisses his prying, stating she'd rather have the cash than hold onto items she doesn't like. The man explains that shop rules require him to verify the source of such valuable items to prevent any future legal trouble. Becoming impatient with the interrogation, Luna tells him bluntly that the item was a gift. The appraiser repeats her answer, still looking skeptical about the whole situation. Fed up with the delays, Luna stands up and threatens to take her business elsewhere if he won't make a deal. Seeing his big payday walking out the door, the man frantically tries to stop them from leaving. He quickly changes his tune, promising to drop the questions and get straight to the payout. Luna and Mia negotiate the sale of a valuable keepsake with the pawn shop appraiser. Luna clarifies she is selling the item permanently without any intent to redeem it later. The appraiser accepts the terms for a terminated pawn transaction. Luna signals her impatience, challenging the man to finalize the deal quickly. The shopkeeper values the keepsake at a staggering 6 million taels of silver. Mia is stunned by the astronomical sum offered for the item. Luna hides her excitement while pretending to be dissatisfied with the offer. The appraiser insists his shop provides the highest bids in the city. Luna demands the silver immediately to close the transaction. The man explains the store does not keep that much liquid cash on hand. Luna grows uneasy and questions the delay in receiving her payment. He promises the full payout will be ready for her in 3 days. Luna reluctantly accepts the timeline and prepares to depart. Outside, Mia celebrates the prospect of their massive new fortune. The assistant asks Luna for a reality check to confirm their luck. Mia offers thanks for the high value of the pawned asset. Luna muses on the strange value placed on items from this era. Mia is puzzled by Luna's unusual commentary regarding the local people. Luna promises to treat Mia to a shopping spree once the funds arrive. The pair arrives at a local restaurant to celebrate their success. Luna happily anticipates a large meal to mark the occasion. A sudden disturbance in the street catches Luna's attention. A girl in pink runs past as a man chases after her. The man struggles to maintain his pace during the pursuit. Luna and Mia observe the public scene with clear disapproval. The man blocks the girl's path to demand a conversation. The girl tells the man to stay away from her. He tries to stop her as she attempts to walk away. She publicly scolds him for his inappropriate and persistent behavior. The girl ignores his pleas and continues walking away down the street. The man expresses deep regret while watching her depart. Hannah's servant stands her ground, demanding that the persistent man stop pestering her lady. The man takes offense, questioning how a mere servant dares to speak to him in such a manner. Ignoring his threats, the servant scolds him for attempting to ruin her lady's reputation in public. Hannah looks on with a worried expression as the confrontation escalates. The group stands outside the entrance of the Hongfeng restaurant. Hannah and her servant try to enter the building building to escape the situation. The man blocks their path, insisting that it is already noon and they should have lunch together. Hana looks away in discomfort, clearly wanting nothing to do with him. She finally snaps, asking the stranger if he has lost his mind since she doesn't even know him. The man attempts to gaslight her, telling her to stop making a scene because people are watching them. Hana is left speechless and frustrated by his blatant lies and unbelievable behavior. Watching from the side, Mia and the other onlookers suspect the man is a human trafficker, pretending to be in a relationship to mislead the crowd. The man reaches out to grab Hana, trying to lure her away with the promise of her favorite food. The servant girl quickly jumps in between them, shouting for the man to keep his hands off her lady. Losing his temper, the man pushes the servant aside and accuses her of trying to ruin his relationship. Hana stands her ground, demanding to know exactly what the man wants from her. Suddenly, Mia steps into the fray and greets Hana as if they are close friends. Mia grabs Hana's arm and claims she has been looking everywhere for her. Looking back at the man with a confused gaze, Mia asks who he is supposed to be. Hana plays along, stating she has no idea who he is and suggesting he might have a mental problem. The surrounding crowd begins to whisper, now fully convinced the man is a dangerous human trafficker. The man starts to sweat as the public's perception turns against him. Mia leads Hana toward the restaurant, mentioning that a lady is already waiting for them in a private room. The man tries one last time to call out to Hana, but he is completely ignored. Mia tells Hana to ignore the man, name-dropping several high-ranking lords to scare him off. Hana is surprised by the bold claims, wondering who this mysterious girl helping her actually is. The man remains skeptical, claiming he knows every important person in South Link City and that she is lying. Hana retorts that he is the most shameless person she has ever met for following her like a dog. The man refuses to give up, continuing to pester the two girls as they try to move away. Having had enough, Mia delivers a powerful kick that sends the man flying backward. The man hits the ground hard, crying out in pain from the impact. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he shouts to the crowd that Mia is the actual trafficker who is kidnapping a general's daughter. Mia steps in front of Hana to block any potential threats, assuring her that she is safe. Mia confidently shows off a keepsake, proving she has the authority to handle the situation. Mia presents a high-value charm, causing the girls to look on in surprise as the situation escalates. The harasser freezes in shock, recognizing the jade keepsake as a belonging of the powerful Lord Edgar. Hana looks at the object with uncertainty, unsure of how such a prestigious item ended up in her savior's hands. Both men are visibly alarmed, though they quickly try to convince themselves that the item must be a clever fake. The red-haired girl remains unfazed, challenging the duo to see if they actually have the guts to try and break it. She doubles down on the pressure, inviting the men to come upstairs and settle the matter directly with the high-ranking lords. Stunned and flustered, the man can only stammer in disbelief as his confidence completely evaporates. The protagonist doesn't hold back, calling the man a total piece of work for his disgraceful behavior in public. Backing down, the harasser claims he'll spare them this time only out of respect for the Lord's name. A smirk plays on the girl's face as she realizes how easily a powerful name can terrify a bully. Before the man can retreat, she stops him in his tracks, making it clear that she isn't finished with him just yet. She scolds him for his shameless stalking and tells him he needs a serious reality check in the mirror. The gathered crowd whispers in agreement, noting that a man like him is no match for someone of Hana's status. Humiliated, the antagonist clenches his fist and warns her not to push her luck any further. Onlookers watch the drama unfold, feeling that the man has already overstayed his welcome. With a mocking thumbs up, the girl suggests the man visit a doctor to clear his head before heading home. She then leads Hana toward the restaurant while the defeated man watches them with a face full of resentment. From the safety of an upstairs window, the girl observes the harasser still lingering on the street below. Hana offers a grateful smile, praising her new friend's cleverness in using the names of people the man wouldn't dare provoke. She reveals the man is Walton, the son of a scholar, whom she has been trying to avoid for a long time. Curious about the local power dynamics, the girl asks how the man's family rank compares to Lord Egar's. Hana explains that the Lord's status is high enough to strip the man's entire family of their property in an instant. Deciding the stalker needs a proper cooling off, the girl reaches for a nearby teapot. She pours the liquid directly out the window, drenching the unsuspecting man standing on the sidewalk below. Looking down, she mockingly claims the tea was a gift from the Lord to help him handle the summer heat. Sopping wet and furious, Walton declares they are now enemies before finally storming off in disgrace. Once the trouble has cleared, Hana breathes a sigh of relief and offers her sincere thanks for the intervention. Identifying herself as Hana Shen, she invites her rescuer to visit the general's house if she ever needs a favor. The girl warns Hana to stay vigilant. Noting that Walton seems like a radical and dangerous individual, Hana looks down with a worried expression, clearly aware of the persistent threat the man poses to her safety. The conversation turns to more personal matters as the protagonist asks if Hana is currently engaged. Hana explains that the stalking began after a chance meeting at a family dinner, making her life miserable for a year. While a servant pours fresh tea, Hana's companion cautions her to be careful about what she says in public. Realizing she still doesn't know who saved her, Hana asks for the girl's name. With a friendly smile, the protagonist introduces herself as Luna Wu from the Prime Minister's residence. Luna recalls the moment her identity as the Prime Minister's daughter was brought up during her conversation. Hana is stunned, asking if she is really that specific person from the recent rumors. Luna confirms her identity, acknowledging her past reputation for having a disfigured face. Hana finds it unbelievable that she has been completely cured, just as the gossip suggested. The pair settles into a restaurant where the waiter asks for their order, to show her gratitude for the earlier help. Hana insists on paying and orders all the signature dishes. Luna smiles and thanks her new friend for the kind gesture. Their attendants move to a separate table to give the two ladies some privacy to talk. Luna realizes that Hana is well aware of all the stories circulating about her in the city. She dismisses the wild rumors about her recovery being a miracle or a blessing from above. Hana mentions how people now praise her for being clever and having a heart of gold. Luna is skeptical of these legendary tales, thinking they are mostly fabricated by the public. Hana explains the popular theory that Luna was only pretending to be a fool to endure humiliation. Luna finally understands why all the guests were staring at her during the recent birthday party. Curious about the truth, Hana asks which of the many rumors is actually correct. Luna sips her tea and hints that the real story is even more shocking than the gossip. Hana finds her fascinating, noting that Lord Eager even entrusted her with his jade charm. Luna claims she has no real connection to the Lord and only used his name for convenience. Hana points out that the Lord never lets that specific charm leave his person for any reason. Luna insists she simply won the item from him during a game they played. Hana remains suspicious, wondering if there is some hidden conflict between the two of them. Luna feels frustrated because the more she explains the truth, the less she is believed. The waiter returns to the table, delivering the freshly prepared dishes to the hungry pair. They agree to drop the formalities and call each other by their first names as they start their feast. Hana excitedly orders a jar of sweet wine to celebrate their growing bond. Meanwhile, Lord Eager is busy working in his study when he is suddenly interrupted. He grants permission for a visitor from the pawn shop to enter and speak with him. The shop owner approaches with a look of concern to deliver a report about a recent customer. Eager pauses his writing to ask what could be so urgent. The man reveals that a girl arrived at his shop today with a very familiar item in her possession. Eager is shocked to learn that someone actually tried to pawn his personal charm for cash. The shopkeeper explains the girl wanted money because she didn't even like the gift she received. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Eager slams his hand against the table in a rage. He fumes over the fact that she disliked the item and wonders if she ever intended to get it back later. The pawnbroker is stressed, mentioning the high price of 6.8 million taels for the item. Eager is visibly angry, realizing Luna is trying to pawn his jade charm for such a small amount of money. The pawnbroker bows low, noting that Luna clearly doesn't appreciate the gift Lord Eager gave her. Eager thinks deeply before telling the pawnbroker he can leave. The pawnbroker hesitates, asking about the status of the trade agreement. Eager tells him there is no need for a contract because she won't be pawning it. The pawnbroker agrees and makes his exit from the room. Eager walks through the mansion looking depressed when an attendant asks if he's going out. He coldly snaps back, questioning if he needs to report his movements. The attendant apologizes and informs him that Prince Abbott has arrived at the manor. Edgar stops to confirm the prince has already entered the mansion. Still fuming, Edgar orders his staff to send someone to Mingy Middle Street. A younger attendant looks confused and asks what the mission is for. Eager shouts in a chibi-style rage, demanding they find Luna Wu at the Prime Minister's house immediately. Prince Abbott enters the scene, casually asking who managed to make Eager so angry. Eager tries to play it off, claiming someone just tried to pawn his belongings. Prince Abbott jokes that whoever dared to do that must have a death wish. Eager dismisses the topic and leads the prince further into the building. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Luna is enjoying drinks and meat, celebrating her rare feast. Hana compliments Luna's high tolerance for the beverages they are consuming. An attendant pours more for them as Luna mentions it's her first time trying such high-quality wine. Feeling the effects of the drink, Luna excitedly orders 2 more jars. The table is already cluttered with several empty jars as the girls continue their cheers. Luna wonders why Hana didn't bring any bodyguards, noting they could have easily handled Walton. Hana admits she actually snuck out of her house in secret to avoid them. Luna points out that if a bodyguard still followed her despite her sneaking out, there must be a spy nearby. Hana agrees with a belch, realizing the logic in Luna's observation. Luna admits she has similar problems but doesn't know how to handle the surveillance around her. Hana claims she has a simple solution and offers to share her plan. The 2 girls lean in close as Hana whispers her secret strategy into Luna's ear. Luna is impressed by the plan, calling Hana a genius and patting her on the back. Hana's happy to finally have a solution to her ongoing problem. Luna asks for more details about Hana's life as the daughter of a general. Hana explains that her father is often away at war and her mother is his only wife. Luna expresses her envy, wishing she had been reborn into a simple family dynamic like Hana's. Eager sees Prince Abbott off, bidding him farewell after their official meeting concludes. The Lord reflects on how much effort it takes to maintain a facade in front of the perceptive prince. A subordinate approaches Edgar with the urgent news that his men have successfully located Lady Luna. The scout reports that she is currently situated at the Hongfeng restaurant. Edgar questions what she could possibly be doing at a restaurant at this hour. His subordinate informs him that Luna is there drinking in the company of General Shon's daughter. Concerned about the late hour, Edgar decides it is far too late for her to be staying outside. He resolves to head to the restaurant himself to settle the matter of the jade keepsake once and for all. Inside the establishment, a flushed Luna enthusiastically encourages Hana to keep drinking with her. Hana, clearly feeling the effects of the beverage, joins in with a cheerful toast. Luna praises the quality of the wine while leaning against her hand in a daze. Hana curiously asks Luna to tell her more about the history of Lord Eager's jade charm. Luna explains that she won the item from him during a game after he had taken her own prize first. Hana is surprised by the story, having assumed there was a much more personal relationship between the two. Frustrated by the topic, Luna slams her cup onto the table with a loud bang. She loudly declares to her friend that the man must be completely clearly out of his mind. Hannah laughs it off, reminding Luna that Lord Eager is considered a dream catch for most women. Luna remains unimpressed, questioning how anyone could actually find him deserving of such admiration. Hannah lists the Lord's many talents and handsome appearance, noting his status as one of the most popular men in the city. Luna dismisses his supposed talents, though she begrudgingly admits that his looks are undeniable. Hannah leans in with a mischievous smile, offering to reveal the true origin of that specific jade charm. Luna's eyes light up with excitement as she wonders if the item is a key to a hidden treasure. Hannah is taken aback by Luna's wild imagination and wonders what strange idea she is coming up with. Hannah explains that the jade pieces are a set, with the second one intended specifically for the Lord's future spouse. Luna is stunned into silence by the revelation, her eyes widening as the weight of the situation hits her. Hannah explains that the Emperor had the special pair crafted specifically for Edgar when he was born. The specific circle-shaped charm Luna holds is the half of the set reserved for his intended partner. Luna begins to feel a wave of guilt, realizing she accidentally took one of his most significant personal possessions. Hannah suggests that Luna should simply return the item so the Lord will owe her a favor for its safe recovery. Luna feels far too embarrassed to face him now, worrying that he might actually hate her for what happened. Hannah reassures her, but warns that keeping such an important item will only lead to more trouble. Luna tries to drown out her anxiety with more drinks, determined to stick to her plan of pawning the charm. She convinces herself that she will be long gone before Eager can ever catch up to her. Luna, Hannah, and Sue leave the Hongfeng restaurant after finishing their meal and paying the bill. Luna worries that Walton might still be lurking nearby to cause more trouble. Hannah shakes her head, dismissing the concern and suggesting that he must have left a long time ago. Hannah gives Sue final instructions to take good care of Luna on the walk back. Sue smiles and promises to handle the responsibility of getting her lady home safely. Hannah warns Luna to be cautious since they've both had quite a bit to drink. Acknowledging the late hour, they agree it is time to part ways for the evening. Hannah waves a cheerful goodbye, looking forward to their next outing together. The group splits up under the moonlight, heading off into the quiet city streets. Sue supports a wobbly Luna as they make their way back toward the residence. Sue carries their belongings and confirms that she has everything accounted for. Luna is in high spirits about going home, but Sue remains anxious about being caught sneaking back into the house. Luna dismisses the worry, claiming a bath will hide the evidence of their drinking, and her escape plan is nearly ready. As they traverse the empty streets, Sue continues to emphasize the need for caution to avoid detection. Suddenly, Luna freezes and signals for Sue to stop moving and stay silent. Sue is confused and asks what's wrong as Luna senses something is off in the shadows. Luna grabs Sue's arm tightly, her expression shifting to one of intense focus. Without another word, Luna commands Sue to run, causing the maid to drop her package in a panic. The two sprint through the dark alleys of the city, breathing heavily as they try to escape. Sue quickly reaches her limit, gasping that she can no longer maintain the pace. Luna urges her to keep going, revealing that they have been followed by 4 men ever since they left. Sue looks back in fear as they realize their path forward is completely blocked. A group of armed thugs confronts them, mockingly telling the girls they have nowhere left to run. Sue steps forward to protect Luna, telling her lady to flee while she tries to buy some time. The lead thug mentions he saw Luna at the pawn shop earlier and assumes she is carrying a fortune. The man leans in close to intimidate Luna, commenting on the smell of alcohol as he corners her. Luna quickly pulls Sue behind her, stepping up to face the group of men herself. The thugs laugh at their nervousness, sarcastically claiming they aren't actually bad guys. One of the men holds a wooden club near Luna's face, demanding she hand over the money from her pawn shop visit. Luna remains surprisingly calm, casually stating that she only received 6.8 million taels for her items. Shocked by the massive sum mentioned, the thugs can't believe their ears. They demand she hand over the wealth immediately, closing in with their weapons drawn. Luna simply shrugs, casually claiming she doesn't actually have the money on her person. The lead thug grows impatient, threatening to search her if she doesn't cooperate. Sue desperately tries to shield her mistress, urging Luna to run while she holds them off. Luna calmly pulls Sue back, telling her not to worry about the situation. She warns the criminals that even if she gave them the silver, they wouldn't have the luck to enjoy it. The thugs laugh off her warning, eager to take what they want by force. Meanwhile, Edgar and his men arrive at the restaurant only to find that Luna has already departed. Edgar pauses as he catches the sound of rowdy men shouting in a nearby alleyway. He swiftly leaps onto the rooftops to investigate the disturbance within his territory. His subordinate quickly spots Luna cornered below and points her out to his lord. The subordinate prepares to jump down and intervene before things get worse. However, Edgar signals for him to hold on and wait. He watches with an intrigued smile, curious to see how the girl will handle the thugs herself. Back in the dark alley, the atmosphere remains tense as the confrontation escalates. The thugs continue their intimidation, confident they have the upper hand. The leader asks if she's going to cooperate or face the consequences. Luna flashes a bewitching smile and suggests a different way to settle her debt. The lead thug is immediately hooked by the idea and greedily agrees to her proposal. Luna pushes Sue aside, telling her to stay back while she handles the man. The thugs argue briefly before the boss decides he'll be the one to deal with her first. The rest of the gang backs off, leaving their leader to face Luna alone. The boss commands her to come closer and fulfill her end of the deal. Luna stops him with a hand to his chest, suggesting they play a different game instead. The thug is thrilled by the suggestion, thinking he's about to have a lucky night. In a sudden flash, Luna pulls out a hidden blade she's been concealing. She coldly informs him that she's ready to pay her debt in full. With a chilling smile, Luna prepares to use the small knife to show the thug exactly what she's capable of. Igor and his companion observe from the rooftops, with his companion questioning Luna's next move while Igor admits he underestimated her. Igor watches the scene below with a smirk, deciding to stay and witness the unfolding drama. Luna maintains a cheerful, almost eerie smile while holding a small tool, causing the thugs to tremble in fear. The thugs are completely terrified, sweating profusely as they witness Luna's unpredictable behavior. One of the thugs is so overwhelmed by her intense aura that he clutches his head, wondering if she has lost her mind. Luna casually tosses the small keepsake into the air, treating the object like a mere toy. She expertly catches the falling item with just 2 fingers, showcasing her surprising coordination. The sheer display of skill leaves the onlookers completely speechless and shocked. Overcome with pure terror, one of the thugs collapses to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. The other thugs decide they've had enough and scramble to escape the alleyway as fast as they can. The leader of the thugs is left behind, sweating and stumbling as his bravado completely vanishes. The realization hits him that he doesn't have the silver Luna is demanding, sending him into a deeper state of panic. The thug leader cowers in fear, seeing Luna's simple gesture as a terrifying threat. Desperate for a way out, the thug leader screams for help as his composure totally breaks. He falls back against a wall, trembling uncontrollably and calling Luna a complete lunatic. Luna remains perfectly calm, cheerfully reminding him that paying back such a large sum of silver will take some time. An older man watching from the sidelines is horrified, realizing he stumbled upon someone truly dangerous. The thug leader continues to tremble, begging for an end to the intense encounter. Luna and her maid walk through the moonlit valley, with the maid expressing total admiration for her lady's boldness. Luna reaches down to pick up her small keepsake from the ground, finishing her business in the alley. Her maid is still visibly shaken by the intense display of confidence she just witnessed. Luna teasingly calls her a coward and suggests she needs to be more daring if she wants to learn her techniques. Suddenly, Luna senses a presence nearby and turns her head, questioning who is watching them. Lord Igor and his guard finally descend from the roof, greeting Luna under the light of the full moon. Luna isn't surprised to see him, commenting on how they always seem to bump into each other. Igor's guard lands gracefully, noting that Lady Luna is far different from any other noblewoman he's seen. Luna finds the dramatic entrance annoying, expressing her dislike for people who try too hard to show off. Lord Igor claps his hands in genuine amusement, thanking her for putting on such an entertaining show. Not interested in further small talk, Luna turns around and prepares to take her leave. She instructs her maid, Ninger, to pick up the items they came for so they can head out. Igor steps closer to share a private word, mentioning he heard she had acquired something interesting. Luna looks back with determination, making it clear that her newly acquired jade charm belongs to her and no one else. Igor calmly concedes that the precious jade charm belongs to Luna. His guard looks on in total shock, realizing his master is actually siding with her. The Lord points out that since he won't buy the item, no other pawn shop in the city will dare touch it. He reminds her that she stands to lose over 6 million taels of silver if she can't find a buyer. Luna is visibly frustrated, questioning if this is his way of threatening her. Igor maintains a smooth smile, claiming he's just a humble shop owner offering friendly advice. Luna doesn't buy the act for a second and lets her irritation show. He finally lets go of her sleeve as they continue their tense standoff. He gives her a dismissive pat on the head, treating her like a child while she glares back. Luna swings the keepsake around, deciding she'd rather break it than deal with his nonsense. When his guard tries to intervene, Igor stops him, stating she is free to smash her own property. Luna remains suspicious, wondering if he has a secret plan to take her out later. He assures her that his intentions are completely genuine. Luna quickly tucks the charm away, not trusting him for a single second. She grabs her maid and attempts a quick exit, shouting a final goodbye. Igor calls out for them to stop before they can get far. He offers her a place to change into clean clothes and a chance to discuss a real business proposal. Luna reluctantly agrees, warning him that she won't tolerate any more harassment. Igor gives a confident look, promising that the meeting will be worth her time. The group moves to a quiet, private courtyard nearby to settle the matter. Igor sits patiently at a table while Ninger prepares some tea. The maid looks incredibly hesitant about the whole situation. Igor notices her worry and promises that no harm will come to her lady. Luna calls out for Ninger from the other room to signal she is ready. She steps out wearing a fresh set of blue and white robes, looking much more presentable. Igor stares at her for a long moment, seemingly impressed by the change. He gestures for her to take a seat so they can begin their discussion. Luna cuts right to the chase, demanding to know exactly what kind of business he wants to talk about. Igor warns her that she has enemies far more dangerous than the thugs she faced earlier. She doesn't flinch, acknowledging the danger but wanting to know his point. He offers to help her eliminate those threats once and for all. Luna remains skeptical, knowing that a deal this good must have a steep price. Igor smiles and reveals his terms. He just wants her to tell him one small secret. Luna thanks Edgar but insists she can handle her problems at home for now. Igor warns her that her enemies extend beyond the Prime Minister's house, as Prince Samiz still holds a grudge. He reveals that the upcoming Feast of Flowers will involve a summons from the Majesty, leaving Luna shocked. Luna realizes that while she manages the house, the palace is a far more dangerous environment. Aeger points out that she has no one to rely on if trouble strikes during the royal event. Luna admits he is right and realizes she has no choice but to fight back against her enemies. Aeger tells her she must agree to his terms if she wants to stay safe. Luna questions what little secret he could possibly want in exchange for his protection. Aeger gets straight to the point, asking how the birthmark on her face disappeared. Luna is startled, knowing the truth behind her appearance is a matter of life and death. Aeger dismisses the rumors and demands to know the exact method she used to change her face. Luna remains reluctant and asks for more time to consider the heavy price of this deal. Aeger explains that he simply wants to help someone else remove a mark from their body. Luna wonders if her specific situation is even something that can be replicated for others. The two share a moment of silence as the weight of the negotiation hangs in the air. Luna takes a deep breath, trying to process the Lord's mysterious request. She eventually promises to reveal the secret if she ever truly needs his help in the future. Aeger lights a candle and allows her to take her time with the decision. An aide approaches and wonders why his lord is taking such a personal interest in Luna. Aeger immediately confronts the man for eavesdropping on their private business. The aide apologizes but maintains that Luna is a very unusual and potentially dangerous person. He warns that Princess Melissa might be concerned if she learns about their connection to Luna. Aeger dismisses the warning, noting that he and Melissa don't meddle in each other's affairs. Luna arrives back at the West House feeling completely exhausted from the day's stress. Ninger suggests that Luna should wash up and rest after being out in the dust all day. Luna mentions that she already took a bath while staying at Aeger's place. Her expression turns into a frown when she notices an unexpected visitor waiting. Melody greets her at the entrance, acting relieved that Luna has finally returned. Luna asks why Melody is visiting her so late at night. Melody explains that she told their grandmother a lie to cover for Luna's absence during the day. Luna questions how Melody could have known about her grandmother's summons. Melody presents a small blue keepsake she claims to have made specifically for her sister. Luna accepts the charm but suggests that such messages and items could easily be delivered by a servant. Melody dismisses the idea, insisting she wouldn't visit the West House for something insignificant. She pulls out a formal pink invitation for the upcoming Feast of Flowers. Luna realizes that Aeger's warning about a royal summons was spot on. Melody admits she's envious because Luna gets to attend the prestigious event. When Luna asks why she isn't going, Melody shyly explains that she is still too young to participate. Luna tucks the invitation away, internally questioning why a simple flower feast would have an age requirement. Melody then provides an update on Mistress Dream's delayed return and the timing of a future ritual. Luna acknowledges the news with a brief nod before Melody offers a polite salute and departs. A servant suggests that Melody is trying to be friendly, but Luna remains wary of her sister's true intentions. The following morning, Luna heads out to visit her grandmother under a clear sky. Grandma greets her warmly from her seat, though she isn't alone. Madame Sharon and Mistress Frost are already present, watching the interaction closely. Luna offers a cheerful morning greeting to everyone in the room. Grandma immediately asks for an explanation regarding where Luna disappeared to the day before. Luna hugs her grandmother while spinning a tale about falling asleep in a tower after looking at flowers. Mistress Frost interrupts with a cough, remarking that it's shameful for a young lady to stay out so late. Grandma gives Luna a playful knock on the head for her naughty behavior. Luna laughs it off, jokingly claiming she'd rather stay with her grandmother forever than ever get married. Grandma tells her not to talk nonsense while holding her affectionately. Mistress Frost finds the display of straightforwardness quite charming. Grandma formally introduces Mistress Frost as the new wife of Luna's father. Luna shows proper respect by performing a polite salute to her new stepmother. Mistress Frost smiles, appreciating the girl's well-mannered greeting. Finally, Grandma asks if the invitation for the Feast of Flowers has arrived yet. Luna confirms that the invitation is already in her possession. Luna asks her grandmother for details about the upcoming Feast of Flowers, noting the excitement among the other ladies. Her grandmother begins to explain the significance of the event with a gentle smile. The feast is a grand occasion to thank the immortals for protection, presided over by the Empress Dowager herself. It serves as a massive social gathering for the city's youth, where they showcase their talents and exchange gifts. Grandma urges Luna to use this chance to find a suitable match or be noticed by someone important. Luna agrees to make her grandmother proud, even though she privately views the event as just a series of matchmaking interviews. The elderly matriarch then turns to instruct the other ladies on preparing the younger generation. Sharon listens intently and promises her mother-in-law that everything will be handled properly. Later, Luna walks through the estate while her maid provides a confidential update on recent movements. The maid reports that Lily visited the Star House, though no unusual activity was observed afterward. Despite the lack of immediate developments, the staff continues to keep a close eye on Lily's interactions with Madame Sharon. Hearing this, Luna realizes it is time for her to take the initiative and stay ahead of any potential schemes. The maid then reveals that Mistress Frost has invited a Taoist priest to the house for an upcoming ritual. Luna anticipates that they will soon be formally notified of this event and prepares herself accordingly. The quiet courtyard stands ready as the household prepares for the spiritual ceremony. The maid looks on, waiting for further instructions from her lady. While working on a small project at her desk, Luna asks for further details on where the targets have gone. After hearing that Lily went to the Drizzle house, Luna orders her assistant to maintain strict surveillance. The maid confirms that Madame Wu has scheduled the ritual to begin early the following morning. Luna decides to attend the ceremony alone, telling her loyal maid to remain in the West House. Though her maid is worried about the risks of acting solo, Luna remains focused on her crafting and assures her she has a solid plan. The ritual site is fully prepared with an altar, incense, and offerings set up before the main hall. Sir Harold checks in to ensure that every detail for the ceremony is in place. Madame Wu confirms that they are ready to proceed as soon as the auspicious time arrives. A subtle, knowing look crosses her face as the start of the ritual draws near. The elderly matriarch arrives at the scene and asks to be introduced to the presiding priest. A Taoist priest in traditional yellow robes steps forward to lead the spiritual proceedings. He offers a polite greeting to the heads of the household before beginning his work. Sir Harold acknowledges the priest and gives the signal for the ritual to officially commence. The Taoist priest begins the ritual by whispering incantations over a bundle of incense sticks. He swings his sword through the air, sending talismans flying while shouting for the spirits to reveal themselves. Activating exorcism array, the priest stands ready as the incense burner begins to shake violently. Watching from the side, Sir Harold and Grandma hope the priest is skilled enough to keep the household safe. With a final gesture, the priest shouts an edict to complete his spiritual work. Once the display ends, the elders immediately ask for the results of the cleansing. The priest assures Madame Wu that a ward has been established to expel evil and bring blessings to the home. Relieved by the news, Grandma offers a prayer of thanks for the protection. Sir Harold asks if any actual evil was detected, but the priest claims everything seems clear for now. The peace is instantly shattered when a panicked servant rushes in screaming that a disaster has occurred. The shock is so great that Grandma nearly collapses, forcing Harold to catch her. Harold demands an explanation for the sudden chaos during the ceremony. Falling to her knees, the servant reports that a body has been found in Lady Luna's yard. Luna and the others are frozen in disbelief, asking for the identity of the person found. Luna stays sharp, demanding to know if the individual is truly gone or just unconscious. Mistress Frost notes how suspicious it is for a death to happen immediately after a ritual meant to protect them. Luna remains skeptical, suspecting that some people are jumping to conclusions far too quickly. Mistress Frost tries to argue her point, but the tension between the women is palpable. Sir Harold puts an end to the bickering, ordering everyone to head to the scene to find the truth. Mistress Frost insists that the priest accompany them to deal with any potential lingering issues. The priest agrees and prepares to follow the family to the West House. Harold leads the group toward the garden, where a crowd has already begun to gather. They reach the yard and immediately spot someone lying motionless among the flowers. Mistress Frost recoils in horror, confirming that there is indeed an unresponsive body on the grounds. A young servant girl lies perfectly still on the grass, surrounded by fallen blossoms. The elders look on in confusion, trying to figure out which household the girl belongs to. Mistress Frost identifies the girl as Mia, sparking an immediate outburst of grief from the surrounding staff. Mistress Frost holds the unconscious Mia and frantically begs her to wake up. Luna watches the scene closely, wondering if Frost's grief is genuine or if she is truly uninvolved in Mia's state. Frost continues to weep, lamenting the loss of her longest-serving companion. Grandmother Wu expresses confusion over Mia was even present at Luna's residence. Frost turns her attention to a young servant girl, demanding to know what happened to Mia. Luna maintains a steady gaze on the witness as the girl prepares to give her account. Sir Harold loses patience and commands the girl to stop hesitating and speak clearly. The servant girl claims that Mia fell and suddenly stopped breathing earlier that morning. Frost finds the story suspicious, questioning why Mia would be digging in the West House in the first place. The girl explains that Mia acted as if she were possessed, digging frantically and ignoring everyone around her. Using the testimony as fuel, Frost points at Luna and insists to the priest that she is a demon. Frost turns to Sir Harold, asking him if he finally believes her accusations against his daughter. Sir Harold remains skeptical and warns her not to jump to conclusions without proof. Frost dramatically collapses, claiming Luna's supernatural influence is too strong for them to handle. Madame Wu asks the priest to investigate Luna for possession, mentioning a mysterious wooden bird Luna once gave her. The priest admits his power is insufficient and suggests they seek help from someone more capable. Desperate for answers, Madame Wu begs the priest to try casting his spell just one more time. Frost suggests digging up the flower bed to see what Mia was actually searching for. Frost insists that the priest's presence will protect them from any evil forces while they dig. Madame Wu agrees that searching the grounds is a logical next step. Sir Harold asks Luna if she objects to the search, and she calmly agrees while feigning concern for the garden. The servants arrive at the West House flower bed and begin digging through the begonias as ordered. After some time, a servant reports back to the family that the entire garden bed has been turned over. Madame Wu asks if they discovered anything suspicious buried beneath the soil. The servant confirms that they found absolutely nothing of interest in the ground. Madame Wu breathes a sigh of relief, glad that no evidence of foul play was found. Frost is visibly shocked by the report and demands to know if they searched every corner. The servant reiterates that the search was thorough and yielded no results. The young witness panics, realizing the evidence she expected to find has vanished. Frost looks at the girl with intense suspicion, realizing her plan has hit a major snag. The girl desperately claims she saw something beneath the earth trying to grab Mia during the incident. Seizing the opportunity to continue the search, Frost suggests they dig even deeper into the soil. Frost continues her act, pleading with Madame Wu to consider Mia's condition to push the possession narrative. Madame Wu remains skeptical, questioning whether the search for evidence was thorough enough. The servants report that despite digging deep into the garden, they found nothing but gravel. While the witness looks on in fear, others begin to suspect that something something is seriously wrong with the house itself. Growing tired of the chaotic accusations, Sir Harold snaps and orders everyone to be quiet. Luna steps forward and suggests bringing in official investigators to find a human culprit instead of blaming demons. Sir Harold realizes he was nearly manipulated by the women's supernatural claims and starts rethinking the situation. A doctor arrives at the estate just in time to address the medical emergency. Luna calmly acknowledges the arrival of the medical help she arranged. Perplexed by the timing, Sir Harold asks exactly when the doctor was summoned. Luna explains that she sent for help the moment Mia collapsed, prioritizing the girl's life over the search. Madame Wu feels a sense of shame, realizing Luna was far more thoughtful and level-headed than her. Lily panics as she realizes the plan has completely derailed, and the supernatural evidence she promised is nowhere to be found. The doctor examines the unconscious girl and identifies the cause of her condition as a specific fragrance poisoning. Sir Harold immediately asks if there is any way to save the servant from the poison. The physician notes that a very rare herb is required to counteract the effects. In a lucky twist, someone produces a sprig of the exact herb the doctor described. The doctor confirms that the plant is indeed the cure they need. The priest expresses regret for his earlier oversight regarding the girl's condition. Sir Harold dismisses the priest's guilt, noting that medical diagnosis isn't his area of expertise. The priest is relieved that he happened to have the life-saving herb in his possession. Frost and Lely stand by in stunned silence as their scheme continues to fall apart. Luna finds it fascinating that the mother and daughter seem to have conflicting goals regarding Mia's fate. Luna turns the pressure on Lily, asking why she was so convinced Mio instead of just sick from the heat. Overwhelmed by the questioning, Lily tries to stammer out a frantic excuse. Luna points out the suspicious behavior of seeking a ritual instead of a doctor for a medical emergency. Enraged by the deception, Sir Harold lashes out at Lily for her lies. He warns that unless she explains her actions, she'll face severe punishment for deceiving the household. Terrified, Lily drops to her knees and tries to justify her actions to her master. Luna ignores the drama and focuses on the girl's recovery, asking the doctor for a status update. The doctor begins preparing the medicine, assured that the herb will stabilize the victim. Luna suggests that once Mia wakes up, they can ask her directly who really hurt her. Harold asks the doctor for a professional opinion on how Mia ended up poisoned. The doctor explains that someone used knockout drops on a handkerchief to incapacitate her. Harold worries if the strong poison will leave her delirious once she finally wakes up. The doctor reassures him that she'll be fine after a few more doses of medicine. Harold orders the doctor to be escorted back home after the successful diagnosis. Madame Wu instructs that Mia should be taken to her room to recover in peace. Feeling his job is done, the priest asks for permission to take his leave. Harold thanks him for his assistance as the man departs. As he walks away, the priest muses that the household's inner schemes are more terrifying than any demon. Harold turns his attention back to Lily, demanding to know what really happened in the garden. Lily plays the victim, claiming she only saw Mia suddenly collapse and knows nothing else. Luna points out the obvious flaw in that story, noting they were the only two in the yard. Speechless and caught in a blatant lie, Lily realizes she's in a desperate situation. Luna warns her the truth will be revealed eventually, regardless of her silence. Lily trembles as she realizes her mistress won't step in to save her from this mess. Luna towers over her, telling her to choose her next words very carefully. Seeing no other way out, the servant decides she must find a way to bring Luna down immediately. Luna remains completely unfazed and asks what else the girl has to say. Lily pivots to a new lie, claiming she saw something strange buried under the flowers several times. Harold gives her a stern warning to think very carefully before speaking another word. She continues the charade, insisting that monsters are hidden beneath the flower bed. Harold's anger boils over as he listens to her continued fabrications. Lily points at the garden, swearing that Luna buried monsters deep in the dirt. Luna mocks the claim, pointing out that the ground was already searched and found empty. Lily desperately argues that Luna must have moved the evidence before they could find it. Harold yells for her to stop the nonsense immediately as his patience runs out. Begging for trust, Lily suggests they search the West House to find the proof they need. Luna just snickers at the servant's increasingly wild and desperate accusations. Frost intervenes, suggesting they simply wait for Mia to wake up and tell her side of the story. Lily realizes in horror that she has been completely abandoned by her co-conspirators. Luna agrees with the plan, questioning why Mia was even digging in her yard to begin with. Frost panics internally, fearing the consequences if the investigation continues. Lily continues to plead her case, desperate to change the narrative before it's too late. Luna recounts her recent positive contributions to the household, including exposing corruption. Lily snaps back, accusing Luna of being a hypocrite. The servant continues her outburst, labeling Luna a monster who frames others for her own gain. Lily pleads with Harold to believe her, claiming Luna hides disturbing items in her private quarters. Desperate to shift the blame, Lily maintains a look of intense determination. She insists that everything wrong in the house is the result of Luna's secret schemes. Harold turns to his mother, asking the elder to make a final decision on how to handle the accusations. Grandma looks toward Luna with a serious expression, weighing the gravity of the situation. Luna calmly points out that Lily is clearly trying to drive a wedge between her and the family. Madame Sharon warns Lily to think twice before making such serious and potentially false claims. Lily doubles down on her story, swearing that she is telling the absolute truth. to settle the matter, Luna boldly suggests a thorough search of the West House to clear her name. Harold hesitates, unsure if he should authorize a formal search of his daughter's room. Grandma expresses concern that a public search could permanently damage Luna's reputation. Lily silently worries if Luna has already found a way to hide the incriminating evidence. Luna declares she has nothing to hide and demands that Lily's room be searched for the knockout drops as well. Lily questions the fairness of the search if no evidence is found in her own quarters. Luna confidently offers to take full responsibility for the poisoning if the search doesn't prove her innocence. Lily quickly agrees, believing she has finally trapped Luna in a corner. The two finalize their deal to search both their rooms and belongings. Luna ignores the protests of those who think a search is unnecessary and urges Grandma to proceed. Seeing Luna's resolve, Grandma gives the order for the inspection to begin. A trusted servant named Ivy is assigned to lead the search and report the findings. The servants return shortly after, announcing they found a suspicious box hidden in Luna's room. A servant steps forward to present the wooden box to the gathered family members. Lily triumphantly shouts that the box is filled with evidence of Luna's dark secrets. Harold opens the container with a stern, unreadable expression. Inside the box, instead of poison, there are various hand-carved keepsakes and small charms. Grandma is deeply touched, realizing the items represent Luna's thoughtful nature rather than anything malicious. Unaware of what is actually inside, Lily continues to gloat about Luna's supposed downfall. Luna looks on with a calm smile, asking Lily what she hoped to gain by trying to prove she was a demon. Lily remains defiant, claiming she only wants to reveal Luna's true face to the family. Luna asks why Lily is so hostile, noting she has never treated the girl unfairly. Lily explodes in a fit of rage, claiming everyone knows that Luna actually dislikes her more than anyone else. Madame Wu orders silence, reminding everyone of the proper way to address a master. Lily stands in shock, terrified that she has walked right into a trap. Luna confidently declares that there is no incriminating evidence to be found in her yard. Completely flustered, Lily can't understand what could possibly be inside the box. The contents are revealed to be a wooden kirin, a symbol of good fortune Luna carved herself. Lily erupts in anger, accusing Luna of lying and switching the items to frame her. With her name cleared, Luna requests that Grandma authorize a search of Lily's room next. Grandma wastes no time and orders Ivy to conduct the search immediately. Sharon sighs as she realizes she has severely underestimated Luna's cunning. Lily collapses to the floor in despair, certain that her downfall is imminent. Servants rush back to the courtyard with news that they've discovered something suspicious. Ivy presents a scented handkerchief found hidden away in Lily's private quarters. Grandma and Harold reach out to inspect the incriminating piece of fabric. They unfold the cloth to reveal a strange, yellow powder dusted across it. Lily is paralyzed with fear, realizing she failed to dispose of the evidence properly. The search also turns up a menacing mask often used for dark rituals. Luna identifies the wood as the scraps left over from her own carving projects. Luna sighs at Lily's lack of talent, noting she used the materials for all the wrong reasons. Grandma is absolutely furious, demanding to know what Lily intended to do with such items. Desperate and cornered, Lily cries out that she is being framed by someone else. Grandma stares her down, asking who would have the motive to set her up. Lily points an accusing finger at Luna, trying to shift the blame one last time. Grandma turns the heat on Sharon, questioning how her chosen servant ended up with such things. Sharon acts shocked, asking Lily if she is trying to ruin her relationship with Luna. Turning to Harold, Sharon feigns innocence and claims she only wanted to be kind to Luna. Harold loses his temper and delivers a sharp kick that sends Lily flying. Lily begs for mercy while trembling in pain on the ground. Luna stands over her, asking how she can still deny the evidence found in her room. Finally broken, Lily admits to preparing the poison and harming Mia. Sharon continues her performance, pretending to be deeply hurt by the servant's betrayal. Lily snaps and points a finger, declaring she would have poisoned Luna too if given the chance. Sharon lashes out at Lily, accusing her of lying about the clothes and the frame-up. Lily fires back, questioning how a master can treat a servant as worthless and lack the courage to admit their actions. The matriarch screams at Lily to shut up as the situation in the courtyard reaches a boiling point. Harold waves his hand and orders the immediate arrest of the defiant servant. Lily is seized by guards, shouting that the family will pay for the humiliation they've caused her. Sharon comforts her frightened daughter while questioning what other schemes Lily has planned. Still struggling, Lily reveals that she wasn't the only one involved in the conspiracies and mentions others looking for evidence. The matriarch is appalled, accusing the servant of actively trying to frame her own master. The grandmother demands a severe punishment for the betrayal while Harold tries to calm her down. Lily tries to expose Luna, claiming she isn't a good person either and pointing to past events. Luna stands over the restrained servant, asking for clarification on her wild accusations. Luna observes the mark on Lily's face, reminding everyone of the physical consequences of her actions. Luna tells Lily that she bit the hand that fed her and committed an unforgivable act against the household. Leaning in, Luna asks why Lily is still so frail despite stealing and consuming her expensive tonics every day. Sharon warns Luna to stay back, feigning concern that the servant might lash out. Guards prepare to drag Lily away as she stands in shock at the complete betrayal by those she trusted. Lily begins laughing hysterically, realizing the depth of the situation she's now in. The matriarch stops the guards, demanding to know what the servant finds so funny. Lily continues her eerie laughter, realizing how easily she was played by everyone involved. Looking at Sharon's daughter, Lily mockingly says that the girl is even more foolish than she is. Sharon loses her temper, ordering the guards to silence the servant for her insults. The matriarch rubs her forehead exhaustion, tired of the constant accusations and drama. Sharon's daughter kneels kneels and pleads with her grandmother, claiming she was just a pawn in Lily's game. Lily scoffs at the performance, knowing full well that no one will believe the girl's feigned innocence. The young girl continues to cry and swear that she had no idea about the poisoning plot. Luna steps in to defend the girl, spinning a narrative that Lily's grudge led her to frame everyone to set them against each other. The adults seem convinced by Luna's logical explanation of the servant's motives. However, Luna isn't finished yet and announces she has one more pressing question. Sharon visibly tenses up, clearly nervous about what Luna might ask next. Luna asks Lily where a mere servant could have obtained such a rare and expensive herb for the poison. Lily stammers, unable to provide an immediate answer as the pressure from the family mounts. Desperate, Lily claims she bought the ingredients using her own meager savings. Luna looks on with disappointment, realizing Lily is still protecting her true accomplice. The matriarch decides she's heard enough and orders the guards to take the servant away for good. A final decree is issued for the servant's permanent removal as her cries echo through the courtyard. Harold loses his patience and commands the guards to shut the hysterical servant up immediately. The guards grab Lily and drag her away as she continues to groan in protest. Grandma orders Sharon to replant the flowers tomorrow before being escorted back to her quarters. Harold gives Luna a stern warning to watch her behavior before he makes his exit. Luna maintains her composure and bids her father a respectful farewell as he leaves the area. Once the coast is clear, Luna calls out for her hidden accomplice to reveal themselves. A nervous voice from behind the sliding doors asks if the ordeal is finally over. Luna offers a soft smile and confirms that everything went according to plan. Her loyal maid peeks out from the room, looking visibly shaken by the intense confrontation. The maid admits she was frightened to death, but Luna calmly invites her inside to discuss their success. Luna reclines in her chair, satisfied that their suffering was not in vain. The maid begins to massage Luna's shoulders while praising her mistress's incredible foresight. Luna explains that she simply anticipated the move and hid the necessary evidence beforehand. The maid expresses relief that her first attempt at creating an improvised mask was successful. A flashback reveals the maid spying on Lily as she diverted the other servants earlier that morning. She watched as Mia was instructed to dig in the garden to plant the incriminating items. The maid then stepped in to hide the specific items Luna had prepared to counter the frame-up. Luna yawns, noting that they can finally sleep well now that the West House is under their control. The maid sets down a cup and asks for clarification on Lily's ultimate fate. Luna bluntly states that Lily is no longer a part of this world. She explains that the servant was sentenced to death by Harold's direct order. The maid is horrified to realize how easily a master can end a servant's life. Luna reminds her that mercy toward an enemy would have resulted in their own downfall. The maid takes the lesson to heart, vowing never to feel pity for those with malicious intentions again. Luna looks gratified to see her companion gaining a stronger resolve. She teaches the maid that being overly kind in this household is a form of self-cruelty. Luna offers more praise, noting that their first cooperation exceeded all expectations. The maid smiles brightly, happy to have been a useful part of the strategy. Feeling the weight of the long night, Luna decides it is time to take a nap. The loyal maid rushes forward to assist Luna with her garments so she can rest comfortably. Luna removes her outer clothing while explaining how she rushed back to bed to pretend to be ill just in time. Her maid is left confused, asking if she had really been in bed throughout the entire ordeal. Luna admits she didn't even notice she was still wearing her coat until she was already under the covers. Realization hits as Luna asks if it was her maid who gave the secret signal to search the servant's room. The maid denies it, confessing she was far too terrified to even step outside. Luna stares intensely, confirming that someone else must have been the one to assist her. Fearing she is being watched, Luna quickly puts her clothes back on to maintain her cover. Later in the garden, the maid peers through the flowers and asks if something is bothering her lady. Luna crouches by the flower bed, noting that she has searched the entire area and only found one suspicious clue. She points out a faint footprint left in the dirt among the blossoms. The maid looks at the mark, questioning what could possibly be significant about a simple footprint. Luna explains that the print is too shallow, making it unclear if it was left by accident or on purpose. She begins to suspect the presence of a mysterious figure she calls the ghost of the yard. The maid playfully teases her, reminding Luna that she is usually the one creating ghosts with her own schemes. Luna ignores the joke and asks where the other servants were while the house was being searched. After hearing the locations of the staff, Luna realizes a specific person must be the culprit. The maid is completely puzzled, wondering exactly who her lady is referring to. Luna stands up and decides to head back to her room without giving away any more details. The maid follows along, agreeing to drop the search for the time being. Back in her room, Luna lies down and wonders why Edgar is constantly following her every move. She realizes he was the one who actually helped her and waited until the coast was clear. Luna tosses and turns in bed, questioning the true identity of the woman whose body she now inhabits. She eventually pulls the covers over her head, telling herself to stop overthinking and just go to sleep. A memory surfaces of a vibrant garden filled with blooming pink peonies. In the past, Luna worked on varnishing small wooden frames while the maid complained about the strong chemical scent. The two girls continued painting the frames a bright red, though the maid quickly grew bored of the task. The maid suggests swapping roles, hoping to find a more interesting job to do. Luna sets her brush down and calls for the entire staff to take a well-deserved rest. The servants sit together to eat fruit, expressing how fortunate they feel to serve such a kind master. One of the girls asks Luna if she can teach them the secrets of her skilled craftsmanship. The maid mentions how Luna's mechanical birds can even fly, and everyone is eager to learn. Luna laughs off the praise, claiming she isn't exactly a professional artisan. The servants lean in with curiosity, wondering what she considers her true profession to be. Luna smiles and reveals that her real specialty is being a professional makeup artist. Luna explains the concept of a special makeup artist to the curious servants. She describes how these experts use transformation skills to change appearances or even mimic sprites. One of the maids looks surprised and asks if such a thing is really possible. The maid smiles and believes it must be true since Luna's wooden bird could actually fly. Luna laughs and asks the girl if she's truly not afraid of these strange skills. The servants beam, calling their lady a fairy from heaven. Ninger watches Luna thoughtfully, wondering if she's really the same person she used to be. Luna sends Cecile and Wendy to fetch her lunch from the kitchen. She then calls Ninger closer, asking if the girl thinks she has changed. Ninger admits she doesn't know, but finds the current version of her lady strong and amazing. Luna smiles and teases that if she suddenly became less capable, she wouldn't feel like herself either. Ninger blushes slightly and asks Luna not to tease her while she's reminiscing. Luna acknowledges that since their mother is gone, they have to rely on themselves. Ninger grins, hoping Luna will marry a good man in the future to honor her mother's memory. Luna reflects privately that if an afterlife exists, the original daughter has likely already met her mother there. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Luna asks Ninger why she's suddenly talking about marriage. She gets frustrated, questioning the logic of being born just to wed and have children. Ninger looks shocked, as if such a revolutionary idea had never occurred to her. The two stare at each other in a moment of silence after Luna's blunt statement. Luna tries to pivot, asking what the most important thing for a person is during these times. She waves off her previous comment about ancient times to keep the conversation on track. Ninger hesitates, noting that there are too many important things to name just one. Luna uses Lily as an example, noting how the servant felt her future was over after her private attire was seen. Ninger exclaims that reputation is vital, as no one would want to associate with a person who has lost their social standing. Luna points out that there was a plan to frame her that night and asks Ninger what she would have done if it succeeded. Terrified, Ninger admits she might have taken extreme measures out of shame. Luna sighs and facepalms at the rigid social standards that value reputation over life. She laments how exhausting it is to live a life where one's worth is tied to such fragile things. Ninger looks confused and asks if life isn't the most important thing to her lady. Luna remains silent for a moment, looking down with a serious expression. She gently takes Ninger's hand, calling her a silly girl. Luna explains that the idea of giving up on life is what's truly abnormal. She clarifies that integrity and self-worth define a person, regardless of their gender. Ninger asks what happens if they are hurt through no fault of their own. Luna firmly tells her not to feel ashamed or punish herself for the mistakes of others. Ninger is stunned by her lady's progressive and supportive words. Luna urges her to promise that she will never blame herself or give up, even if things get difficult. She grabs Ninger's hands firmly to emphasize the importance of her promise. Luna looks into her eyes with determination, waiting for a response. Moved by the sincerity, Ninger vows not to let her lady down. Luna gently touches Ninger's face while explaining that marrying for love is far better than a blind arrangement. Ninger looks skeptical, noting that even noble ladies struggle to make their own choices in this society. Luna pulls her into a warm, supportive hug and promises to help find her a partner who truly cares for her someday. The two sit down for a meal where Luna happily digs into her favorite bowl of fried noodles. A servant girl named Maple enters the room to deliver an urgent message from Madame Sharon. Luna looks up from her food, surprised to hear that someone from the other house is seeking her out. Maple stands respectfully by the door, waiting for the young lady to acknowledge her presence. Luna wonders what Madame Sharon could possibly want with her at this time of day. Maple explains that Lady Yara has arrived to discuss the upcoming Feast of Flowers, and that Luna is expected to attend. Accepting the invitation, Luna prepares to head out and follow the servant to the meeting. She steps out of the room, ready to face whatever social games the other ladies have planned. Before leaving, Luna notices Maple's accessory is damaged and kindly hands her a small charm to replace it. The close-up shows the delicate gift Luna offers as a gesture of goodwill to the servant. Maple is touched by the kindness and shares a friendly smile with Luna before they part ways. An announcement is made at the Star House that Lady Luna has finally arrived for the gathering. Inside, Luna finds Madame Sharon and several other ladies laughing together, seemingly in high spirits. Luna and Ninger offer a formal greeting to the gathered group, maintaining proper etiquette. The ladies continue their private joke, making it clear they intend to keep Luna on the sidelines. A young lady with pink hair tells a story about someone being forced to apologize to her mother. Another girl claps and laughs along, enjoying the petty tale of social dominance. Madame Sharon smiles serenely while reminding the young women to always maintain their poise and courtesy. Fed up with being ignored during her formal bow, Luna decides to stop and stand upright on her own. Madame Sharon's expression immediately sours, clearly dissatisfied with Luna's sudden lack of submission. Luna plays it off perfectly, claiming she thought they hadn't seen her and was simply going to restart her salute. Madame Sharon is visibly annoyed but finds herself unable to snap at Luna's clever excuse. Lady Yara tries to break the tension by complimenting Luna on how much more beautiful she has become. Ninger watches the exchange with a cold stare, knowing Yara's friendliness is usually a mask for trouble. Yara continues the act, telling Luna there's no need to be so formal and distant with her. Madame Sharon chimes in, using Luna's recent recovery and memory loss as an excuse for the awkward atmosphere. Yara takes a seat, still wearing a bright and cheerful facade for the benefit of the room. Madame Sharon asks Luna if she truly doesn't remember how close she and Yara used to be. Luna remains composed, observing the two women with a polite but guarded expression. Madame Sharon puts on a show of being a gratified elder, praising the girls for getting along so well. Shifting the focus, Luna asks if the real reason for this meeting is to discuss the Feast of Flowers. Sharon confirms the topic and asks Luna what kind of performance she has prepared for the event. Luna takes a brief moment to consider her response, looking slightly hesitant. She humbly claims she has no special talents and can only manage to write a few simple verses. High above the Star House, the scenery remains calm as the social games begin to intensify. Madame Sharon questions Luna's plans, suggesting that simple poetry might not be the best choice for the upcoming feast. Lady Yara chimes in with a bright expression, proposing that Luna should aim for a much more dazzling talent show. She suggests that learning to draw would be a faster and more effective skill to pick up in a short time. Luna plays along with a smile, thanking them for the idea and claiming it will save her a lot of effort. Internally, Luna sees right through their scheme to make her look like a talentless imitator. She becomes even more annoyed when they make up obvious lies about delivering soup to avoid further conversation. Madame Sharon decides Luna should stay behind to focus on her etiquette and drawing lessons immediately. Luna follows instructions and takes a seat, preparing for the next move in their power struggle. Yara approaches with a fake sisterly affection, ready to start the supposed lesson. Luna remains cautious while observing Yara's overly friendly behavior. Yara leans in with a grin, claiming there is a talent even more eye-catching than drawing. She reveals that her true suggestion for the feast is a dance performance. Yara strikes a confident pose, announcing her own intention to dance for the audience. Luna responds with a skeptical look, clearly unimpressed by the sudden change in plans. Yara reaches out and grabs Luna's hands, attempting to pull her into the idea of a joint performance. Luna politely declines the offer, insisting that she has no talent for dancing at all. Yara narrows her eyes, asking if Luna is simply afraid of being overshadowed at the feast. Luna remains unfazed, telling the girl that she is overthinking the situation entirely. She maintains her humble act, claiming she just doesn't want to waste anyone's time. Yara is visibly frustrated that Luna is no longer the easy target she used to be. She continues to push the issue while Luna realizes she needs to stay on high alert around her rival. Luna tries to back away from the situation, calling the forced lesson inappropriate for the setting. Ignoring the protest, Yara firmly pulls Luna toward the center of the room to begin. Claudia agrees to provide the musical accompaniment for their practice session. Claudia begins playing her instrument with intense focus, filling the room with music. Yara performs a series of graceful movements, telling Luna to watch her technique carefully. After finishing her demonstration, Yara calls for Luna to step up and take her turn. Luna reluctantly agrees to try, though she is clearly suspicious of the setup. Yara insists on helping Luna stretch her ligaments first to prepare for the movements. Suddenly, Yara applies a harsh and painful force, causing Luna to cry out in shock. The sudden maneuver causes Luna to lose her balance and fall hard against the floor. Luna remains on the ground, struggling to recover while the others look on. Realizing she's been intentionally sabotaged, Luna grits her teeth in anger at the dirty trick played on her. The sun shines over the Star House as the tense atmosphere within its walls begins to escalate. Ninger rushes to help an injured Luna while Yara mockingly claims the fall was due to Luna's own weakness. Seeing through the act, Ninger glares at the rival with clear suspicion and anger. Luna quickly pulls her confidante back to prevent a scene and maintain her composure. With a polite smile, Luna apologizes for the mishap and claims she simply wasn't ready. Yara continues her charade, insisting she was only trying to help correct a beginner's posture. The rival then offers to demonstrate a difficult rotation movement to further the lesson. Luna agrees to watch the performance closely, appearing to follow along obediently. Yara spins gracefully across the room, showing off her supposed expertise in the dance. Finishing the move, Yara smugly challenges Luna to replicate the rotation. Luna begins her attempt while Yara hovers nearby, constantly criticizing her hand placement and form. Yara steps in close to physically nudge Luna, claiming she's moving the wrong way. Preparing for another attempt, Luna focuses on the upcoming turn. Luna starts her rotation, calling out to Yara as she begins the maneuver. During the spin, Luna's hand makes sharp contact with Yara's face, leaving a visible red mark on her cheek. Madame Sharon watches the sudden turn of events with a shocked and furious expression. Yara reels back in disbelief, clutching her bruised face while Luna maintains an innocent look. Luna immediately feigns an apology, claiming Yara stepped into her path unexpectedly during the turn. Yara loses all composure, pointing an accusing finger and shouting insults at the girl. Keeping a calm demeanor, Luna reminds her rival that they are supposed to be close friends. Yara is outraged by the suggestion, holding her throbbing cheek as her temper flares. Insulted by the comparison in status, Yara raises her hand to deliver a retaliatory strike. Before the blow can land, Luna reaches out and catches Yara's wrist with surprising speed. Luna holds the arm firmly in place, neutralizing the physical threat with ease. Yara struggles against the grip, her face contorted with frustration as she fails to break free. Luna remains composed, asking if Yara only wants to be released so she can continue her assault. Consumed by rage, Yara screams threats at Luna while remaining pinned in place. The scene shifts to the Star House, a traditional and grand structure where the tension is reaching a boiling point. Inside the ornate room, the atmosphere is heavy with the aftermath of the confrontation. Luna maintains a cool, calculating look as she prepares her next move against her rivals. Amidst the chaos, Luna confronts Yara, who is visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. A small carving tool is pulled out in a quick, subtle motion, hidden from the view of others. With a precise strike, Luna hits a pressure point on Yara's leg, causing her to cry out in sudden pain. Yara immediately accuses accuses her of an attack, but Luna calmly plays the victim and feigns total innocence. Claudia is horrified by the sudden escalation and demands to know what Luna has done. She warns Luna that offending a Grand Duke's daughter could turn their two powerful families into enemies. Claudia rushes to check on Yara's leg while offering to call for a doctor to assess the injury. Luna secretly smiles, knowing she hit a specific joint to ensure Yara won't be able to dance for at least a month. Yara is baffled and irritated that Luna is still laughing despite the serious accusation. Furious and humiliated, Yara vows to get revenge for what she perceives as a hidden assault. Luna dismisses the claims, insisting that everyone saw Yara simply trip and fall on her own. Claudia demands an immediate apology before the situation spirals further out of control. Luna remains unfazed, questioning why she should face any punishment for the incident. She turns her back on the duo, walking away with complete confidence and disregard for their threats. Luna stands her ground, refusing to be bullied into a fake apology for simply defending herself. While enjoying a snack, Luna calls out Claudia for trying to hide her desire to humiliate her. Claudia is stunned by Luna's bluntness and asks if she has completely lost her mind. Luna continues stacking treats, remaining unbothered as she forces Claudia to face the truth. Claudia loses her composure entirely and yells out in a fit of rage at the accusation. Luna explains that Claudia is just afraid of being outshined at the upcoming Feast of Flowers. Claudia tries to deny her jealousy, but her growing frustration is becoming obvious to everyone. Fuming with anger, Claudia realizes she has no logical comeback for Luna's sharp observations. Luna delivers one last insult, stating she would much rather study a master's work than copy Claudia's drawings. As Luna tries to leave with her attendant, Yara steps in to block her path in a desperate rage. Luna reminds her rival that acting out unreasonably in the Prime Minister's home is a massive mistake. Yara realizes she is being strategically outplayed and feels the weight of Luna's words. Losing all restraint, Yara draws a whip and threatens to strike Luna down right then and there. The scene shifts to Madame Sharon's room, where the elegant decor is about to be disturbed. Yara's whip lashes out with a loud bang, instantly shattering a delicate porcelain piece on the floor. Fuming with rage, Yara vows to teach her opponent a lesson as she prepares for another strike. Luna skillfully evades the incoming whip, staying one step ahead of the aggressive attack. Luna casually warns Yara to calm down, pointing out that she is destroying Madame Sharon's favorite belongings. Refusing to back down, Luna taunts the enraged girl, inviting her to keep trying since she isn't even hiding. Yara's fury reaches a breaking point as she lifts a massive porcelain vase, determined to use it as a weapon. Luna watches in mock surprise as the valuable heirloom is hurled through the air. Quickly changing tactics, Luna ducks behind Claudia, using the other girl as a human shield. Yara grows even more frustrated at the sight, calling Luna evil for her underhanded defensive move. The chaotic movement leaves Claudia completely dazed and spinning as Luna clings to her back. Outside the room, a maid announces that Lady Lindsay has arrived and asks for permission to enter. Luna continues to pivot around the dizzy Claudia, making it impossible for Yara to land a clean hit. Yara loses her temper entirely and screams at the maid to get lost, not wanting any interruptions. The maid and Lady Lindsay stand outside the door, frozen in shock by the aggressive outburst. Lindsay looks visibly hurt and confused, wondering why she is being treated so coldly. The maid worries about the orders she was given, unable to understand why Yara is driving them away. Lindsay hesitates at the door, sensing that something is seriously wrong inside the room. The doors suddenly burst open as Luna makes a break for it, catching everyone off guard. Luna grabs Ninger and orders a quick retreat, leaving the chaos behind them. Looking back with a playful expression, Luna seems entirely satisfied with the mess she has caused. Yara chases after them in a blind rage, screaming threats at the fleeing duo. Lindsay stands in the hallway, paralyzed by the sight of the frantic pursuit. Luna pushes past Lindsay to clear her path as she sprints toward the exit. In her haste to catch up, Yara trips over the threshold of the doorway. The stumble sends Yara crashing directly into the unsuspecting Lindsay. Yara snaps and delivers a sharp slap to Lindsay's face, blaming her for being in the way. Lindsay collapses to the floor in tears, her face already beginning to swell from the impact. The maid rushes off to find a doctor, leaving the injured Lindsay to be comforted by her attendant. Inside the room, the aftermath of the fight is visible, with broken tea sets and furniture scattered everywhere. Claudia is left alone on the floor, weeping over the destruction of the room and her mother's treasures. Ninger looks back at the building, stunned by the sheer scale of the disaster they left in their wake. The scene calms as cherry blossoms drift over the rooftops of the estate. Ninger expresses her fear that they will surely be caught and punished for the incident. Luna simply smiles, appearing completely unbothered by the potential consequences. She reassures her confidant that everything is going according to plan as they walk away. Ninger listens intently, trying to keep up with her lady's unpredictable logic. With a cheerful wave, Luna prepares to move on to her next objective. She sets her sights on the starry house, ready for whatever comes next. A woman in traditional attire reassures her mother that she will handle the situation at the starry house. A servant arrives to announce that Lady Luna has come to visit Madame Wu. Madame Wu looks surprised by the news of the girl's sudden arrival. One of the ladies looks confused, unsure of what is happening. Luna runs into the room, crying out for her grandmother in distress. The girl rushes toward Madame Wu, seeking comfort. She sobs. Madame Wu looks down at the child with deep concern, asking what's wrong. Luna continues to cry, appearing completely overwhelmed by her emotions. A woman nearby questions why Luna is there alone and looks uneasy about the situation. Madame Wu asks the child if someone has been bullying her to make her cry. Luna hesitates to answer, looking down as she considers her words. The child remains silent, letting out a soft sob instead of explaining. A lady tells Luna that Claudia's strictness is only meant for her own benefit. Luna suddenly shocks everyone by asking if she can quit the Feast of Flowers entirely. Madame Wu pulls the girl closer as she reacts to the unexpected request. Looking completely aggrieved, Luna insists that she really doesn't want to attend the event. Madame Wu loses her patience, demanding to know what has gotten into the girl today. The elder woman urges Luna to stop hesitating and tell her exactly what is wrong. A servant bursts through the doors, frantically reporting that something terrible has happened. Madame Wu demands an explanation for the servant's flustered behavior. The messenger nervously reveals that Lady Yara is causing a scene. Madame Wu tries to soothe the child while listening to the disturbing report. A woman in pink looks on in confusion, questioning Yara's erratic behavior. The servant explains that Yara is wielding a whip and attacking anyone in her path at the Starry house. Madame Wu is stunned by the news of Yara's violent outburst. Enraged, Madame Wu slams the table and orders her staff to stop the girl immediately. The elder woman can't believe a child would cause such a disturbance in their home. A woman tries to calm Madame Wu down, suggesting the incident might be a misunderstanding. Luna wipes her tears, looking somber as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The woman in pink demands to know the current status of Lady Claudia. Luna puts on a performance, expressing her fear and worry for Claudia's safety after the recent chaos. Enraged by the news, Madame Wu prepares to confront the situation and hold Yara accountable for her actions. Sharon watches in disbelief as the matriarch's temper flares over the reports of violence. She quickly steps in to stop Madame Wu from rushing out and potentially getting caught in the middle of a dangerous scuffle. Madame Wu points a finger as she commands Ivy to bring footmen to restrain Yara immediately. A servant soon reports that Yara has finally been stopped, though not before several people were injured. The news of the destruction within the house leaves Madame Wu fuming with indignation over the lack of respect shown to her home. Sharon suggests taking Yara to her room to keep a close watch on her until the situation settles down. Madame Wu publicly denounces Yara's behavior, labeling her a danger to the other children in the household. Luna continues her act of a dutiful granddaughter, comforting the elder during her emotional outburst. Sharon remains cautious, suggesting they investigate the full context of the incident before making a final judgment. The matriarch scoffs at the suggestion, already convinced of Yara's terrible character based on the results. A servant rushes in to announce that a medical professional has finished examining the victims at the Star House. The report details that Claudia is in a state of shock and suffering from minor physical injuries on her arm. Hearing the mild extent of the injuries, Luna struggles to hide her inner disdain for what she considers a weak reaction. The doctor provides a simple treatment plan involving clinical keepsakes to help Claudia recover. The servant adds that Lindsay was struck in the face and is currently feeling quite dizzy and unwell. Madame Wu is horrified to hear that the violence escalated to facial injuries, finding the act completely unacceptable. Seeing another opening, Luna tearfully blames herself for not being strong enough to protect her friend from the attack. Sharon narrows her eyes, seemingly seeing right through Luna's manipulative display of emotion. Madame Wu sighs in relief that Luna escaped unharmed and instructs her to go rest while a new teacher is found for her. Once out of sight, Luna drops the act and skips away, humming a happy tune about her successful manipulation. She meets up with her loyal maid, making a playful gesture to celebrate their successful scheme. Luna laughs at how perfectly she executed her plan to frame her rival and win over the matriarch's favor. She takes her maid's hands, showing genuine concern about whether the girl was caught in the crossfire of Yara's rage. The maid offers a reassuring smile, insisting that she came out of the ordeal without any pain. Still worried, Luna demands to know the truth about any potential hurts her companion might be hiding. She apologizes for the danger, acknowledging that dealing with Yara was a significant risk for someone in her position. The maid looks on with fierce loyalty, feeling that any minor trouble was worth the satisfaction of seeing their enemies defeated. Luna gently reaches out to check for any hidden injuries in an academic manner, promising to personally see to her companion's care. Sharon and Madame Wu discuss the aftermath of the recent chaos, relieved that no one was permanently injured. Madame Wu remains furious, insisting that such a blatant display of violence cannot go unpunished. Sharon tries to de-escalate the tension, urging her mother to remain calm before making a final judgment. The matriarch is unmoved, declaring that Yara must pay for the mess she caused regardless of her excuses. Sharon drops to her knees, begging for mercy and a proper inquiry into what actually happened. Madame Wu sighs, acknowledging that while there might be more to the story, the public scene was unacceptable. Sharon points out the suspicious detail that Luna was the only person present who didn't get hurt. Madame Wu is taken aback as she begins to consider the possibility of a setup. Sharon suggests that Luna may have been the one to start the conflict, forcing Yara to react. Madame Wu counters this logic by questioning why Yara went as far as attacking the footman. Taking a sip of tea, the matriarch explains that Luna's status as the Prime Minister's daughter makes her far too valuable for the family to discard. Sharon looks on in shock as her mother prioritizes political benefits over the actual truth. Madame Wu stands firm, making it clear that the family's future depends on strategic alliances. Realizing the depth of Luna's deception, Sharon resolves to stop hesitating and take action. Madame Wu instructs Sharon to get up and maintain a level of impartiality despite her personal feelings. Sharon adopts a diplomatic smile, shifting the conversation toward her son's long-term prospects. She proposes that marrying Quentin to Yara would be the most beneficial move for his career advancement. Madame Wu reflects on the high-ranking status of Yara's grandfather, finding the proposal intriguing. Sharon argues that Yara's wild nature is simply a phase that will end once she settles into a noble household. The matriarch agrees, deciding that the upcoming Feast of Flowers will be the ultimate test for the girls. Sharon is determined to ensure everyone makes a strong impression during the event. Entering the Starry house, Sharon is met with Claudia's angry demands for everyone to stay away. Sharon maintains her composure, sternly reminding Claudia to mind her manners. Claudia is surprised by her mother's sudden appearance and immediately begins to vent. Sharon demands an explanation for why Luna was allowed to control the narrative with Madame Wu. Claudia reveals that Luna is a master manipulator who intentionally provoked Yara and used others as shields. Hearing the truth from her own daughter, Sharon is stunned by the extent of Luna's malice. Claudia expresses her deep resentment, noting she only restrained herself because of Luna's high rank. Sharon realizes that Luna is far more dangerous and scheming than she initially believed. Claudia feels defeated, knowing that Luna has already secured Madame Wu's favor by framing Yara. Placing a comforting hand on Claudia, Sharon tells her to stay focused on the upcoming festival. While Claudia is confident in her own abilities, she remains wary of Luna's underhanded tactics. Sharon promises to handle the political side of things, keeping Madame Wu's expectations in mind. With a sharp look in her eyes, Sharon prepares to counter Luna's influence. The scene opens on the Star House, where tensions are running high after the recent incident. Sharon checks on Claudia, advising her to get some rest before announcing her intention to visit Yara. Claudia listens to her mother's instructions, looking slightly uneasy about the unfolding drama. The two discuss the confrontation, with Claudia urging her mother not to dwell on Yara's actions this time. Claudia appears startled as the weight of the situation sinks in. She expresses her frustration, viewing the destruction in the room as a personal affront. Despite her inner turmoil, Claudia remains quiet as her mother tries to soothe her. Sharon offers a comforting embrace, telling Claudia to focus entirely on the upcoming Feast of Flowers instead of Luna. With her daughter settled for now, Sharon turns to leave the room and continue her schemes. Left alone, Claudia vents her anger, feeling that her mother consistently prioritizes other family members over her. Outside, a servant waits to assist Sharon as she moves toward her next destination. Sharon immediately asks for Yara's location, determined to find the girl. She pushes open the doors to Yara's quarters to address the girl directly. Inside, Yara is found slumped over a table, overcome with tears. Sharon quickly moves to comfort the girl, urging her to stop crying. Yara looks up in distress, claiming that Luna slapped her and insulted both her and Claudia. Outraged, Sharon blames Luna's cunning nature for the current mess. Nearby, a small figure makes a loud, expressive noise of frustration. Yara continues her tearful explanation, worried that her reputation has been ruined forever. Sharon promises to silence anyone who dares to speak against her, trying to calm the girl down. Yara adds that Lindsay Wu also played a part in the confrontation by pushing her. The news that Lindsay was involved catches Sharon off guard, sparking further anger. Sharon examines the marks on Yara's wrist, disgusted by the lack of respect shown to her family. Yara laments the difficult position they are in due to Madame Wu's authority. Sharon holds Yara close, swearing that those who caused her suffering will pay for it. Yara looks up, seemingly finding solace in her aunt's firm stance. Sharon maintains a calm but calculating smile, secretly plotting to neutralize Luna's influence. She advises Yara to stay focused on preparing for the prestigious Feast of Flowers. Yara begs for vengeance, while Sharon reassures her that their plans are moving forward. The girl's eyes light up when she hears about the potential marriage arrangement with Quentin. Sharon walks with Yara, explaining how this alliance will strengthen their family ties. Yara is stunned by the news, realizing that her aunt is looking out for her future. Sharon offers a warm smile, reinforcing the idea that they must stand together as members of the Jiang family. The etiquette lesson at the West House finally wraps up for the day. A servant brings over a plate of fresh fruit for the young lady to enjoy after her long study session. She happily digs into a peach, completely ignoring her servant's reminders about maintaining proper manners. The servant asks if she performed her cleaning duties correctly while holding a brush. However, the lady instructs her to put away the decorative frame, deciding it's no longer necessary. This leaves the servant confused as to why they are abandoning a project they worked on for so long. As she reaches for another piece of fruit, the lady explains that the previous design was just too plain. The intricate carvings on the red frame were all done by hand, but she still feels it lacks impact. She's determined to find a way to truly dazzle the guests at the Feast of Flowers. Her staff gets hyped up, ready to assist with whatever ambitious new idea she has in mind. With a confident smirk, she prepares to craft something that will completely overwhelm her rivals. She tests her servants' knowledge by asking them to name things that glow on their own, though their answers don't quite hit the mark. She dismisses their suggestions, realizing that natural glow-in-the-dark items aren't practical for her display. The conversation turns to the extreme rarity and high price of luminous pearls. The servants admit they've never even laid eyes on something so valuable before. They beg her to reveal her secret plan, but she keeps them in suspense for now. Seizing a moment while Sharon is busy, she decides to head out for a meeting with Hannah. Her servant is overjoyed at the chance to finally get out of the house and see their friends. Over at the Hongfeng restaurant, a friend sulks over a drink, complaining about being ignored lately. The girl playfully pushes back, noting that the lack of visits goes both ways. They sit down to discuss the recent household chaos and whether the spy was finally caught. The friend confirms a low-ranking servant was identified and cast out, leaving them both to reflect on the cold reality of their society. The scene shifts to the Hongfeng restaurant, where the girls find a quiet table inside to talk. Claudia looks a bit surprised as the conversation turns toward an upcoming event. Hannah mentions that she has been attending the flower feast since last year. Claudia admits she has no idea what to prepare for the upcoming celebration. Hannah smiles and tells her to relax, unless she is actually aiming for the top spot. Over a meal, Claudia contemplates if she really wants to take the win. Hannah notes that Claudia doesn't seem like the type who usually seeks out the limelight. Claudia's expression hardens as she decides she wants to compete against those who have bullied her family. Hannah listens carefully and offers to help her friend with whatever she needs. Claudia asks if Hannah is familiar with her eldest sister's cousin. Hannah confirms she knows the woman and notes that she visits the house quite often. Claudia gazes at her cup while trying to figure out what kind of person the cousin really is. Hannah explains that the cousin is always smiling and seems very kind to everyone. Taking a sip, Claudia remains skeptical of the woman's outward appearance. Hannah asks directly if Claudia is having some kind of trouble with her relative. They continue their serious discussion while refilling their drinks on the table. Hannah realizes this relative is the person Claudia wants to outshine at the Feast of Flowers. Claudia laughs, finding it impressive that her friend caught on so quickly. The two friends clink their cups together and decide to focus on their plan. Claudia vents about her arrogant sister and Yara being a constant source of trouble. She recalls the typical methods used to suppress her and how she just wants peace. Hannah points out that more concubines in a family only lead to more internal conflict. Determined to change her fate, Claudia raises her cup for a celebratory toast. She declares that staying independent is better than dealing with family drama. Hannah cheers along, fully supporting her friend's bold stance. The two clink their cups together in a moment of solidarity and cheer. Outside the restaurant, cherry blossom petals drift through the air in the sunlight. Walking through the town, the girls continue to discuss their upcoming strategy. Claudia explains that Yara and her sister have dominated the flower feast for years. Hannah listens intently, realizing just how much is at stake for her friend. Claudia makes it clear that she wants to find a way to finally defeat her rivals. Hannah teases her, confident that Claudia is smart enough to come up with a brilliant plan. Claudia reveals she has a plan in mind, but she's missing one key ingredient. Hannah is completely shocked when she hears what her friend is asking for. Claudia puts on a cheeky face as she asks to borrow a massive amount of luminous pearls. Hannah hilariously scolds her for thinking such rare gems are as common as street pebbles. Claudia reacts with a comedic wince after her friend gives her a piece of her mind. The girls are shocked to learn just how rare the luminous pearls actually are. Hannah explains that these items are incredibly difficult to find in the current market. Claudia realizes that these pearls are essentially a type of rare ore that isn't easily obtained. After thinking for a moment, Hannah suddenly remembers a place where they might find what they need. She quickly leads the way, excited to check a nearby pavilion for the treasure. Luna realizes that a pawn shop might be their best bet for finding rare goods. She can't help but think back to a previous encounter regarding a pawned keepsake. Luna tries to shake the distracting thoughts out of her head to stay focused on the mission. The two girls decide to try their luck at the pawn shops included in Luna's mother's dowry. They arrive at a quiet, traditional building tucked away in the city. As they head inside, they are completely unaware that they are being watched from afar. Two rivals spot Luna and immediately start whispering about her presence in the area. One of the girls smirks, seeing an opportunity to spread more rumors about Luna's reputation. Her companion listens intently, realizing this information could be used against their rival. They continue to gossip about Luna's supposed connections, hoping to stir up a scandal. The blonde girl plots to inform Bright Wu about what they've seen to cause even more trouble. Meanwhile, Lord Igor sits in his home, feeling that things have been strangely quiet lately. He wonders if Luna will ever agree to the terms they discussed previously. Deciding he can't just sit around, he stands up to go find her and see what she's up to. Igor makes his way through the courtyard, passing by his staff with a look of purpose. Lee stops him at the gate, surprised to see the Lord heading out so suddenly. Lee presents a package that just arrived as a gift from Princess Melissa. Igor stops to take the delivery, curious about what the princess has sent. As he reads the contents, his expression shifts from curiosity to immediate concern. Lee notices the sudden change in mood and asks what could be so troubling. Igor orders Lee to mobilize their best men and send them to Melissa immediately. Lee is taken aback by the urgency, knowing the risks involved with their current rivals. Igor remains focused, knowing they are in a precarious situation. He assures Lee that he has a plan and expects his orders to be followed without delay. As Igor prepares to depart, Lee asks where he is heading in such a hurry. With a determined look, Igor announces that his next stop is Prince Han's mansion. A horse-drawn carriage travels down a path lined with cherry blossoms. Luna looks around at the various boxes of treasures, impressed by the wealth on display. Hannah playfully nudges Luna, reminding her that as the Prime Minister's daughter, she has plenty of resources of her own. Luna looks downcast while mentioning the limitations she faces as a concubine's daughter. Hannah offers her token to Luna, telling her she can use it to access whatever she needs. Luna focuses on the conversation as they discuss the costs of their plans. Hannah laughs off the expense, insisting the items are just cheap ores and not to worry about it. Hannah mentions that her mother is actually quite interested in meeting Luna. Hannah smiles as she explains how she praised Luna to her family. Luna is caught off guard and flattered by the sudden praise from Hannah's mother. The carriage continues its journey through the bustling city. An attendant waits patiently outside for the carriage to reach its destination. Hannah steps out of the carriage, thanking her friend for the day's company. Hannah gives a final wave as she prepares to head inside. The scene shifts to the peaceful rooftops of a large traditional estate. A hand knocks firmly on the heavy wooden doors of a residence. An attendant opens the door, looking surprised by the unexpected visitor. Luna stands tall at the entrance, her arrival causing quite a stir among the staff. Two workers whisper in disbelief, wondering when Luna arrived. A carriage passes by, adding to the commotion outside the gates. Luna shoots a sharp look at the gossiping attendants, immediately silencing them. Luna maintains a stern expression, clearly not in the mood for idle chatter. The intimidated attendants quickly scramble away to avoid further confrontation. A wide view of the estate shows the grand architecture of the courtyard. Luna walks through the grounds while the servants bow respectfully as she passes. An attendant realizes that the news of Luna's visit will spread throughout the capital in no time. Luna lets out a confident smirk, knowing exactly how this visit will be perceived. Mrs. Kim approaches Luna to ask what business she has the mansion. Mrs. Kim informs Luna that Madame Wu is requesting her presence. Luna realizes that her grandmother and Madame Sharon must be waiting for her inside. Mrs. Kim leads the way, maintaining a formal and professional air. Luna surprises the older woman by stopping to ask how she has been feeling lately. Mrs. Kim is visibly touched and surprised by Luna's genuine concern for her well-being.